last day of the round 2, and I hope you all are feeling thrilled. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS. And as I mentioned, last day of the round 2, that means final chance for the teams to pull out a rabbit out of their hat.
Absolutely. And to be honest, it's a wonderful Sunday afternoon. So many big names are going to play. I'm feeling super pumped, and I'm pretty sure the audience who is joining us right now, they are feeling super pumped as well.
Hey, look, man, I'm feeling pumped, and considering we're going to kick things off with Group 24, that even amps up my excitement a little bit more. Considering OR Esports yesterday had quite a consistent finish, but I still expect a little bit more from OR Esports. What are your thoughts, though?
To be honest, I kind of felt a little disappointed about OR's performance. CK, on the other hand, this is the underdog team that I'm actually looking forward to because consistent performances in every single game. And I think if they can keep up the ante in this one, this is going to be one of the teams to watch out for in the further rounds.
And not just that, even their mechanical skills have been looking on point, right? Speaking about CK, there are a couple of more teams who have been showcasing quite a lot of true potential. But soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at all that stuff, of course, in the future. But for now, we need to speak about the money that's on the line.
Yeah.
The big numbers that's on the line. 2 crore rupees on the line, as you guys all know, for BGIS, one of the biggest prize pools out there.
Absolutely, and it's big numbers, just like Necro pointed out, 2 crore rupees on the line. And you know what? It's not just the money for the fame and acclaim as well, right? You want to have the bragging rights to be the best in the country.
Exactly. Speak about having the bragging rights. Soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at the prize pool graphic too in front of us. As I mentioned, 2 crore rupees on the line. Some big numbers over here. And as we all know, the champion team getting 75 lakhs all to themselves. The second spot getting 37 lakh 50,000. Third spot getting 25 lakhs. And then at the bottom of the graphic, you guys can see some special prizes.
The special prizes kind of makes things even more interesting because now there are going to be awards for individual brilliance as well. MVP of the BGIS, MVP of the finals as well. You want to see those things happen. You want to see those pop-out players who kind of step out of the competition and do something brilliant. Rising Star is the award that I'm actually looking forward to because it just gives the award to one of the best young players in the community, and those young players will eventually form to be future superstars. You never really know. The Rising Star might actually be the superstar of the future.
Hey, look, man, the Rising Star, it's going to be quite tough to find out which one that's going to be because yesterday, even Elf Clan, they were on a domination, I heard. They also won the last game of Erangel, which I wasn't really there to cast, but I was still looking at it from the sidelines. Elf Clan is one of those teams that has been showcasing a lot of potential. But you know what? Before we move on towards the team conversations, we need to take a look at the format as well, just to let the audience know once again how exactly this entire tournament works. So yeah, here's the structure in front of you guys. As we all know, we kick things off with Grind, and then we also saw round 1 where 2,048 teams joined us. We're currently inside round 2. After round 2, round 3 will be there after round 3, round 4, and of course inside every single round, teams will be narrowed down.
Teams will be narrowed down, but one of the brilliant things about this entire format is the lower bracket structure, right? It gives them that added potential to kind of make themselves to the semifinals and grand finals. But speaking of the eligibility criteria, who are the players who can participate in this tournament? You need to have an account which is minimum platinum 5 and level 25. This is very basic. You've been talking about it. Anybody who plays the game on an every single day basis, I think they will be able to reach this level pretty easily.
Exactly. But then top 64 teams from the ground itself qualified inside BGIs, from which top 32 moved in forward inside round 3, and then bottom 32 moved inside round 2. And yeah, we're currently inside round 2 with all these bottom 32 teams from the grind itself. And so far, some of these teams have been struggling. Some of these teams have been doing a phenomenal job dealing with all the challenges and the consequences.
Exactly. Now, the good thing about the grind teams is that they were experienced teams already. They were the teams who were at the tippity top of the competition so far. And they're coming into this underdog lobby. Some of them have been struggling, just like you mentioned. But if we have a conversation of who can actually participate in the tournament, we mentioned the eligibility criteria. But it's throughout the country, everyone in the country, they can participate in the in-game qualifiers that is there. Top 10 out of the 15 matches will be calculated, and from there on, we chose 2,048 teams. We narrowed down 2,048 best teams from the country to play this entire tournament from round 1 itself.
Exactly, but then it's at round 2, we only saw 512 playing teams, from which only 480 actually managed to qualify from the in-game qualifiers itself. Now, that is a small number considering if you're going to compare that to 2,048, that's like a quarter of teams just playing inside the round 2, so that's a big narrow down. But then inside the round 2, as I did mention, 480 from in-game qualifiers and then bottom 32 from the grind.
Exactly. Now, 480 qualified teams, 32 bottom teams, total makes it a 512 teams who played in round 1, of course, and in the round 2, which we are currently at right now. 224 teams are going to proceed directly. And of course, we know, as a matter of fact, we saw that graphic from the grind itself. 32 top teams are going to come in, making it 256 teams in the next round itself. Kind of makes it pretty interesting, you know. I mean, we start things off with a massive number, 2,048 teams selected to be a part of this entire tournament itself. And then we just cut it out, and just now a quarter of the teams are just left in this competition.
224. That is like a big narrow down, and this is why I mentioned the format is quite brutal. But let's move on forward and take a look at the points distribution, because this is how you accumulate the points to sort of position yourself in a better spot in the overall standings. The first spot getting 15, the second spot getting 12, the third spot getting 10 points, and then the most valuable thing on the points distribution, each finish equals 1 point, and that's why teams do tend to take a lot of fights.
Exactly, and we've seen, I mean, this has been the points distribution for quite a while right now. It's very basic, to be honest, and every team should actually try and go for those placement points. Something which can actually change the display is, of course, the finish points. Just like you mentioned, we saw yesterday, Godlike went on an absolute tear. Now, when you have 17 finishes or more than that in a particular game, you would always have so many points racked up for yourself.
Exactly. Godlike is like a prime example of that, right?
Yeah.
Just on the map of Sanhok, dominating the entire competition, single-handedly, manhandling every single team. But as we move on forward towards the schedule, as I mentioned, today we're going to kick things off with Group 24, and after that will be Group 23, kicking things off on Vikendi.
Exactly. Now, Vikendi is a map which we've recently witnessed to be extremely slow, you know. I mean, the momentum of the whole tournament, or the momentum of the whole day, kind of shifts, and the teams start kind of adapting. The team who actually does well on Vikendi might actually be able to come back on the maps of Miramar and Erangel. That is at least my opinion, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure today's Vikendi game is going to be pretty important, because of course it is going to be the other group that is going to be playing, group of Godlike. We know that it's only one team that is dominating. If some underdog team can actually perform well on the map of Vikendi, then maybe they'll sort of reset and they'll come back into the game and perform well on the map of Erangel and Miramar as well.
Hey, look, man, you never know. Considering the top three, right, in the overall standings, they do not even have any chicken dinners. And then the bottom of the top three, or the teams that are right underneath the top three, they are the one who've got the chicken dinner in their hands. So that's like a big statement. The top three teams just relying on consistency overall.
Yeah. But of course, we have the matchup in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. OR Esports will be, of course, the most experienced teams inside this lobby so far. But in terms of experience, it did not necessarily evaluate into performances or a lot of points for themselves. As you can see from the overall scorecard from yesterday, OR Esports, they played 3 games. They were decent enough if you just talk about their performance in the past or something. They are one of the best teams in the country, but 38 points from 3 games, it's something which not matches our expectation, does it?
That is true. I mean, soon enough, we'll be also able to take a look at the second half of the board. And considering the top three, as I mentioned, they've got no chicken dinners. And then right underneath that, Team Fuze, Elf Clan, 4 Strangers, they're the only one who have got chicken dinners in their hand. And just to let you guys know, yesterday only 3 games were being played by these groups. So, yeah, from those 3 games, these teams managed to pull off the chicken dinners. And then the latter half of the board in front of us. And this is some of the upsets that we're able to see. Teams not able to perform. Today, a final chance to bounce back.
Yeah, fine chance to bounce back, but one thing which we saw from that graphic itself, from the overall standings, is that the difference between points is not that high. I mean, the 7th spot and the 12th and the 13th spot, they barely have a difference of like about 10 to 15 points, which can be covered in just one game itself. So we know, as a matter of fact, that mid-pack, it can change very drastically, and it's extremely volatile at this point.
That is true. You know, Salty, I actually wanted to move on forward and ask you for your predictions for this upcoming game, but I already know you're going to go with CK. That's has to be like your favorite team.
To be honest, yes, but yesterday Johnny tried to play this game against me as well, but I chose Elf Clan and they actually got the chicken dinner, so I think I've sort of brushed off my curse as well. It seems like I've just passed it on to you.
No, I don't think so. That's how it goes. You know what? My prediction's going to be Elf Clan, but soon enough we're also going to be loading inside the game, so just let me know your prediction, what it is.
I think I'm going to go with CK, to be honest. Good performances yesterday, consistent performances, but the only thing which was missing is that big chicken dinner. I think today they might just be able to do that.
A lot of hopes, a lot of dreams, and even for a couple of more teams, they still need to perform inside the game. But soon enough, the game of Erangel will be hitting up in front of us. We'll be loading up on our screens. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The big bird is already in the skies, and the map of Erangel is going to be on our screens soon enough. Plant flat path starting all the way from Hospital towards Yasna Poliana. This plant flat path is heavily tilted to the northern side, Salty. If the teams do want to go down south towards the Sanhok military base, it's going to be a tough extent.
You know what's going to be funny? If the circle actually pops out on top of military base, and we've seen this happen. These northern flight paths are always full of twists and tides. But speaking of the flight path itself, just like you mentioned, majority of the teams who will try and go towards maybe Primorsk, Feripe, or even Farm and Milda, they'll have to get those intermediate drop locations, just drop down in the middle of nowhere, try and get themselves a hold of those vehicles so that they can rotate and maybe move towards the military base, as we do tend to see multiple teams have already ejected themselves from the sky, and currently they are gliding in a common airfield. Now, which are going to be the teams who will take those initial drop collisions? That is something which we'll find out. But so far in the Georgopol city area, it seems like there's going to be none.
Let's see. I mean, you still never know. There's one team just lingering around that vicinity, so there's a chance they might just go toward Georgopol. Even CK is inside the apartments of the Georgopol, so for CK, they're going to have quite an easy road around them. No one's really around them to try and take him down. So for CK, that's going to be a safe journey. There's quite a lot of teams, actually, a big bunch of teams just moving down south towards the military island. Let's see what their main goal is going to be.
It's going to be a little difficult for them to actually move towards a military base island, but look at this circle. Oh my god, this is so interesting. Alright, now let's break this circle down. We got to see the northern flight path, but this circle heavily favors the right-hand side of the map. Now, it just does not focus on military base itself, it also focuses on the mainland, and now there is that ambiguity, Necro.
Yeah.
Where is it going to shift in its further stages? Because is it going to go down south? Is it going to come up north into the mainland? Nobody knows about it, and now it's a big gamble. And especially with so much water being incorporated inside the circle, I think we're going to see a lot of those water rotations.
We might. But still, at least for now, there's still a lot of question marks going on our faces. And speak about faces, Cybertron Army already blown off someone's skull inside the game. It's going to be another team in the front lines in the name of No Mercy Esports, and already starting things off on a bit of a shaky note. Not exactly No Mercy, it's Team Hope, actually. As I mentioned before the game even started, for a lot of the team's hopes and dreams will be on the line, but for Team Hope, they've already lost one.
Absolutely. It seems like Team Hope, they did not come in with a lot of determination in this game itself, and this is one of the problems which happens when a flight path is leaning heavily towards one side of the map. I talked about finding those intermediate vehicles, and it seemed like there was just one player who dropped in this isolated location, and he was just completely bombarded with players from Team Elf Clan. Once again, an unfortunate incident, but at least Elf Clan, they go on a good start. They finished off the previous day with the chicken dinner, and now they've got the first finish of the day, Necro.
It was actually Cybertron who managed to get that knockout, and Elf Clan stole it away.
Yeah.
That's sort of evil, man. That man worked hard to get that elimination locked up, and then you guys just come over, steal it away, take it away from that guy.
Are elves supposed to be evil? I'm not really sure. I haven't really read.
Yeah, me too, man. I haven't really researched a lot into it, but I think so they're supposed to be kind.
They're supposed to be kind.
Yeah.
This time around, they definitely were not kind. They were a little, I don't know, quote-unquote selfish for themselves. But you have to be a little selfish if you want to garner those points.
Selfish. I see what you did there. All right, but you know what? For Team Hope, this is definitely not a start they wanted, considering they're not looking too good in the overall standings, too salty. And if you're Team Hope's coach, what advice would you give to them?
You know, I would have loved...
Look at this.
Exactly.
Dragon.
In the middle of nowhere, they just got completely stuck off. They have no resources whatsoever. And for me, the only option is to try and stick together. Try and drop in a designated drop location. Get yourself the proper loot. Don't drop into intermediate location. Just have multiple drop locations fixed based on any particular flight path.
Wait, that was actually a bit of a confusing knockout. Hold on. So the first shot was taken by Cybertrons. Dragon, he managed to connect that shot, but then the players of Elf pulled up so close, he had a double-barrel shotgun, got out of the vehicle, pumped him in the chest, and that's how he got the knockout as well. So it's not technically stolen elimination, but sort of assist was given to Dragon.
Assist for sure, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to mind, because at this point, I mean, he basically was unarmed, right? Even if the assist was not there, Elf Clan would have gotten the finish or the knock for themselves anyway. So, I mean, that's done and dusted for Team Hope right now. The main objective will be to try and retain the 3 players, at least up until the final circle. Just go to a place where you're going to find yourself those loot and armory as well as the resources. You need them a lot. And in the endgame stages, just try and retain those 3-man squad as long as possible.
I just like CK's name, man. CK. It sounds pretty stylish, right?
So basically CK is a clothing brand if you also look
Yeah,
at
I
it.
know.
And that is one of the reasons why you just said it's stylish.
Yeah, it is. It does sound pretty nice. Sounds pretty funky, fancy, whatever you guys want to call it. But Dexter, I don't know where he's exactly taking shots on. Maybe just trying to get his hands warmed up sort of inside the game. But yeah, CK, it's one of those teams definitely to watch out from. They've got some sharp shooters underneath their belts.
Yeah.
Definitely quite skilled when it comes to the mechanical skills. But let's see how their positioning game's going to be looking like today.
More than the team's name, I'm actually very impressed by the players' names, especially Loki. Not just the name itself, his gameplay was pretty brilliant. In one map, he got 7 finishes all by himself, and he was just carrying his team. I believe it was on the map of Miramar.
Exactly. Johnny was calling him the God of Mischief, right? That's what Loki's known for. Speak about God of Mischiefs. Xenon Esports could have been engaged in a fight. One of the men actually tried to pull up so close. Destroy managed to at least get some more damage dished out onto that man, but the team in the front, Team Hope, they're at least they're going to have some smooth sailing out of that entire tricky spot.
Team Hope, they have an entire army right up front, and it seems like they don't really want to engage upon. They're not really stacked up in terms of loot. Destroyer is still out there. He's healed himself up. Team Hope, are they capable enough of taking on this fight? They have pinned down one of the players from Team Xenon. But it seems like apart from that, no healing utilities on Storm as well. So, just like I said, they are not stacked up. They're not prepared to take this fight head on. But if Team Xenon decides to lock onto this team, I'm pretty sure things might actually turn up pretty ugly for Team Hope.
Team Hope, for now, they're looking like a lost hope inside the game.
Yeah.
They're quite lost. Do not exactly know how the game style should be looking like for them, where they should go to find themselves a safe cover, or where they should start looting, actually, to find themselves a good loot. And so far, Team Hope, they're actually quite in a bad position. They need to start moving out from that spot, start grabbing on a bit more loot, and then look a little bit more comfortable inside the game, because right now, they're in a big state of discomfort.
Yeah, but I think they've been given a lifeline by Xenon Esports. They're like, alright, fine, this is just outside the circuit. We don't really have to engage into this fight. We're not going to get extra benefits out of it. They kind of just ignore the fact that they could have gotten 3 finish points, which is still fine. I like the wise decision making over here. They're trying to create position for themselves. But for Team Hope, just like we're having the discussion, I think they need to enter the circle right here, right now, try and position themselves in a good spot so that they can at least play and survive till the ending stages, you know?
Hey, but you know what? I really wanted to know, what are your thoughts about BR Vintage? Now, this team is sort of like an on and off, on and off. Sometimes you see this team on the fray. Sometimes they do get the limelight. Sometimes they're just completely invisible. What are your thoughts on them?
I think BR Vintage and their positional play is brilliant. I mean, even if you go back and have a look at their stats, they don't really have a lot of those finish numbers, but they've consistently managed to be inside the top 5 and the top 3 multiple times in every single map that they've played. And that is one of the reasons why they are inside the top 3 in terms of the overall standings. I think that is going to help them today as well. But of course, we'll find out. But it seems like this time around, Team Brave has actually huddled up outside of Team Blacks, and nades are starting to be lobbed in Necro. I think this fight is going to brew up soon.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This fight's going to brew up. Both these teams at the end of the day would try to disengage against each other. Just for now, a little bit of utility's been tossed on over on the opposite side of each other. And yeah, the Molotov is tossed to perfection. Team Blacks, they need to be a little bit more careful inside this position, especially Biohazard, because he's the only one who's way too up close and personal against the opponents. And now the rest of the players of Team Brave, they're starting to get a little bit too impatient. Maybe you're trying to make that push happen against Biohazard, and he's the only man in the close lines. He needs to move away, but the backup fire from Team Blacks is actually perfect. They catch 2 of the players from the side of Team Brave, and now 2 of the players are also knocked out. Sammy in the back lines left all by himself to try and save the day for his team, while Goku or Snoke actually is in the back. But now a really good return knockout comes into play. So Team Blacks, for now, they've got 1 casualty on their names, but still they've got a really big advantage inside the fight.
Exactly, and I love what Team Black did right here, right? Team Brave, they were blindsided, but it seems like in spite of the early hit, they have managed to retaliate pretty well. And at this point, it seems like Black Eggs, they are at a disadvantage right now. Their main cavalry has been taken down. It seems like Biohazard, as well as the player who was knocked out in the back lines, they're going to struggle. But still, Infinix, the man who found the first knock for his team, he's still pressing forward. And another one goes down. It's just Smoke who's still alive.
Yeah, return knockouts came into play from both the sides, but Team Brave, they're getting a chance to retaliate back inside the fight. They're sort of regaining their man number. And now the players are back on their feet. Look at Wussy looking to push up close and personal. He's only got her level 1 vest and level 1 helmet. And this is where the problems might just start to brew up. 1 single bullet to his dome, and maybe Wussy can be knocked out as well. He's got no healing utilities. Popped a pill, but now starting to move up. Team Brave, they're quite close against the foes. And Team Brave, they're getting a little bit impatient. They want to make the push happen against Blacks. But so far, Blacks are doing a fantastic job in holding things off together. Phase 2 OP, finally finds the connection against the opponent, drops him down, but not dead yet.
Not dead as of yet, but 2 players still surviving in Phoenix. Of course, still full HP on this man. The only person who can still have the hopes high for his team, of course. But it seems like Team Brave, how beautifully they came back into this fight. Of course, we're going to break it down. And Phoenix will be spotted and he will be gunned down, almost chipping off the entire HP bar. But Team Brave, I mean, you've got to talk about this, Necro. Let's just break this fight down in a while. But before we actually do that, there's Elf Clan from the backlines.
It was a really scrappy fight, let's be honest. Back and forth, never knew who exactly was going to win that fight. So sort of quite scrappy. For Team Blacks, they should have had the advantage spot inside the entire fight, but still somehow they managed to screw it up. And Team Brave, props to them. They actually managed to retaliate back inside that fight. Just regain their consciousness, regain the advantage back inside the fight, sort of took down the players of Blacks, and now Blacks Esports, they're just down to that one last man alive.
If I'm going to be salty, if I'm going to be actually, quote-unquote salty against Team Black X, I feel like they kind of threw that fight away in spite of having the 2 knocks early on. You should not lose a 4v2 fight, especially from that situation. Speaking about Elf Clan right now, they've lost a player early on, and Mighty drops down as well. Brilliant shots coming in from Team Brave. And it seems like Team Brave, good job done. Their momentum from the last fight is still carrying on forward, and Elf Clan right now, they're hurt.
Elf Clan, they're indeed hurt, as Mighty's been knocked out. And one of the players from the side of Elf Clan is actually doing quite good. He's managed to get 3 points, or 3 elimination points so far inside the game. So for Elf Clan, they're in a really good spot, and a chill spot. And now considering Mighty knows that he's surrounded by a lot of foes at this point in time. It's better if he just finds himself in a bit better spot. But look at the map too, Salty. Now, just to let the audience know once again, the entire central position inside the map is just scattered. It's like a big blast of colors in between.
Exactly, and one of the reasons why is because we saw how skeptical that circle is, right? Nobody knows where the circle is going to shift. Is it going to go towards the mainland? Is it going to go towards the military base? And as soon as we say that, we see that the circle shifts towards the mainland itself. Majority of the teams, they predicted the right thing, and right now, they're going to reap the benefits. Whoever has those compounds inside of Farm, inside of Milta, they might just survive for a couple of more circles. But once again, coming back to the conversation of Elf Clan and this third-party situation, they wanted a third party into this fight, but probably Brave, the first knockout was just enough to dish out this entire fight itself, because the other guy who actually got knocked out, he had no meds on him.
Indeed. Team Brave, I mean, that entire fight, as I mentioned, it was just really scrappy.
Yeah.
Don't exactly know how it could have went down for Blacks as well. But in general, what I know, if whatever teams finds the initial knockout, they should have the advantage whatsoever. It doesn't matter.
2 initial knockouts.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what happened. Blacks were able to find 2 initial knockouts, but then Biohazard, who was way too much in the front, he sort of overcommitted in getting those elimination points racked up, and then as soon as Biohazard got knocked out, the rest of the players of Blacks knew that, okay, now it's our time to push up and sort of save Biohazard inside that compound, but then that sort of created like a state of discomfort and a panic moment.
I think it was a little greedy from Biohazard, to be honest, to actually go in and confirm those finishes for his team. He knew that 3 players are in the sidelines. I love that setup from BackX, to be honest, Necro. 1 player in the front line just trying to distract the opposition. Meanwhile, 3 players just trying to flank in. And Team Brave had no idea, to be honest. They were just completely blindsided in that situation. But still, I mean, from that situation, they got their players revived. We saw at a moment there was just 1 player who was still standing, but the revives came through. And once again, a 4-man team is still going strong. And it seems like this team is going to carry this momentum forward, because I always believe that when you're offered a lifeline inside a game, you are always going to make proper use of it.
Oh, CYBERTRONS this time being the fishes inside the water. And right above them are the players of BR Vintage. Oh, they've got the advantage inside the fight, that's for sure. And now Flash looking to toss out a nade, knows the general direction where exactly the players might just be. He tosses that nade to perfection, but not exactly cooked to perfection, so that's what the problem was. Unfortunately for the players of CYBERTRON, they've lost out on the man number, and now Professor's not inside the game anymore, but still Dragon's trying his best to provide that cover fire from the back. And it's going to be a little bit of a tough situation for CYBERTRONS to get out of this one, because the man who's in the close is still underwater and is also choking because he's underneath the water.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty concerned about this team right now, because Necro, with the Professor being taken down early, now who is going to lead the heist for CYBERTRON army? Who is going to give them that big chicken? definitely going to be a big concern up there. But BR Vintage, they've got the high turf and they've spotted Dominic as well. From the backlines, this player might provide a lot of cover fire, but I'm not really sure if that's going to be anything, that's going to be any use to the team, to be honest. Because I think this man is just basically an exit strategy. This team might be able to survive, but look at this lovely split from BR Vintage all over the bridge, and they will be able to gatekeep Cybertron for quite a while.
Yeah. Look at the circle, too. Even CKs, they made their move inside Milta from the northern side. And just look at the circle in general. It's like massive splash colors. So many teams have been eliminated a while ago. So many players, man. Not exactly teams. Only one team's been completely eliminated. That's in the name of Telugu Gods. But after that, Xenon Esports is way too hurt. Even Blue 82, then even Black X. All these teams in a big world of hurt. Let's see how Cybertron Army finds themselves a safe situation or a safe route out of this situation.
Hey man, I mean, to be honest, in this game there are no safe routes. When you drop down on the battlegrounds, you know as a matter of fact that every single time you're going to face a challenge. But speak of challenges, it seems like Cookie 2 OP. He spotted Dominic, he knows that he is inside the waterways. But it's just difficult to spot him. And now Dominic is actually outside. Cookie 2 OP, good position from this lad. It's a 1v1 right now, the DBS has been equipped, but shots connect from the other side, and Cybertron Army, they find the opening, Necro.
Cybertron once again getting the opening. Now, this is sort of like a retaliation knock that's came into play. And equalizing things out with that knock, Cybertron Army should definitely feel good for themselves. BR Vintage as well, down to a 3-man squad inside this entire fight. Now things are back to the equal ground. Cybertron Army might just have the advantage inside this entire fight. And they know the entirety of BR is also quite exposed. Shots taken from Dragon, but just wanting to find the connection.
Cybertron Army, what do they do right now? Every single time they just want to proceed forward. They are being blocked by BR Vintage and their good positioning. BR Vintage are on the right side of the circle, but they know as a matter of fact that they are in a sandwich situation because Force Strange out of nowhere has came in and gotten hold of the compound behind them.
They indeed have. Cybertron, still the struggles are being seen from them. And now also opting out for the waterways. I do not understand what is Dragon trying to pull off over here. This is such a risky move. But one thing is for sure, for Breaking Point and even his teammate in the front lines, who's Dominic, these guys are going to have a Herculean task to save the guy who was in the water line. So now the main problem or the main goal for these guys have to be that save the guy who's in the water lines, provide him as much as cover fire as possible. Even other teams starting to break out against this entire battle. It's going to be the players of Brave. They lost out in man number.
Yeah, Team NS. They are definitely on a charge right now. Team Brave, what can they pull off? They keep losing men in the process. And it's just tough for them to survive in this situation. Multiple teams nearby this northern Milta region. Now, this is an extremely open land. We know as a matter of fact that the entire Milta region is inside the circle, but outside of Milta, it's deserted. And majority of these teams will lose their lives trying to gain control of this particular spot. One of them might just be Team Brave.
You never know. Maybe things could start off quite interesting. Maybe Brave can once again bounce back inside this fight. And speaking about this entire scenario, even Team No Skills is in the back lines. They can have a potential of third-partying this entire vicinity. Two of the players in the front line, Survivor's the only man in the back, and now even he's starting to close up against the foes. Cybertron Esports, Dragon's the only man inside the water lines, and I highly doubt any of the players from the side of BR Vintage, they've even got any clue that Dragon's going to backstab them soon enough. But I like the bounce back from the side of BR Vintage. Finally, Dragon peeks out, gets the first knockout. Actually wanted to line him up as well. But now Dragon realizes he's quite exposed. This guy he doesn't really have a lot of cover to play with. Once again, just goes back inside the water. Dragon right now is a shark.
Yeah, he for sure was right. But I think, Necro, he just had one opportunity over there. In one spray, he had to take down every single player from BR Vintage. But now that he's spotted, I'm not really sure the shark is going to be biting that hard.
I told you. His teammates had a problem and also a Herculean task, and that was to provide Dragon a cover fire. Peeks out, gets those two players, but it's next to impossible. You do not have any cover to play with. Eventually, Dragon gets shut down and put to sleep. So yeah, getting back to the conversation, as I mentioned, for his teammates, there was a Herculean task and also a problem. They needed to provide a cover fire to Dragon because he was the only man out in the open and also in the water lines. And at the same time, they also wanted to give Dragon an advantage inside the fight that he wanted to brew up in the flank angles. But that was not happening whatsoever because his teammates themselves got eliminated or at least knocked out by BR Vintage. So yeah, it just didn't work out.
Exactly, it was a back and forth, and for Team CYBERTRONS, it was just not enough coordination inside the team that they could actually provide. They had to provide the distraction fire for Dragon to be lethal in that situation. But speak of lethal, and it seems like OR Esports, they have a good position inside the circle, and an absolute warfare is brewing up here, Necro.
Yeah, Team Hope finally once again inside a fight. And this time the players are no skill. They found themselves in a receiving line. Team Hope, there's a chance they can bounce back once again inside this one. Because Umug, he's up and alive, but his teammates, they get claimed by that single utility that comes into play. That frag grenade's gonna get the claim done. And now Umug too, he might just be in the receiving lines. Savior trying to toss the same nade once again, but maybe this time the last guy from Umug might just seal the deal. But no, it's actually someone else, or Admino, to get those elimination points locked up.
I am a big admirer of this player. Admino is one of the best young players inside of the Tier 1 circuit right now, and he delivers every single time. Jelly as well, one of the best, most brilliant IGLs out there, but still providing so much value through his assault rifles, finding and spotting Elf Clan and just spraying them down. OR Esports have so much control, but it's just the number of finishes that they have. Look at this, 13 finishes and 8 finishes on Admino.
Speak about OR Esports needing to step things up inside the elimination aspect of the game, and they've already done it. OR Esports, they realized what the problem was inside the lobbies, and now they've finally started to step up, even when it comes to the aggression inside the game. Just taking a lot of fights, just firing on all cylinders, and now even the next circle shift, it favors the players of OR Esports. They've got a really big advantage, but there's one guy from Blue 82 right next to them.
And that can be the spoils, but we have seen these isolated players ruin the games for every single team inside of these final circles. If his position is not claimed, I'm pretty sure that might be a big problem. But here, look at this. Jelly was under pressure from Umang from Team Hope. He's the last hope for his team.
Overcommitment from Jelly. He might just lose out on his life right now. And Umang, it's better if you just get the confirmation done. That can be a free elimination point racked up. And yeah, OR Esports, that overcommitment from Jelly himself, being the iJelly, he's not supposed to pull off shenanigans like that. But he still went for it, and then in the end also got eliminated from the game. But Admino, this guy's still unstoppable, just peppering down so many shots against the opposition, and this time on the receiving end it's going to be Team Fuze.
But look at this, he does not have many ammunition, 34 bullets in total, and now he has utilized every single thing. Not really sure if he will be able to keep up the ante, but 10 finishes on this man is loaded.
Yeah, but he's got his teammate, right, that can potentially drop him some more ammunition, so it's complete fine. Where is his teammate? A little bit far away, but you can clearly see Max starting to close on that distance with Admino, because he clearly wants to give out that ammunition to Admino. But considering even from the back lines, he's starting to get pounced on by the players of No Mercy. And No Mercy as well, just stepping things up inside these final moments. No Mercy needed to amp things up when it comes to their skills or survival skills in general inside the game. Because if you remember, yesterday, they were looking so lost inside the Battlegrounds. Now today, at least No Mercy's alive somewhere in the top 8. And they're also starting to get pounced on by the entirety of CK. CK, they managed to find the opening, and you blink it, and you miss it. The second guy gets taken down too.
Yeah, for sure, and I was missing this team for a while. I was missing this team to be in front of the camera, but I kind of forgot for a moment that this team always pops up inside the final circle, start dominating with the 4-man team that they have. Every single time they are inside those final circles with their massive man advantage. But speaking of man advantage, it seems like Admino does not require any. This man has 11 finishes, more than multiple teams combined, all by himself.
17 eliminations in total. OR Esports, this team was just dominating this entire circle. And as I mentioned too a while ago, right, when the stage 3 or stage 4 hit on the board, all the teams were just accumulated in the center. It was like a big splash of colors.
Yeah.
And that's where I think so OR Esports sort of got a lot of elimination points accumulated for themselves as well. But now another team starting to close on up. Dexter notices that it's going to be the player of Xenon Esports. It's the last guy too. And this nade might just be tossed to perfection. Might just seal the deal. A little bit overshoot though.
It actually hit the mark wide really well. Frustrated. He was still trying to make something happen. Loses out on a lot of HP, but mid-air Dexter just finds him, and now CK Esports, once again, they've got their man advantage, they've got the map control, and it seems like the chicken dinner must be loading because OR Esports, they're pretty much hurt.
Top 5 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Team Rough Nation 2 is inside this entire fray. And even they're starting to close on up against the foes. Another team in the front. And that too in the name of Four Strangers.
Oh yeah.
Four Strangers actually have a really decent spot if they know how to play this one out. If they've got a couple of more smokes to play with, this can be one of the best positions you can ask for.
Yeah, but they're actually outside the circle, to be honest. They'll have to push forward. So the bridge that they have, it's not going to provide them enough cover, at least for the longer game, at least for now. They need to find those finishes up quick and personal and then move inside.
That's why I mentioned if they have smokes, they can move on forward. But this was where the fight breaks down. Four Strangers, once again, the push is happening against them. Player one falls down, but Prince, he's left all by himself to try and hold things up. Now, once again, the pressure is going to be accumulated a little bit more. Prince is trying his best to fight back. They get pulled out in the close range, got only 15 bullets in the magazine, and now we'll need to try and make something happen with only that much ammunition. And in the end, he also nails that final man down.
Yeah, beautifully done, of course, but Four Strangers, they've got the opening to actually push forward right now. It seems like CK as well, they will try and finish off the last remaining player from OR, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure where did Admino get claimed, but it seems like there's not a lot of hope left for OR Esports to actually get this chicken for themselves.
Speaking about OR Esports, last guy was Mac, and well, even he gets dealt with. No issues whatsoever. CK, as I mentioned, when it comes to this team, they're quite skilled to the mechanical, but now, speak about CK once again, Tony. Oh, spots out the man out of the open, shuts him down. This is not a good start for the players of Four Strangers inside this fight. The mechanical skill, the mechanical prowess starting to click in.
Four Strangers, two-man team right now, just trying to pull off something, but look at that. Mr. Blue 82 from Havoc. In fact, Havoc from Team Blue 82 is still surviving in the backlines. I mean, in spite of so much battles happening, so many things happening inside of this final circle, he still manages to find the podium finish, as well as two players from Four Strangers. It's a 4v2v1 situation as one player from Tony. He just charges in with the beacon.
Yeah, Four Strangers, they're getting pushed on by CK. And maybe CK, they're probably just getting a little bit too over-aggressive inside the situation. Dexter, though, this man's got a Groza in his hands, but a really good cover fire from Prince from the backlines. Four Strangers, they're trying their best to fight back inside the scenario. King pushes on up, and the DBS to seal the deal. The last man falls down too. Now it's all down to Havoc from Blue 82, and he can actually clutch it out as well. Finds the opening, gets the first man down. Now it's a one-on-one, and he knows where the second guy is as well. Oh, this is where things can be turned around. Loki, he needs to be a little bit more careful, though. He is still on the top. He can create some off angles. Utility tossed in forward. Now he just wants to take out the last man. Blue 82 he's got no other option than to reveal himself, expose himself, and Loki, he gets the advantage inside the fight. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for CK. Easily able to seal the deal in their favor.
And I love the CK's formation inside the final circle, just stationing Loki up top, because no matter what happens, no matter the aggression, they always had that solid platform to kind of back on. And this man from the top provided them not only information, but so much cover fire.
Exactly. Loki, though, I mean, as Johnny likes to call him, the God of Mischief, is sitting right there, right next to us. And he likes to call him the God of Mischiefs. This time, too, just having an off angle inside the fight. And I think so CK, they were doing a really good job. For somewhere down the line, I thought that they were getting a little bit too aggressive against Four Strangers for no reason. But then Loki on the top was doing a fantastic job in dealing out a lot of damage against Four Strangers.
Exactly, and to be honest, CK, they came in out of nowhere. They popped in inside the final circle, and then we sort of witnessed that this team just absolutely abominating the competition. But also, another team which did brilliantly well, that was OR Esports. 17 finishes, that was massive. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll find out which team actually stands on top in the overall standings on the other side of this very short break.
Push, left, ठीक है
पीछे आ रे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, we just saw that there are two things that I've got to talk about right now. One, of course, that commercial we just witnessed. Ranveer Singh is playing BGMI right now. He's the latest ambassador of the game. And if he is enjoying the game, then what is preventing you from downloading it and enjoying it as well? I'm pretty sure they are going to have a lot of fun. But the second point that I'm actually pretty excited about was that this last game of Erangel was pretty crazy. Two things to talk about it: OR Esports and their run of domination, and CK and their positioning.
I mean, CK has been brilliant since yesterday, so that thing is pretty consistent. I mean, that has rolled over in today's matches as well. For OR, I was just wondering, like, Mac, when he was pushing towards the lads of CK, he had 3 first stage. Why didn't he fall back, bring his HP back up, and maybe then try and make an attempt? But, I mean, we can't really complain, right? They had a lot of eliminations to their name, so points aren't going to be lacking for sure.
Points aren't going to be lacking for sure. I mean, especially with Admino just racking up 11, 12 finishes all by himself. I'm definitely sure that points are not going to be lacking, ladies and gentlemen. But all of these actions we are going to talk about in the highlights. And it all started off with Elf Clan, who just started things off with a really good fashion. They had good commitments into fights. But Team Brave, the way they kind of deterred their third party in this situation was brilliant.
Yeah, and Brave have been quite phenomenal since yesterday. But one problem for Brave that we discussed at the end of yesterday as well was the fact that they only are able to survive till mid-game stages. Same situation now. Not being able to make it to the late game stages, placement points are again going to be lacking on that leaderboard, and that can actually be a problematic situation at the end of the day, because now let's not forget, only 2 games remain for this particular group.
Yeah, it's not just Brave as well, CYBERTRONS army. This team is another team who sort of has the gun game intact, but it's those placements and finding those good positions where they sort of lack every single time. Now, this was a really good play from Dragon. I felt like his ambiguity inside of water and the fact that he was like a shark, just like like Necro mentioned, was absolutely brilliant. He had one opportunity.
There are water dragons as well.
Water dragons? What sort of mythic books are you just reading, to be honest? I have
Quite a lot of them. I mean, I read a lot of books as a kid, and there were water dragons.
Alright, water dragons. We'll have this conversation sometime,
Some other time,
some
yes.
other time, off broadcast maybe. Of course, we'll definitely enjoy. But this was one of the occasions where I felt like OR Esports, they just did not anticipate Umang being out there, Jelly being lost, and I kind of felt like OR Esports, the chicken dinner was lost in this fight itself.
And I completely agree with you, but we can't really blame them. They were too focused in on just accumulating their own finishes. They were busy taking their own fights. Did not really think that anyone in the entire lobby would dare come up to them and challenge them for their position. It happened. They got beaten out. Mac was the last player surviving, but I have to say I enjoyed the performance from 4 strangers in this game. Especially that final fight against the players of CK was absolutely phenomenal. It was a 2v4 situation, and 4 strangers, they just patiently waited behind that ridge. They knew in a situation like this, everyone gets overconfident. CK got overconfident as well, and they almost lost the game because of it. Luckily, as we mentioned, God of Mischief up to his own mischief. I don't know why he lobbed that smoke out in the open, creating cover for the lad from Blue 82. Maybe it was a tactic to make him think, alright, I'm throwing a nade towards you, you need to step out into the open. And it kind of worked as well, because that last player did in fact take a little bit of damage from the blue. Then he was forced to run inside safety, and that is when Loki eventually finished him off. But it still could have backfired. Blue 82 could have actually won this game, so it was a risky move.
Could have won this game. I mean, we've seen things like these happen, right? Just one player surviving, and then in the final moment, just completely changing the course of the game, of course. But one thing is for sure, CK, for them, their performances were coming in. They were getting in good, consistent performances. The chicken dinner was missing, and now they have won as well.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Yesterday, CK was in the top 3 in every single game they played. Today is their first chicken dinner win. But ladies and gentlemen, if you can't win the game, you better secure those finishes. And that is the mentality that Admino has inside the matches. OR Esports Admino, 11 finishes. You said it correctly. He has more finishes on himself than majority of the teams all put together.
All put together, exactly. And this man was just wrecking havoc with that M416. At one point, I was talking with Necro as well, that he was not having enough ammunition. He basically had 30 bullets in one magazine, and that was it. And even then, he just racked up 2 finishes from those 30 bullets. This man was precise as possibly he could.
Yeah, he was extremely precise, and that has always been the case. Especially in recent days, Admino has been the frontliner for OR Esports. He has been the key anchor that the team can always rely upon. Along with that, it's quite nice to see Max step things up as well. 16 eliminations on these 2 players combined, and that was quite fun to watch these 2 players push together in tandem, take those fights and secure all of those points. Look at that, 17 for OR Esports.
Yeah, now I want to ask you one thing. OR Esports with 17 finish points. We've been talking about that, about the fact that OR Esports did not really show up on the first day. Is this equivalent to Godlike's performance yesterday on the map of Sanhok?
No. Not even close.
Not even close?
Not even close, because the playstyle is completely different. This is a team that played their position, they played to their advantages. Godlike yesterday was out on a mission. They were on a rampage, on a hunt. Have you seen that movie Predator, where aliens are just hunting down people in the forest?
That's one of my favorite films.
That is basically what Godlike was. Each of their player was just like armed to the max, and there was no competition to them. But special props to Blue 82. They have been quite consistent. Necro mentioned this. Their positioning is phenomenal. No finishes, but still 12 placement points from the game. It's not a bad performance.
It certainly is not a bad performance, and now because of it, they are inside the top 7, ladies and gentlemen. 34 points on this team, and they have that buffer of 6 points to work with. Team Hope, of course, closely following by. They've got a lot of finishes to work with. Team Hope, 17 finishes on these lads, but they just need to work on that placement points. Now, you obviously mentioned it, 2 more maps to go, and of course, a lot of things can change, especially with the 7th position marker being quite low. 34 points is not really a benchmark, or rather a cutoff, which is very high.
I think we need to start calling CK the pro team now and OR Esports the undergod at this point, because that is what it looks like on the overall rankings. And they're sitting there with 81 points, miles above the rest of the competition, and that is quite impressive to witness. But now OR Esports, they had a pretty bad day yesterday. Today they are starting to step things up. Now they have 2 maps remaining, and hopefully they can also chime and get a little bit closer to the rest of the competition. Along with that, I want to see what 4 strangers will be up to, because this is also another undergod team that has been quite phenomenal.
You know, to be honest, in fact, I don't really feel that it's all about qualification. Top 7 for sure, you will be inside it, but it's also about the mentality on how you progress towards the round 3. I mean, you either make a massive comeback, which is going to boost your mentality, or you have a very thumping performance, which just sets a statement.
See, we say that now, but we all know at the end it is all about qualification, right? As long as you make it through to round 3, it doesn't matter whether you're first or on the 7th page. So to be fair, whatever happens, you just have to make it to the next stage of the tournament. That is the goal right now. Because you never know. I mean, there were teams that we saw performed very well in round 1 and they're nowhere to be seen in round 2. That has happened.
Yeah.
There were teams that did well for themselves in grind as well, and then round 5 is where they fall, because of which they are now playing round 2 of BGIS. That has also been the case. So you have to be consistent throughout the entire journey of the tournament. Only then you will leave a mark in the hearts of the fans and the people watching this broadcast right now. Otherwise, if you just do well in one stage and they just fail and get eliminated in the next, it's not even going to matter.
Absolutely. But having said that, Johnny, now with Miramar up front for us, right? Give us a prediction. Now, OR Esports seems to be back in form. CK, of course, they have the consistency. A couple of other teams chiming in here and there. Who do you think is going to win the map of Miramar?
With the momentum, I would say OR Esports, although CK will be in the top 3 for sure. That is like a guarantee at this point.
It is a guarantee, isn't it? I mean, I was also talking about Necro, is that the fact that this team did not really have a lot of screen time up front, right? They had like about 4 finishes up until like the late circle or the late end game stages. And once they pop in with that man advantage, or the 4-man advantage that they have, they are just unbeatable.
Exactly. Majority of the finish points that CK has did come from this game. This is the first time I believe they've hit double digits. Before that, yesterday's Miramar, they got quite close. I think they might have hit double digits in yesterday's Miramar as well. But the Erangel and the Vikendi map that they played yesterday, sorry, Sanhok that they played yesterday, they were quite passive. They were playing a little bit slow. Sorry, Vikendi. It was Vikendi. Yeah. They were a little bit slower and they prioritized their safety for the late game situations. I think it was zone 5 or zone 6 when they started picking up the fights. And today, it's like the complete opposite of that. I think they're trying to match the momentum of OR Esports at this point, just trying to counter it. But that might not even be the case. They're just doing their own thing, which is quite nice and it's working out quite nicely for them.
Of course, like these two teams, OR as well as CK, they're going to have their own battles at the top of the leaderboard. We'll also have to talk about the battles which are happening at the bottom of the leaderboard. We just talked about it.
I have a question for you. I mean, Team Brave, we like to see them take fights, right? We have seen them win fights as well. Do you think they will be in the top 7 by the end of the matches?
It looks like it is difficult, to be honest, because it seems like Brave, in spite of the fact that they do win their duels, they take their duels extremely early, and we've seen them that they lack massively on those placement points. And according to my opinion, I feel like placement points is like the platform which sets you up. Finish points are like a bonus.
I think they had 2 placement points yesterday, right?
Yeah, right. I still remember that number. 2 placement points and like double-digit finish points, somewhere like a high
18 or something.
Yeah, something like that. So it definitely is going to bother them quite a lot. I'm pretty sure like they will be racking up the finish numbers, but placement points is extremely important. 2 more maps to go. We'll obviously find out who actually makes it through. Is it going to be Blue 82? Is it going to be Team Brave? Or is it going to be Team Hope as we get ready for the next game, ladies and gentlemen? But obviously, you've given your prediction. I think it's going to be OR Esports as well, because Miramar, I feel it is going to be their map.
Yeah, it has to be their map, and especially considering they've already built up a pretty strong momentum for themselves. I mean, historically as well, it has been their map, to be honest, Miramar. And as we mentioned, they've built up the momentum already for this day. Going into the next game, they just need to secure the win. Or even if they can rack up those finishes, I think they should be fine. OR Esports, CK, 4 Strangers as well. These teams have a decent safety cushion to work with now, and they don't have to worry about. So that mental freedom that they have inside of the match is that, all right, we don't need to worry about survival. We don't need to worry about winning fights. We just can do whatever we please. Does allow them to surprise and basically catch a lot of these teams off guard and secure those points, take unorthodox fights. But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, we are about to jump into game number 2 of the day. The map of Miramar is going to be on our screens. And Salty, where is this flight path taking us?
Interesting flight path, of course. It starts off from the big city of El Pozo and goes straight towards Al Azhar. Now, a similar horizontal flight path we witnessed on the map of Erangel, which was skewed towards the northern part of the map.
Yes.
A similar situation on the map of Miramar as well. It seems like the flight is traveling in the same vertical. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like teams moving towards Los Leones or Minas de Val in the southern part of the map, they're going to have a little bit of trouble. One thing which I'll be watching out for, Johnny, is going to be those initial skirmishes for vehicles. Every single time we've seen that happen on Erangel, we've seen that happen on Miramar as well. These teams drop in, they're scattered looking for vehicles, and all of a sudden an entire team just chimes in on them and just acquires the finish point randomly.
Yeah, and you will try to resist that for as long as possible. You will try to resist going down in the early stage. It's happened multiple times, and at least in this game, considering this is the second last match that you will play in round 2, you have to, even if it means switching up your drop, try to go for it. Try to play for survival, purely for survival up until zone 6 or zone 7 even. And if you can pull it off, you're going to have a lot of placement points to work with by the end of the match. But let's see how this game is going to go. I mean, we do see a few teams take that northern drop as well. La Cobriera, in fact, to be a little bit more precise, is going to be in control of the players of Team BR Vintage. They played from this position yesterday on Miramar, and they had a pretty good time.
Yeah, BR Vintage, speaking about this team, in fact, they were pretty consistent in terms of their placement points and their positioning inside the podium finishes yesterday.
Yes.
Every single game, they were almost there. But the first game today was not really the way. I mean, they tried to put up that bridge camp to a nearby the southern side,
Yeah.
of course, of the map itself. But the circle sort of betrayed them, and they could not actually do anything out of it.
Forget all of that. For the first time, we have a Torre Amuda drop clash happening in front of us, and that is something that is going to be extremely interesting. And it's not even just one team. There are 3 teams in Torre Amuda. We have Elf Clan, we have the players of 4, and there's another squad joining them. I believe it's Blue 82.
Yeah.
Who have chosen to go for that northeastern drop, but let's see, do any one of them actually decide to take that fight? Because as we mentioned, these early drop clashes on Miramar are extremely risky, and it is going to be extremely difficult to work with just 3 or 2 remaining players, even if you end up winning that fight.
I mean, as long as you can stick together and you have that trade potential going on between your teammates, I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be safe. But you mentioned one team which I'm very excited to talk about. It's going to be Team Hope, right? Pretty important game for them because this game is sort of like a do or die. If they have a good performance, I'm pretty sure they are going to dethrone Blue 82 from that overall standings, the number 7 spot, and also give themselves a decent cushion. Now, last game they were scattered. They were being picked apart by multiple teams in the early stages. This time around as well, you mentioned that this team is engaged in a sort of a drop collision in Torre Amuda. I'm going to be extremely excited to find out if this team actually does decide to go on and take that fight, or do they actually go for the exit strategy, try and rotate, maybe get themselves a safety cushion of placement points, and finally go for finishes.
One thing that's changed in this particular Miramar is the positioning of Team Fuze, actually. Because yesterday, if I remember, they started from the northern part of the map. Today, they are starting from Hacienda del Patron, out of all places, which is actually quite close to the players of Xenon. But to be fair, it's in the center of the map, so they should not have a lot of trouble, at least in the early game stages, as long as they do not move out of their drop a little too soon. But look at this, what is happening over here. We have the players of No Mercy Esports, and they're not having a fun time in this lobby. Since yesterday, even today, No Mercy, they've been forced to take the early exits, and, well, it seems like trouble in paradise yet again for these lads as Telugu gods show up at their drop. Saurabh has taken a lot of damage, has traded out some of it in return. Pops an energy drink to bring his HP back up.
Yeah, even the other team, Telugu Gods, they didn't really have a good time inside the lobby so far and have been lacking in terms of the points that they've attained so far. It seems like shots definitely are being fired, but nothing is connecting so far. At least Telugu Gods have retained their compound control, and they've dished out the push that was coming in.
It doesn't matter.
It seems like No Mercy, they just don't really care. 2 players have fallen back, but the other 2, they're still trying to push up.
Compound control at this point doesn't matter. Telugu Gods, if the other 2 lads who are on top of that hill do not show up quickly, then these 2 players on the low grounds are getting finished off. It's going to be a 4v2 situation that No Mercy can easily isolate. If they have utility, things will become easier. But look at this. You do see Razim trying to find the opening, has dished out quite a lot of damage on Lone Wolf from the side of No Mercy, but Lone Wolf this time is not a Lone Wolf. He has his Wolf pack to work with. And as we expected, No Mercy is showing absolutely no mercy, putting up a lot of pressure on these players of Telugu Gods.
A lot of pressure for sure, but you mentioned the right point, right? Reinforcement should have come in by this time. Either they are trying to provide him cover fire from the top. I'm not really sure if they have the vantage point or the visibility. And now, Blade Runner! We are waiting for this.
Hey man, I mean, we've seen this in other games. I remember one of the greatest highlight clips of video games in general is like one of these knife finishes. A person dropping out mid-air, throws a knife, ends up finishing the other guy. I'm not going to say which game it happened in, but I'm going to show it to you afterwards.
Yeah.
And if that actually happened, this would have actually replaced it, because this one was even tougher. He wasn't even like visible this time. But let's see, coming back to the fight. It's a 4v2. It's a 4v2 with 2 players in the back lines, and if by any chance No Mercy finds just one knock,
Yeah.
well, they'll be able to capitalize quite easily in this fight.
Seems like it. But so far, just no movements at all. No Mercy, they've huddled up right next to the compound. It seems like Saurav just went upstairs to check in. But of course, he's going to check out pretty quickly as well. Lone Wolf, of course, from the back lines. And right now, it seems like multiple teams just trying to be on the rotation path, just trying to get themselves a nice little compound control inside the circle. But the only problem is these two teams, the stalemate that they're in, massive time is being wasted.
I mean, time is being wasted. You are correct about that, but let's see. I mean, still in a comfortable position in the zone. They are on that southwestern edge, just a little bit north of Chumasera. The only catalyst that can force these teams to juke it out forcefully is Force Rangers, who are not even going to show up. But look at this. We were talking about this for a while, and finally, after at least like 3-4 minutes, No Mercy find the opening. And Telugu Gods, they will be in a world of hurt. No Mercy, they have the option of putting additional pressure and wiping out the entire team in just a second.
Yeah, I think at least right now they have the motivation to try and push up, because this fight has dragged on for eternity. And since the back lines have been breached, I'm pretty sure No Mercy should be able to clear the front lines as well. But once again, being extremely cautious. None of these teams are extremely stacked in terms of utility as well. Just one single magazine on that Uzi, 24 bullets.
Oh.
But elsewhere, there is another fight that is happening in Team Brave. It seems like they've taken some sort of retaliation fire.
Brave will never give up on their game plan. They like to stick to their tactics. They don't care what's happening on the overall ranking. I can't resist but fall in love with this team. I love them so much now. I mean, still going for an early fight, despite the fact that they're outside the top 8 in the overall rankings. Venom knocked out. That's the second player from the side of Team Brave to go down, but the trade follows up quite quickly as Jord is going to be dropped from the side of Team Fuze. Virex is trying to go for a push, has the smoke lined up to block the line of fire. It's going to be lobbed towards the players of Team Brave, but it's a little too late. He finds the trade in a matter of seconds, and Brave is down to their final 2 player. It's just Fairs who has a decent amount of HP to work with, but what will he be able to do? It's going to be a tough situation. Sammy trying to pull off the first hit. It's going to try and bring his HP back up. Doesn't even matter. Fairs is going to fall in the backlands, and Fuze just blobbed the Fuze of Team Brave. For the first time, they've been sent back to the lobby. The first team to take an exit from this map.
I don't understand why wasn't Fairs involved in that particular fight. I mean, from the backlines for sure, he was trying to provide cover fire or something. But it could have helped them massively as soon as that first player went down. I'm pretty sure if Fairs was in that situation, it could have been a 2v1.
Yeah.
The trade could have been in their side.
I think he was just trying to watch the flank or the right side of silos. I think that's what he was trying to do.
It was a 2v1. Why would
he
you
was
watch?
distracted. Yeah, miscommunication, man. Heat of the moment. Sometimes it happens. You fail to relay information to your team about how many knocks you've secured, how much damage you've dished out, all of the good stuff. You miss out on it. And because of that, your teammate does not really have any information to work with. And but still, I mean, a blunder is a blunder. Doesn't matter. Team Brave, they are out of contention for this game. Quite an unfortunate situation, but No Mercy already. This is how it all went down between No Mercy and Telugu Gods, and replay of the fight that broke out between Brave and Fuze.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke, of course, just got revived. He had no HP whatsoever, so can't really blame him. Of course, he did try to do some sort of damage. I mean, this was the point where Smoke, of course, did find the revive on Sammy and then faced from the backlines. He just got taken out. I mean, good job for Team Fuze. They did a brilliant job over there trying to completely wipe off the other team. But this fight, it's still dragging on forever.
Yeah, but now the advantage is still there with... Wait, is it still there or did they get the revive? They got the revive in Telugu Gods. No Mercy again. As you mentioned a few moments ago, the lack of utility is what's stopping them from committing anything or basically committing completely towards the players of Telugu Gods, and well, at least they find another opening, and this one is on an isolated player, so this lad is not coming back into this game anymore.
Yeah.
Telugu Gods, they're going to have to already start thinking about how to play the rest of the match with 3 players.
You know, finally Team No Mercy start actually doing justice to their name. This is when they start pushing up. This is probably where they've decided that, alright, fine, it's been a long time, we are just wasting our time right now, and they are putting so much pressure. They have the numbers advantage, they have all the right to do so, and they're doing it brilliantly. Of course, one player will get knocked out, just don't let him get finished off. No Mercy, it's a blunder, and they just lost a player.
Yeah, it's a massive blunder. They lost a player and they're allowing the other lad to just heal up and bring his HP back up. But Ishwar, luckily for the players of No Mercy, does not have any sort of heals available to him. So he can't bring his HP back up, and he also makes the mistake of stepping behind that broken wall. He goes down. Telugu Gods down to the final 2 players who know exactly where the opposition is but can't really do anything about it right now. Oh, is Nazim getting a revive now? Is that actually about to happen?
Yeah.
What are these 2 squads up to, man? This is so awkward.
This fight is probably the most awkward fight that I've seen so far. I mean, No Mercy, just making no movement whatsoever. As soon as I thought that, alright, this is when they actually finally decide to show a little bit of commitment, a little bit of aggression with this smoke path and the way they were moving, I felt like, alright, finally we're going to get to see some sort of action. Azim, no...
Yeah, Azim is going to fall. There
No
it
healing
is.
utilities, of course. I mean, these teams, they wasted their entire time. They wasted the entire first stage just in a stalemate. Of course, they're not going to have any sort of healing utility.
They're going to make it to the zone in stages this way. Like, first stage was done. He ran a few meters, fell down, got a revive. He's going to run again. It's like a race of relay. You know,
But
passing the baton.
No,
to the player.
that's not going to happen. The distance is quite massive, actually. The hard shift towards lostliness, they have to cover like approximately 600 meters, which is... I don't think they'll be able to survive that long.
I think they can make it. I mean, Azim, all he has to do is just get to the safe zone as quickly as possible. And if he gets to the safe zone, then maybe they
Might
start
just
looking
be.
for healing utility and find a vehicle, move to the next zone. That should be the game plan right now for the players of Telugu Gods. But what will the lads of No Mercy do in a situation like this? I mean, they realize that, alright, we saw 2 players run. We picked off one. That means 1 man from the side of Telugu Gods is still somewhere around us. And that man can actually... Alright, he gets finished off. We just saw it in the feed. He's going to be taken care of. Telugu Gods, they're going to be down to their last 2 players. A tough situation to be in especially in the map of Miramar.
This fight was extremely dragged on forever. It was basically a full-blown web series to a point.
It was like an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Who's going to wipe out who? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Absolutely. I mean, just the moment when we felt that it's going to come to a conclusion, no. They are like, not right now, but it seems like Team Fuze, they are going aggressive at this point. And Team Hope, will they be able to resist? That is the question, Johnny.
I think it's not up to Hope at this point. With how Team Fuze are moving around, it's them deciding the tempo of the fight. It's them deciding who goes down where and when exactly that person is getting finished off. Look at them lining up the utility. Oh, Storm takes a lot of damage upon himself, but still managed to survive. And shots connecting through the window. Damage being exchanged, doesn't matter. Storm still falls. And Hope, they've lost another one. Ani is going to be dropped down to his knees as well. Last player left standing from the side of Team Hope. And Team Fuze, they are not looking to stop anytime soon. Still committing, still moving forward. Last player takes the duel, comes out on top, but not for long. The numbers advantage in the hands of Fuze plays a massive role in them securing 8 points already in this game. It's still stage 3.
Exactly, and they still retain all of their players. They've wiped out 2 squads, but elsewhere it seems like Force Strange. They are actually in the middle of a lot of hurt right now. BR Vintage, they've lost a player in the process.
If there was a clip ever to be created, drive-by fail or a run-over fail, that was it right there. He tried to finish off that play with a buggy. It did not work out too well for him.
No, none of these players are actually good drivers, to be honest.
Whoa, why are you targeting everyone at the same time? What happened? Oh, your name is Salty.
Yeah. And seems like BR Vintage, the last remaining player, Flash, is just going to run for his life, or rather drive for his life at this point. Drive to survive.
Quite literally, in fact.
Yeah.
That's the only option available to him. Stops in the middle, a pit stop to well, not to fuel up, but to bring his HP back up. But still, I mean, trouble in paradise will be there. He can be caught off guard. He can be hunted down. The other team now has the buggy of his team. So they have that option to work with. They can always use their vehicles to finish them off, kick them out of the game.
Oh, by the way, while all of these actions were happening, Team No Mercy actually got finished off in the backlines. But look at this, Blue 82 as well. They are now starting to exert their presence and starting to gain those points as well. Now, this is so interesting. Team Hope just got wiped off. Their most recent competition, Blue 82 and Team Hope, one team being eliminated, the other team just extending their point marker. I'm pretty excited about how this mid pack is starting to pan out, Johnny.
Well, exactly, and now especially from the side of Blue 82, it's quite interesting to see them step into this mid-game action, because normally we won't see them until like there's just 3 teams surviving. This is the first time we're seeing them take fights early, and it was against one of the few players from the side of Elf Esports, but Elf, they get distracted. Elf Clan charging upon the players of Fuze, and they are not able to deal with Fuze as well. Oh, they finally do, as Krishna just shows out of nowhere. I did not even see this man, but Xenon see him, and they take him down instantly. Elf down to their last player. It's Gohan. He was responsible for saving his team once yesterday. Can he save them again today?
The good thing is Elf Clan, all of their players are knocked out. Hopefully Xenon does not charge in against them. Hopefully they can still retain their numbers advantage. Every single player needs to be revived. But look at their Cybertron army. They've got a nice little vantage point.
Yeah.
And I think this is not rather the highest point inside the zone. The highest point, in fact, has been occupied by No Skills. But this position is also pretty good. Unless and until they get third-partied by a team like OR Esports, I'm pretty sure Cybertron will be in good position.
Well, yeah, they will be in a decent position to work with. Oh! Why did you say that, Salty? Why all
Because
of
I
a
wanted
sudden
to
were
see
you
a
after
fight.
Cybertron? I mean, Optimus is going to show up with his entire Autobots armada to basically to challenge you, just like OR Esports are here to challenge Cybertron. But Jelly is kind of in an awkward position now. Look at the radar. There's a team about to approach their position from the rear as well, and there was another squad down on the lower grounds as well. But Jelly still focused on the players of Cybertron. The nade is kind of off a little too much to the right. The second one also is going to fail to hit the marker, but that gives the opportunity for Cybertron to actually back off and reset from this fight.
I don't think they will be able to back off, because with another team being present in the back lines, they are in the middle of a sandwich situation right now.
Yeah.
And that is Elf Clan, of course. Elf Clan, one of the most aggressive teams inside the lobby. In spite of the fact that they have lost 2 players in the early stages of the game, I'm pretty sure that this team definitely packs a punch. But I'm actually surprised that OR Esports, in spite of the fact that they had such a good run last game, they did not start their carnage yet. Admino is still yet to get a couple of finishes.
It's still stage 4. It's they are getting warmed up. It's like a diesel engine. It takes time.
Then why do you call it a diesel engine? Maybe call it a coal engine.
Coal engine? I mean, diesel engines generate a lot of power. A lot more power, in fact. Just like Admino. I mean, we know once this man is all charged up, there's no stopping him. And I think his IGL falling right in front of him might actually do the trick. Because now it's just 2 players remaining from the side of OR. In fact, 3. Mac is in the backline, but it will be down to Max and Admino to take the charge of this fight, figure out a way to take down players of Cybertron and finish them off. Jelly, in fact, has been completely wiped out from this match, but Admino, massive mistake! Steps into the line of fire of Team Blue, and from the backlines is where he gets shot from, gets knocked out. Max tries to be the saving grace, and this is just not looking good for OR Esports. Well, this engine is not going anywhere at all from this fight.
Exactly. They were blindsided by Blue 82 in this situation. They did not expect this presence, but we saw this much earlier. We knew that this was going to happen sometime or the other. And as soon as Jelly fell, I felt like OR Esports and the entire fortress sort of crumbled down in front of our eyes. One team, of course, who sort of reacted well to the situation is going to be Cybertron. They're still having their 2 players, or at least 1 player in tandem, and they've got a couple of finish points out of this position. Mac will have a massive responsibility on his shoulders, because at least he needs to play for those placement points.
But while Mac is distracted by his own survival ante, all the other teams on that high ground are busy fighting it out. And it's going to be quite interesting to see which one of these teams actually does manage to survive, because whoever wins that high ground kerfuffle will have an advantage, because now all the other teams Look at the players of Team Blue. They're down in that lower ground. Mac as well is kind of just hiding behind that ridge. CK, they're going to be forced onto that low ground position as well, but it's CK. We know they'll figure out a way to survive for sure. But what about the other lads? Cybertron Army, they have a massive advantage, and finishing off that last player from the side of Elf does in fact give them, put them as the sole team that have control of this hill now.
Exactly. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I said Cybertron were the one who reacted to that situation brilliantly. They controlled Elf Clan, they controlled OR Esports, they also controlled Blue 82. And it seems like Blue 82, they've also lost a couple of players in the process. Now there's just one player who had to make that desperate rotation. It's extremely exciting how this team, in spite of all the adversity, they had so much information. I always talk about that virtual heat map which is inside their head, and it seems like Cybertron had that created. Now
if I was No Mercy, I would be scared right now. I would actually be scared right now. There's 4 players about to push in on their position, and they have nowhere left to go. Look at that. The first knock secured with the help of nade. Lone Wolf is going to be dropped, and Xavier, he's lining up the nade. Does not realize there's a man hiding in the bush, and well, Xavier just blows himself up. Who is he saving? The opposition?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. Why would you actually hold the pin of that nade for this long? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you pull out the pin for more than 5-6 seconds, this nade is going to blow up in your face, and that is exactly what happened. And now, Team No Skills at a massive disadvantage. Definitely justifying their name right now, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Living up to it. Living up to all the hype. But talking about the hype, I mean, Dracula, he's out in the sun. Not really a position he wants to be in, but let's see. No Mercy being shown No Mercy right now. The second time is the charm. This time he throws it perfectly, and Xavier has redeemed himself, ladies and gentlemen. Finally helping his teammates out. No Mercy pinned down in a corner in that dip. Team No Skill, they have lost one player who has been knocked out, but it's not going to matter. They still have the advantage in this fight. They can finish off the opposition. The Molotov was lobbed, and it forces Lone Wolf to take a few steps back. The revive being delayed should be enough time for No Skill to actually secure these finishes. They need to go on the other side of the ridge. It's lacking the confidence to finish off and, well, in fact, take the fight proactively.
Should not really be a difficult task for No Skills to actually finish them off. No Mercy Esports still trying to go in for the double team. I'm not really sure if that's going to work out. But for this team, it's panning out beautifully because now they have this high reach control which is barely inside the circle, and they have so much vantage point. Spray is going to come down. They can prone themselves up. They have 6x scopes to work with, and I'm pretty sure No Skills, they might rack up a lot of finishes from this point on. Everyone in front of their crosses. Everyone.
Oh, and so other players of CK just is going to try and spray down the opposition, but after connecting a few shots, fails completely, and CK, they make him pay for that attempt as well. Top 5 teams remaining. CK again in contention. Dracula, it was his turn to take the fight, to go for the spray down. Even he will not succeed. CK not allowing a single opposition to go or in fact take a step beyond that ridge. Just controlling their position, protecting themselves quite nicely, and it's all 4 players, one after the other, switching up positions to take the spray and put up pressure on the players of No Skill. But No Skill now have finally decided to switch focus, now focusing on the players of Xenon, and that is one fight that they can control and they can win, since they have the numbers advantage. It's a 4v2 situation in the favor of Team No Skill. They have 6 finishes already, and they are in the top 3 as well. This nade looks quite good, and it's going to be followed up by another one inside that smoke, but it does not connect as the players of Xenon quickly switch up their position. They have a thick wall to work with. Another one lined up by Just. Is this one going to do the trick? No, it's a bit too much to the right.
Yeah, I mean, Xenon, they can hold on for a while right now, at least up until the smoke lasts. But elsewhere, Dracula has actually been charged or tasked with keeping Team CK at bay, and he's doing such a good job. One player was knocked out, one was finished off as well. CK did enter the circle, did enter the final circle as an absolute alpha. They were keeping Team No Skills at bay. They were constantly putting in pressure at their high ground territories. But still, it seems like Dracula has sort of shifted the favor. Momentum is now with Team No Skills, and now they've got the man advantage as well. With Loki being taken down, one of their biggest sources of firepower is going to be missing for CK.
Yeah, I mean, the backup is already gone before they even needed it, and CK could be in a world of trouble, but they have something phenomenal going for them, and that is the fact that they are the only team inside the circle right now. The other 2 teams will have to eventually reveal themselves, take this fight, and that is not going to work out for anyone. Look at NoSkill as they run down the mountain. They are being gunned down in the open. Just the last player left standing, Karan, and he won't be standing for long. Gets finished off. CK looking to secure back-to-back chicken dinner. Just one last player standing in their way, and Zeus, even his position is compromised. He's hiding behind the bus. They know exactly where he is. The nade is going to be lobbed, and it will be perfect. Down to a sliver of HP. And ladies and gentlemen, just a formality, connecting a few shots. CK, back-to-back win on their last day of round 2. How impressive is that?
I'm not even sure if that's to be coded as impressive. This is amazing, to be honest. This team just showcased what an underdog potential is. They're undergods at this point for sure.
I'm pretty sure they've crossed 100 points already.
Yeah, they certainly have.
And they've one more game left.
They had possibly like double-digit finishes. They completely wiped off Team No Skills, as well as got a lot of finishes in that inside that last fight as well. Hopefully inside the final circle a few more, and I'm pretty sure they will be up that 10-point marker. Couple that up with the 15 points from the chicken dinner, 20 plus points.
And the only thing that made it all happen was the fact that the final zone was right on top of them. The other two teams were like, I believe, 20 meters away from the zone, and it was an open rotation, but it wasn't going to work out anyway. But let's see, I mean, what will this team do? They have one more map left, by the way.
One more map left, ladies and gentlemen, and this has been absolutely crazy so far. And we're going to find out what they're going to do on the map of Sanhok as well. But of course, a lot more number crunching will come at you on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पुरातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म माना दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023 Round 2, Day 4. And for the first time, we have seen an underdog team walk away with back-to-back chicken dinner, and now they stand a chance of creating history by securing a hat-trick, Necro. What do you think about that?
Hey, look, man, I don't know what's going on inside the Battlegrounds anymore. CK just lining up the skulls like it's nothing.
Yeah.
This team is making the map and into a graveyard. I don't understand what CK has had today for breakfast, but whatever they're doing so far inside the game, it's working out to perfection.
Exactly, and it's not even like it's fights from the start of the game to the end of the game. It's just like late game fights that they refuse to lose every single time. Just absolutely impressive. But this was, for me, I felt one of the most awkward situations that we witnessed in the early stages. No Mercy up against Telugu Gods.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on this fight?
I mean, to be honest, as you mentioned, one of the most awkward fights, and in general, a fight being elongated for too long, I'm not a huge fan of those, right?
Same.
Stretch moments, it gets a little bit too stale at certain point in time, and then you're just like, okay, we want this fight to break down, and then in the end, it just happened. At the end of the day, once again, just a scrappy fight. You don't exactly know which team might just come out on top, which team might just be able to sort of win that fight. So many question marks are over there. It just makes you anxious.
Also, do you have to say something to Team Fuze now, since you have been calling them confused since yesterday?
Look, Team Fuze, I think so from yesterday, they found that sort of a groove inside the game. So I'm happy for Team Fuze. They're not looking too confused inside the game anymore. They're doing a phenomenal job dealing out all the opponents so far inside the game. Elf Clan actually is one of those teams that have sort of dropped the ball a little bit.
True, actually true, because Elf, they got too greedy taking that fight against Team Fuze, and it was, I mean, it wasn't going to work out for either of these teams, because as we noticed later, the line of fire was quite clear to multiple teams surrounding those shacks, and no matter who ended up winning that Fuze versus Elf Clan fight was going down eventually. One of the most awkward and blundered up situations was actually by OR Esports in this one, I feel.
I think so. OR Esports, they're too much of a position-oriented team. Yeah, in the first game, they were getting so many elimination points. That's like one of the perfect things that you can ask for yourself. But then later on in the few moments that were upcoming, OR Esports, they just found themselves a little bit too much in the exposed ground. And also, I would say, a little bit of overconfidence to add on top of that.
Savior's Nate, I mean, he's going to be answering a lot of questions to his IGL today, I think, after his games are done. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? Are you not keeping an eye on that counter? Are you not counting yourself, like how long you've held the nade for? Because he went down, his team got delayed. They could have actually ended the fight against the players of No Mercy a little bit sooner.
I mean, look, man, it's not the first time we've seen these type of blunders inside the entire BGIS this time, right? We have seen these type of blunders happen a lot of the times in the past as well. If you remember, even in Grind, a couple of times we've seen the similar type of moments just happening. The nades just blowing up in the player's hands, and we're just sitting there wondering, how did he lose track of time?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of tough thing that my mind is not able to get over, because if you are somewhere downline participating inside a pro tournament, if you've made it inside the round 2 itself, you should be able to know that the nade time and how much time you needed to cook it.
You beat thousands, tens of thousands of teams to be here.
Yeah.
And in the competition itself, from round 1 to round 2, we talk about it, but think about the in-game qualifiers. I can't even fathom the amount of teams these guys had to take on just to make it this far in this tournament. And then imagine if, because of that blundered nade, you end up not qualifying for round 3, because that can actually happen to No Mercy. But we do have the MVP on our screens. It is going to be King from the side of CK, who was an absolute king inside of the game. 4 eliminations secured, and following him up will be Professor from the side of Cybertron Army.
I mean, CK, they're just showing perfection personified. I just love what CK are pulling off inside the game. I want to see a little bit more of that in the future lines too. But speaking about IC Professors, right? Cybertron Esports. Now, Cybertron Army, my bad. And they got 4 elimination points stacked up. What are your thoughts about Cybertron?
I actually quite enjoy their playstyle. This team is not too aggressive during the mid-game stages. They either take fights super early or they're going to play for the extreme late-game stages. And that has been working out quite nicely for Cybertron Army, and I think they will be quite decent in the overall ranking as well. I believe they're already in the top 7 with how they've been playing. But still, in that last game that they have remaining, I think they have to try and go for a top 3 finish. Along with them, there's Loki from the side of CK as well on that 5th position, and Loki was finished off super early in the game, by the way.
That is true. This time, the God of Mischief not being able to survive for that long inside the game. And then as we move on forward towards the match scoreboard, OR Esports not really having that good of a game. Same thing can be said for the side of Team Fuze as well. As I mentioned, for Elf Clan, from yesterday, it just feels like they've dropped the ball a little bit. They're not really able to keep that consistency flowing inside the games anymore. But Xenon Esports, a desperately needed game. Same thing can be said for No Skills.
Yeah, No Skills, they were able to walk away with a lot of points from this match. A top 3 finish with 7 eliminations to their name should be enough to push them up in the rankings. But the question is, do they have the safety cushion to work with now? Because it is just one more match remaining, the last map of Erangel. You will be back on your home ground, but what can you actually do without even knowing where you are in terms of the overall rankings?
Johnny, one more thing, right? I really need to mention BR Vintage over here. This is one of those teams that likes to slip under the radar. Even inside this game, they had like 7 or 9 points or something like that in the match scoreboard. Sort of in that mid-pack, they're doing a great job. I think so BR Vintage knows. The top 7's the goal. You do not really need to force things at all. As long as you position yourself inside the top 7, that's all that matters. Just be consistent.
I mean, it has been working out for BR Vintage since yesterday, but today hasn't really been their day. I mean, we aren't really seeing those top 3 consistent runs from BR Vintage. And that has actually gotten me quite worried about this team. Do you think they will be in the top 7 at the end of the day?
I think so. This last game is going to be dictating their fate. If they do get a decent positioning, decent eliminations, then no one's going to stop them from being inside the top 7 itself. But if in the final game they get eliminated early off, then things can definitely be a little bit problematic.
It's all down to this one game of Erangel. Who makes it through? Who will be left behind, ladies and gentlemen? And I hope you guys are prepared, because Necro, I believe you and I, we can't wait for the action to begin.
Exactly. The map of Sanhok, considering it's also one of the smallest maps out there inside the competitive pool, that means early fights will be happening as well. But which team do you think might just collide inside an early action? CK, I'm going to be betting my money onto this team, because CK, they're definitely feeling at the top of the world right now. Maybe they can just start going all in, just like how Godlike did.
And CK has been quite phenomenal, but I don't think they'll be able to pull off a godlike performance from yesterday, because that was something else. You need to have a lot of experience under your belt to be able to pull off those moves, and CK, as we know, it's one of these undergod teams. It's going to be a new phase that we're going to be witnessing moving forward in this tournament, because after this, they are for sure moving forward.
That is true. I mean, CK whatsoever, they're sort of showing that consistent spree. Even yesterday, they were quite consistent, right? They were just not able to get their hands on the chicken dinner. But today, they've sort of flipped things apart. Elf Clan, though, as I mentioned, it's one of those teams that I had a lot of expectations from. I wanted them to carry on that momentum. I wanted to see a little bit more of Elf Clan, but this time their performance has fallen short.
So we haven't seen all of these teams play Sanhok yet. This is the first Sanhok they're going to play in round 2. I mean, we did see a few of these names during the grind or during round 1, but this will be the first Sanhok they will go up against each other in. What are the chances if CK just drops and is the first team to be taken out? What if that happens?
It's still not going to affect their overall run anyway, so it's completely fine. Even if they do get taken out, I think so they're still going to make it inside the top 7. But one team that was not able to accumulate a lot of points, OR Esports, this team has been a point of concern for me. This team's overall performance inside the journey has been a big point of concern.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on that, because our expectations from OR were massive, considering up until now, every single known team that has showed up, they've done well for themselves. They've all tried to finish at the first position. If not that, they have made it to the podium. And OR is in that podium spot as of now. I believe they're still on that second position in the overall rankings. But that wasn't enough. OR is that legacy team in Indian esports that was responsible for putting Indian esports on the international stages, making the name for Indian esports team in BGMI on that international stage. And now this is not what we expect.
Hey, Johnny, you know what? I also want to know your prediction for the upcoming game, considering it's the last game for Group 24, and also the audience that are currently watching at their home. Make sure to give us your predictions in the YouTube chat. Which team do you think will be winning the upcoming game of Sanhok? Johnny, what about you, man?
CK. I was just hinting that to the audience as well. CK. Go for CK.
It's one of the most common picks that you can go for. They're on a tear right now. Yeah, I do understand you want them to win 3 games back-to-back, set a record. But listen, man, CK is It's too common. Anyone can predict that. I want you guys to be a little bit risky.
No mercy then.
No mercy. Okay, that's too risky, but I like that. You know, I like that.
What about you though? Now
over
it's
there.
your turn.
Team Fuze.
Team
Team Fuze. I'm gonna go with Fuze. I think so. They've definitely got a really good fusion inside the final game, and they should be set for perfection inside the game of Sanhok. It's the smaller map. Team Fuze, one of the big problems for them, it has been that rotation, man. It's been the rotation. So considering it's Sanhok, you do not really need to rotate that much. So.
And also, if team fights are not really going your way, just gather a lot of first aids, go for that heal battle. Talking about heal battle, we haven't really seen a lot of teams employ that heal battle strat in BGIS round 2 specifically. Round 1 it was quite common, but it hasn't happened yet in round 2.
That is true. It really hasn't happened inside round 2 just yet. And I think so one of the main reasons for that is because the unorthodox approach from a lot of the teams, right? You do not exactly know where to drop down, where to loot up, where to accumulate those meds from, because heal battle requires a lot of patience. Initially, you need to drop down somewhere isolated on the map, loot a lot for at least like the first 2 stages, and then once you're done looting, send the rest 3 players inside the circle, and then there's one guy who's all the way out in the blue just going for the med strat.
Yeah, 3 players just sacrifice their future inside of this particular map for one lad surviving till the end game stages for the greater good of the team, and that is how this strat works out. But in this particular match, last game for this group, it will be extremely intense for a lot of these teams. I mean, even for Team Fuze, because let's not forget, previous map, they walked away with those eliminations. They're starting to rack up points. And if they drop a 30 bomb in this game, I think that can actually bring them in the top 7. That can happen.
You know what? Now that speaking about the med strat, I'm just wondering, what is the highest amount of meds we've seen on one single guy so far?
I've seen I think I've seen 27.
Yeah, me too. That's the number that popped up in my mind. But then I also remember seeing 29 once. Maybe, you know, just to be a little bit overall, let's just say 32 in total. That just sounds pretty good because 32 teams will also be joining us inside the round 3 itself.
Oh, yes.
But speaking about the 32 number, here we go. The upcoming map of Sanhok's on the roll too. It's on the way as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Lakavi towards Hatin. Johnny, my friend, what do you think? How this one's looking like?
I mean, this one is actually an extremely short flight path, even for the map of Sanhok. So this can cause a lot of trouble for the teams if they like to head towards Shami, Nakam, or Tambang, that southwestern part of the map. And it will be extremely difficult, especially considering the closest drop spots will be Ruins and Painan. Teams do like to go over there. And if a team dropping in Ruins sees your parachutes drop out in the open, they have the options of picking up whatever weapon they can find, running towards you, and trying to at least pick off one individual from your side.
Let's see. I mean, right now, still it's the early phase, and I'm just waiting for some drop collisions to happen. And it does seem like, no, look at Docks. There's 2 teams dropping towards Dock, and I think so one of those teams is also Blue 82, and the other team is Cybertron Esports. One of the teams that you like, Johnny, Cybertron Esports, there's a chance they might be eliminated early from the game. Just saying, just putting it out there.
I don't think so. When have you seen Blue 82 take an early fight?
Never.
Exactly.
Exactly, though. But that also gives them an anonymous aura inside the games. You never know. Maybe they've got like a nuclear performance just awaiting for them to load up.
Waiting to blow up in the last game.
Yeah, just going to blow every one of their opponents on their faces. But 4 strangers on our screens for now. And we've got another team right above them. And unfortunately for 4 strangers, they're definitely in quite a strange position.
Necro, this is quite awkward for me. I don't know how to say this, but no one's in Paradise Resort or Boot Camp. Absolutely no one. Dude. There are drop clashes happening in Docks, but not in Paradise Resort.
The way you started that conversation, I legitimately thought that you were going to propose me or something. Like, it's quite awkward for me to say this, but I don't know how to say this. No, absolutely not. What are you talking about?
Wow, rejected on
4 strangers. They're going to kick things off on a fantastic note, Johnny. 1 elimination already wrapped up. Not exactly elimination, not the confirmation just yet, but at least a knockout to kick things off.
My heart's been eliminated right now.
That's good. Something needs to be eliminated inside the game over here, too. I like action anyways.
Alrighty, I mean, we do get to witness a lot of action in Sanhok, so we are in the right place, at least for this matchup. Let's see, 4 strangers. They have the opening for themselves, but they've given the opposition time to reset.
For the team that's right on top, though, I mean, they've got a really nice advantage, and it's also the players of Telugu Gods.
Yeah.
Which team do you think can actually have an advantage inside the fight? Of course, the high ground team will have an advantage, but I also like the positioning from 4 strangers. It does seem like they have that anonymous aura inside their positioning. Not every single person from Telugu God knows exactly where every single person from 4 strangers is.
And I also don't know how to say this. no way to sugarcoat it. Like Telugu gods, they have botched a lot of fights in their matches so far. And Force Rangers have in fact proven to be the better team on the overall rankings as well. So there is a high possibility Force Rangers actually walks away. But Telugu gods, look at them. They are prioritizing their safety. They don't want to be a part of this early game action. They want to fall back, and they're trying to cross the bridge, I believe. But even crossing the bridge, making it to the Camp Alpha Island, that opens up a whole different world of trouble for them. So they have to be extremely careful with how they approach the rest of the game.
Cybertron eyeing out on the opponents. Blue 82 this time. So let's see how Blue 82 can actually deal with this threat. Cybertron with the high ground, they should definitely have a lot of information accumulated inside this entire vicinity. But I just want to see the initial knockout. Is it going to hit the deck now or later? Because usually teams tend to wait for all the other teams inside the dock to move out, sort of thinking that all the areas are quite cleared out. And then as soon as the players are going to move out in the open, that's where the teams on the high ground, they tend to strike.
Imagine this, you're dropping in docks thinking, who will drop in docks? There's going to be absolutely no one. It's just us. But all of a sudden, you get taken down. And that is exactly what's happening to Blacks.
Yeah, that's how you play hide and seek, my friend. Surprise the person who's hiding, and the guy who surprises the guy who's seeking. And right now, it's the players of Fuze seeking that one guy who was trying to hide away from all the shots that were taken against him. Black X is going to be the one on the receiving lines. The man's out in the open, trying to bob and weave, dodge all the shots, but eventually he's way too softened up.
That's the God Nixon strat right there. Just step up on top of the bridge. Try to take down the opposition. They don't know where the shots are coming from. It's an absolute surprise, as you've been talking about it, but still, Blacks, they do manage to survive. They've just lost one player. They're still looking to fall back. And Team Fuze, they want to go for this hunt. They want to see if they can secure another point in the early game stages. All of a sudden, Team Fuze has gotten very aggressive in the last two games.
They indeed have. This is why I went for Team Fuze, Johnny. I know this team has got a nice mixture of everything in them.
He's just
got the anger. They've got the greed to get the points.
Yeah.
And right now, Infix, this man is just hiding behind this perfect cover that he's found. Let's see for how long he's actually going to be able to stay alive. His teammates need to back him up right now because the opponents, they've got him pinned down.
They have him pinned down. They have multiple options of taking him down as well. Blacks Esports, they need to regroup as quickly as possible, but they do see the opposition on the other side of the river. Shots being fired by Goku. None of them connecting, though.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Look at what Vrix is trying to do.
This is too much commitment for just 1 point.
No, Fuze knows there's the entire team in the front. If two guys were found from the same team, then there's a chance the four guys can also be in the front lines. And Fuze right now trying to create some off angles. Considering Infix is right there. At this point in time, Fuze should also have a little bit of sense of knowing that, okay, the backup should be somewhere close as well.
Yes.
So we need to be extra cautious.
Yeah, because they have given a lot of time to the opposition to regroup. And I think they do expect this as well. But as I mentioned, I mean,
oh, there we
is
go.
the only man on the other side of the shoreline, and he has secured the opening, Necro. Necro, why are you celebrating already? It's still the first fight.
Johnny, this is my pick right there. I knew Team Fuze was going to start fuming inside this game and just get a lot of elimination points racked up. They're going to have a fiery start of this game at Sanhok, and so far they're actually doing so as well. Another guy is actually softened up. He's not knocked out just yet. So the opponent team is already pressured so much. For them to recover from this entire spot is going to be next to impossible. Infix, he actually just screwed up massively, giving his position away like that. That's what the man was trying to do. Team Fuze, one of the guys, just drove in from the bridge lines, wanting someone to shoot at him. And as soon as the position was revealed, the entirety of the opponents, which is Black X, they're now screwed up massively. The last guy's right in front of Vrix. Let's see if he's going to find him or not.
Vrix is
hide
not.
And seek.
Yeah, now this is a game of hide and seek where the last player from the side of Blacks, Zion, is hiding. So you count to 10 and you move out to try and look for the person hiding, right?
Yeah.
You count?
No, they've already counted.
Oh.
That's.
But is it not? This is not fair, man. It's supposed to be like 4 people hiding, 1 guy looking for everyone. It's like 1 person hiding now.
Yeah, no, all the other have been caught though.
Reverse hide and seek.
Yeah, so all the other people have been already caught and sent back to the lobby where they deserve to be. And now, one last guy's left over, Zane. Let's see for how long Zane's going to be able to stay alive inside the entire vicinity, keep his position unknown for the opponents, and CYBERTRON Esports finally losing out on their patience. Johnny, this fight is going to brew up soon enough in front of us. Which team do you think is going to win?
I have no idea. I hope it's Cybertron. But the players of Black 82 are pretty good at hiding themselves. I mean, we have seen that. They always, Blue 82, sorry. They are very good at protecting their position in their early game stages, and they have done that time and time again. But let's see what's going to happen. Oh no! NecroCK is in the middle of a fight. And I believe they are taking on the players of no skill. And CK has lost 2 players already.
Yeah, exactly. CK, a team that you actually predicted to win. So I think Salty's passed his curse on over to you.
You got to stop hanging out with him now.
Yeah, man, you got to stop hanging out with him. It's just like the negativity sort of passing on over to you. So it's not really that good, man. And CK already starting to lose out on their man number. Cybertron, though, sort of winning this fight as well. But the return knock that comes into play from Blue 82 sort of, once again, just refills the hope inside this fight for them. Blue 82 trying their best to fight back. Shotgun's pulled out for the close. Hydra is pinned inside this entire little closet room. It's trying his best to fight back, though. But eventually, the opponents are doing a fantastic job just jiggling around the corners.
Oof. At least one of my predictions is working out. Cybertron Army winning the fight against Blue 82. But about CK, I also called it. I expected it that Sanhok was not really going to be their map. And simply, like, only one reason. They've done so well for themselves. They did not really even need to try on this particular game. Team Hope also being forced into an early exit. And Professor, he's trying his level best to take down Havoc. Not really working out, though.
Where is he going? Outside of the map?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
He's done.
He's like, all right, I'll see you guys on Miramar. He's just
This
on
is
it,
their
man.
last game. They're not going to play any more maps.
Yeah, man. Well, see you in public games, I guess.
See you in the classics.
Yeah,
on
well,
the ladder.
he's done. He's gonna be choking to his death soon enough. He needs to come out of the water to get a little bit of more breather and get his lungs filled up with air. But yeah, that's it. Well, there we go, Cybertron. They're going to be the one to seal the deal inside that fight and come out on top. But somewhere else on the map, we've got another fight brewing out. Team Brave, they find themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle against the entirety of Team Rough Nation.
So stage 2, and we've already lost 4 teams, and we might be seeing the 5th team get eliminated in this match as Brave, they push forward, and the first man to go down is from their side. The fight not really working out, or not off to a start that they wanted.
Exactly. Wussy2 in the clotheslines. He's fighting back, but his teammates are doing a fantastic job in providing that cover fire. Wussy has managed to close on up against the opponents, but still, Rough Nation, they were doing a fantastic job keeping the players of Team Brave off at bay. Both of the players softened up. Snoke now, he's way too low for comfort. One single nade being tossed from Rough Nation can actually put the Team Brave in a big state of discomfort. But for now, Team Brave are still alive, and that's all that matters. Rough Nation, though, still in this spot, in this vicinity. This is quite a tough one to deal with, but they're doing a great job. Not a lot of cover to play around with, just some rocks and trees, and this is what they're trying to dodge around and play around with. Gawk, he's way too low, needs to slip back inside the cover, but it does not matter. Team Brave, they eliminate the entirety of Rough Nation.
But no time to reset. Out of nowhere, Elf Clan, they show up with the high ground advantage as well. Team Brave, they were extremely brave in their fight against Rough Nation, but I think their time in this game has run out now. Whereon, look at him lining up the nades from the distance. He knows the opposition is hiding behind that rock. And even if one of them connects, it is all over. Look at that. So beautiful.
Brave is almost done. This nade too, tossed into perfection. Almost seems like it, but a little bit overshoot. Actually, it was a Molotov that just landed in front of the rock. So Sammy spots out the glimmer of the opponent, goes for the shots, and Sammy's somewhere down line. He knows that even he's starting to get wrapped up from the right lines. Team Brave, they were trying their best, but eventually, of course, Elf Clan third-partying this entire scenario, they are sort of in a big disadvantage.
Well, the disadvantage was bound to be there. You can't really reset after a fight instantly, but still, 2 players to work with for Team Brave, and we have seen those 2v4s happen. So it's not completely impossible for them to make it work. With Mighty pushing forward with a nade, does see the opposition, and right in his feet the nade goes.
Exactly, and Mighty knows now the last guy's right in front. He pulls out the range, of course, but yeah, that's it. I thought he was going to pull out some weapon that's going to help him in the close range, but
DBS,
no.
right?
This man just straight up goes in with the AR, and now OR Esports 2 chiming inside to fight. This is going to be an interesting one, considering Team No Skills 2 just coming out on top inside this. What's happening with OR Esports? Okay, I thought this fight would at least last for a while, but no Skills. They just eliminate them like it's nothing.
It's not what's happening to OR Esports. What happened to No Skill? They took down the top 2 teams on the overall leaderboard. No Skill took down CK first, and now OR was their next victim.
Listen, man, No Skills, they should change their name to a lot of skills.
Or at least some skills.
No, a lot of skills. That was a good fight taken by them.
Yeah, remember the fight on Miramar?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, just like how SRK says, it's a big city and small things do happen. You gotta ignore those. But you know what? Team Fuze in front of us. And speak about a big city. Right now, they're in quite a big of a compound. Let's see how they deal with this entire vicinity or situation that's being put up against them. Team Fuze against CYBERTRON. And the guy in the front, of course, knows that as soon as he peeks out a little bit, too, from that same angle, he will be eliminated by one guy who's just looking at that same direction. Smith-Jod waits out for the opportunity to strike, spots out the toes, went for the shots, but not able to find the connection just yet. Gets the confirmation done, though. Really nice angle found.
Yeah, through the gap between the shack and the cinder blocks underneath. But now, Team Fuze is still looking to secure a lot more finishes. I think Necro, the motivation that he might have dished out to this team yesterday, calling them confused again and again, was enough to ignite the fire in their hearts. They're playing phenomenally in this match. And, well, now I think the time might run out. Virex is the last player left standing. It's a 1v2 against Elf Clan.
He's done.
Done.
My God, this is
done.
one of the... It's a leap of faith that he took, but he shouldn't have taken that. That's the problem. Got eliminated. Team Fuze, I was about to say that they should change their name to from Team Fuze to Team Fume, but yeah, even they got evaporated in thin air.
They got confused again.
Yeah, they got confused again. The last guy was too confused, man. But have they made it inside top 7?
I don't think so. I don't think that 4 points from this match. And 3 games yesterday did not do well. We're going to see. I'm not really sure of what their Erangel run was like.
Both of our picks have been eliminated early. Okay.
Yeah.
Is CK still alive inside the game?
No, CK was the first team to get eliminated in this match.
Okay, so CK has been eliminated as well. Now even Team Fuze is being eliminated, Johnny. So I think so. You know what the problem is? It's just the English desk.
It's just us.
Yeah, it's just us. Let's just be honest. Sometimes you gotta accept the reality.
We just go cursing teams left and right.
Yeah. Now, what do you think? Which team will actually win?
Should we just say which team's going down next?
No. If you say that, then that team will win.
Elf Clan.
Okay, wow. You just don't like this team, huh?
I don't like elves. I was rooting for the humans in Lord of the Rings. I mean, they eventually end up becoming friends and fighting on the same side.
Yeah, exactly. I think so elves are supposed to be kind, no? I'm not sure. I'm not really the one who is dug deep into elves and stuff.
They weren't, like, nice in the first few books.
Okay. I mean, I guess everyone's got a good side and a bad side.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's up to you how you sort of shape your relationship with them. And right now, we've got the players of Elf Clan.
Quite a deep conversation all of a sudden.
Yeah, we've got the players of Elf Clan from the top just looking down on the peasants in the front. And the peasants are in the name of
That's that elf
Army.
attitude, calling other people peasants.
I mean, they're at the top.
Let's go. Cybertron Army, let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to be rooting for these boys now.
Let's see how things will pan out for them in the future, though, Johnny. You never know. Maybe it can pan out good. Maybe it can pan out bad.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, for now, they've also lost out on the man number, and Elf is the one who's got all the players alive.
Hey, but while we have been talking about Cybertron Army, the players from the side of Elf, we have completely forgotten about BR Vintage.
Exactly.
Who've protected all of their numbers and are in a phenomenal position in the zone. You see them in the distance. Well, they are holding the southern shoreline of Cave.
That's the crazy part. We had a conversation about them in the pregame segment, too, about the whole full-blown conversation about BR Vintage.
Yeah.
Are they going to make it inside the top 7 or not? And that's one of the best parts about BR Vintage. They like to play for the positioning, and they do a great job just slipping under the radar.
Right, I have a new favorite now, but I'm not going to say that they're going to win the game. Look at their position. BR Vintage, such a phenomenal spot to be in. And if Elf and Cybertron actually end up colliding, BR Vintage can actually walk in and secure all of those points for themselves.
They can, but there's a big can over there, right, Johnny?
Can of worms you would not want to open.
Yeah. And right now, Elf Clan, somewhere down line, sort of wanting to contest against the players of BR Vintage. This can be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. BR Vintage, they're in the lower grounds, but at least I like the position from Jin. That's a nice separation that's came into play.
Oh, Mighty spotted out. Few shots connect, but fight breaking out between these two, and it's being forced.
Oh my god, nice. Really good knockout taken from the side of Jin. Another man too, almost getting softened up. Jin, this guy's just a laser beam. Beaming down anyone that stands against him, and even his teammates are doing a fantastic job providing him that cover fire. Jin single-handedly has turned things around for his team.
All of a sudden, Elf down in numbers. There's two players, I believe two players remaining from the side of Elf, Gohan and Mighty, and BR Vintage. They're looking for more. They're looking for the opposition at this point. Mighty is being pushed upon, but BR Vintage, with the way they are moving, Necro, they are completely unaware about Gohan's position, and from the flank, Gohan can actually turn things around. Look at him secure the opening as Jin goes down.
Oh my god, tables being flipped against BR Vintage, and 3 players losing out on their life. 2 of them are still knocked out, but it's not going to matter whatsoever. Elf Clan, they're doing a fantastic job inside this fight. The repositioning that came into play. Gohan, that flank angle that was being created by this guy was definitely a table turner. And now Elf Clan, they do not exactly know where the players of BR Vintage are, and that's why Gohan thinks that there might just be someone behind the rock. But now eventually they know that, okay, they're back down once again behind this compound.
But it's not going to matter. BR Vintage will be down to their last surviving player. And it was a phenomenal job from this man. He waited and waited and waited patiently behind that rock. And in tandem along with his teammate Mighty, they stepped out. It was so beautiful to witness how they took that fight. It was a 2v4. It's down to a 2v1. And Elf Clan, they brought themselves back into this match in an impressive manner. What a phenomenal job by these two players. I like this team, man.
Genuinely thought Elf Clan could have been eliminated from this game.
Yeah.
Quite early. But a really good way to pull things back inside your court.
They go back to Cybertron Army. Leave them alone. Let them be. They're not doing anything.
Johnny, as soon as you say you have a new favorite.
Yeah.
Just saying, man. Just putting it out there. BR Vintage, this is what happens to them. Why? Why did you have to do that to them, man?
As you said, it's just us, Necro. But Team No Skill, they've shown a lot of skill in this game. Look at this nade.
Oh, nice. A really good one. That's going to be a massive opener. And now, considering that guy goes down too, Telugu Gods, once again, the Gods are about to crumble down. Will they be able to hold themselves back inside this fight or hold themselves safe inside this fight? Let's find out. No Skills constantly just taking shots against them. Mags are being unloaded in that direction.
Telugu Gods have lost 2 players right now. It's not just one, because you see Azim in the backlines was also knocked down. And we did see 2 players. Their position has been compromised. At least No Skill have seen Demon Whitey. They still don't know that Ishwar is there with him. So Ishwar can be used as a surprise element if No Skill forcefully advance to their position. And, well, to be fair, No Skill do not actually have a reason to push towards the players of Telugu Gods. They can just wait this whole fiasco out. Telugu Gods are outside the safe zone. 80 meters they have to travel. It's going to be an impossible task for them to pull off. But Zion, the last player from Black.
Nice!
Oh! What?
Nice! Just a quick pop shot on the chest to put that man to sleep. And a 1v2 as well to save the day for his team. 4 strangers eliminated from the game.
What do you call this?
I call him the one pump man. That's what he did inside the game.
With the DBS?
With the DBS.
The perfect weapon, actually. But again, the problem for Blacks, I mean, I'm surprised seeing them make it into the top 7. I did not think they were going to survive for this long inside the game, so kudos to him. But they will have to go for those finishes one way or the other. They can't really just keep on playing for placement unless they figure out a way to make it into the top 3, which can actually happen, because I forgot to see how many first aid did Zion have.
Yeah. Before now, we've got another fight
This is
potentially brewing up. All right, well, it's not even brewing up. It ended before it was even about to brew up. But, yeah, Cybertron Army now. Let's switch our focus onto this team. Professor moving out in the open. Every single team now, they will need to be out in the open, considering these terrains are so interesting. Look at Cybertron Army. At least they've got some edge to play around with, right? This is a really good position that they found themselves in, but the only issue is that there's not a lot of cover to play with. If you get shot at from the sidelines, you're completely screwed up.
Professor taking a lot of damage from the flank, and Elf Clan, let's not forget, they are still there in this matchup. They could cause a lot of trouble for these teams, especially the players from Cybertron Army. There has been a little bit of an exchange between them going on for the last 5 minutes.
This is what they were going for.
20 first aids.
This is what they were going for. The masterminds, huh? This is what we should call them.
We are vintage. Vintage strat.
Yeah. That's going to give them a vantage. Yeah, that was a good wordplay between those two commentators that used to be over here. Or that are still over here.
Who used to be.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we have just like given up on everything and just ascended into heaven
yeah.
at this point. Because it has been an awkward game of Sanhok. Every time we say, as you mentioned, every time we say the name of a team, they get finished off instantly within the next 2 minutes. Look at this, Elf Clan.
Yeah. At this point, there's probably going to be a poll to just get us out of here because we're just cursing every single team. But now we've got Elf Clan in front of us, jokes apart. This is where things are starting to get a little bit more serious and heated up. Even No Mercy is still inside the game, doing quite a fantastic job staying alive till the final few moments. No Mercy, they've definitely amped things up by quite a lot. They needed to desperately do so. Elf Clan a while ago, we see this team drop down to a 2-man squad. Still they're alive with only a 2-man squad, but now they need to face the brunt against the players of Cybertron Esports. 3 men in the front, a 2-with-3 scenario. Mighty is taking a lot of shots, but that's it. The shotgun to the face to seal the deal. Once again, one pump man strikes.
I said Elf Clan. They're out. Top 3. Here we go. No Mercy, they have the man advantage to work with. So that is that one thing that they have going for them. But Cybertron, the high ground advantage, can definitely prove quite beneficial in this endgame situation. The man advantage has been taken care of. Sovereign of Pal getting knocked out of nowhere. And if this nade from Professor connects, it is going to be just a brutal position for No Mercy to work with.
Yeah, 2 teams inside the circle. 1 player from other team, which is BR Vintage, outside the circle going for the med strat, and he's desperately crossing his fingers for that second spot inside the game, which will give him 12 points in total. At Cybertron Army, considering it's a 3-on-3 scenario, this can definitely be quite an interesting fight. Cybertron Army, they can have a chance to claim this high ground advantage inside the fight, but they're not just doing so.
All right, utility check. How much utility do both these teams have? Cybertron Army, Dominic has none. One of his teammates has just 1 smoke to work with, so they are running out of those nades and Molotov, which will actually be quite important in this final fight. You just lob a few nades on the other side, Molotov to take a little bit of map control, and you can, in fact, push the other team at a massive disadvantage. BR Vintage is out, Necro. So this fight will decide the winner of Sanhok, and Dominic trying to take the fight actually fails and gets knocked out.
Yeah, that bump to his face, the second one too. All it needs is a point-blank shot to your chest, and the DBS will just seal the deal. And now one last guy from the side of Cybertron, a 1-on-2 scenario. Even he pulls out the DBS, gets first knockout, might just get the second one, but no! UMP 45 to mow the lawns in the end, and also get that chicken dinner secured for No Mercy.
No Mercy showing no mercy to anyone in this game. What a phenomenal win, what a phenomenal chicken dinner. But the question is, was this too little too late?
Johnny, no one would have saw this coming. No Mercy? This was one of those teams that was struggling so much yesterday.
Yeah.
Even today, they were not able to showcase that well. But yeah, inside the previous game, though, in the game of Miramar, they definitely amped things up a little bit.
But to be fair, a lot of these teams who have been underperforming since yesterday did quite well for themselves. It wasn't just No Mercy, no skill. They had a lot of finishes. Fuze played so well in the early game situation, mid-game. They were winning those fights. So all of these teams realizing that this is their last game. And as I said before the match, you drop a 30 bomb, you are through. I think they also thought about it. They were trying their level best, but only one team can win the game.
Exactly. As I mentioned, only one team can win the game. And so far, the pattern has been like all the teams, on the second day, they start making that comeback. That's what the pattern's been looking like. Maybe inside the Group 23 as well. That's what the same storyline might just repeat.
But still, we have no idea who made it through, what the total point tally is going to be like. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that will be discussed and so much more, but after this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने
खत्म कर दो।
Man, Salty, you know what? Even the celebrities are starting to play this game, too.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think so we should also just pull out our phones, start playing over here right now. I'm just kidding. But you guys can definitely do so. You guys can sit back, relax on a couch, and pull out your phones. Play that BGMI beautifully, because make sure to play pure with Ranveer Singh, who is also the brand ambassador of this entire game. But getting back to the conversation once again, Salty, considering the previous game was quite fantastic.
Yeah.
Elf Clan had a lot of expectations, especially Johnny, but this man ended up cursing that team.
Yeah, to be honest, Elf Clan, they started performing, especially when I started rooting for this team. So, yeah, like I'm saying, this is the mantle being passed on, the curse has been passed on to you guys, and now you guys have started cursing. But ladies and gentlemen, highlights in front of our screens and action.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I don't know about the curse and all that stuff, but Johnny is definitely on his prime right now. He opted for CK, a team that got back-to-back chicken dinners, and then inside this game, CK was the first team to be eliminated. So I don't know what's going on with Johnny right there, dude. That's like one of the most powerful curses that I've seen so far.
To be honest, I'm not really sure, but Johnny was actually right on that regard. The fact that CK, they were already with so many points, they were just comfortably at the top #1 spot in terms of the overall standings. They were like, let's just play it easily. They might have just taken it a little more casual than they would have.
I mean, but still, who wouldn't like to stay on the top in the overall standings, right?
They would still be at the top. I mean, in spite of that bad performance on the map of Sanhok, but still.
Oh man, you just straight up just called it bad performance, huh? Maybe what, just unlucky? Unlucky performance, could have been a bit more kind, Salty.
See, my name is Salty for a reason.
Oh yeah, you're quite salty, huh?
Yeah.
Speaking about that salty nature, I want you to transfer it on over to OR. What just went wrong with OR Esports?
I'm not really sure, man. I mean, OR and the inconsistencies have been always hitting them bad. in spite of every single good performances. Look at this fight, right? They were just completely taken down by no skills, just dominated from all different angles. And one good game just does not really give them that consistency and the confidence back.
But I think so they should have been able to make it inside the top 7. That was the goal at the end of the day. As long as you're going to make it inside the top 7, be it barely making it or be it on the top. It's not like you're going to get something like a special prize pool if you're going to make it inside the top 7. So it doesn't matter. As long as you're just going to be placing yourself over there, it's all that matters.
Hey, I mean, we were having this conversation with Johnny as well. I feel like a team like Esports, whose familiar foes are already there in like round 3, they should be like making a statement that we are coming. For example, like GODLIKE, right? They are already setting a statement that this team is here for a comeback. So I felt like Esports should also do something of that similar sort. The first game was sort of representative of that. The next 2 games, not too much.
I mean, it's understandable what you're trying to say over here, but maybe Esports are just like, okay, we want to keep our game strats anonymous. We want to keep some secret strats secret. We do not want to reveal them just yet. Maybe inside the upcoming rounds. Round 3 is where they'll probably start revealing those strats, because top 32 teams from the grind, they will be joining us. So that means the competition will be a bit more fierce.
Yeah, competition will obviously be fierce. And you know what? Hiding trade secrets, this is like a very usual thing to do in the earlier rounds. You just want to like pass the cut, and then once the main action begins, that is where majority of the good plays or the big plays happen. But I'm also expecting similar performances. I mean, Admino with that 12 finisher game that he pulled off, something of similar sort I'm expecting in the second game as well. But speaking of finishes as well, this particular player actually got a lot of finishes on this map as well. We're talking the rebel of the match. Who is it going to be? Professor.
Oh wow, Professor from CYBERTRONS Army. 8 finish points accumulated from this guy. CYBERTRONS Army actually managed to kick things off on a fantastic note. They took a fight against Blue 82 Esports off the bat towards docks, managed to eliminate the entire team, and then moved on forward inside the game. And it seems like Professor was, of course, able to get a fair share amount of elimination points in his courts, in his account. But as we do move on forward towards the top 5 Ripples, or the top 5 players of the previous game, even Elf Clan's going to be there.
Yeah, Elf Clan, of course, they're always there, right, in the top 5. But of course, No Mercy Esports. Now, you've got to talk about this particular team, right? Of course, Debsjod, he has 5 finishes to his name. He's got a couple of friends as well who had decent number of finishes. But the fact that No Mercy Esports, they came back from that disastrous performance on the map of Miramar, it's still fine, right? They were able to manage a comeback. Will that be enough to make them inside the top 7? I'm not really sure.
Hey, look, man, a lot of question marks in general, but soon enough we'll be able to take a look at the overall standings as well, Salty. The wait will be over. But before that, let's move on forward and take a look at the match scoreboard of the previous game. This is where the ice will be broken up a little bit more. The top 3 in front of us, Elf Clan, CYBERTRON, and even No Mercy. Right underneath them is No Skills. BR Vintage, actually a consistent finish with 10 placement points. Unfortunately for them, I thought they could get this second place, but unfortunately they did not. 10 placement points and 2 elimination points racked up. In total, that's going to give them 12 points.
To be honest, I kind of like that BR Vintage and the heal strat was actually pretty good. I kind of felt like this was actually pretty good, but Cybertron Army as well as No Mercy Esports, good performances might actually change. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings, which is going to decide the fate of everyone, we have it here. CROSSKILL Esports, 107 points.
Oh, 107 points from that team, but CYBERTRONS Army not able to make it. Shy from 2 points, my friend, and even the positioning points were tied up. This is where CYBERTRONS Army are going to be so disappointed in their performance. No Skills, they barely toppled them over. Team Fuze too on the 6th spot. They make it inside the top 7. Team Fuze, I'm actually quite happy for this. Team 4 Strangers as well, finally able to situate themselves. Then BR Vintage, the consistency that they were showcasing works out.
Exactly, and BR Vintage, they don't really have a lot of finish points. Look at that. Just 18 finishes to work with, but 44 placement points. This team is like the personification of good placement inside the circles.
Exactly, but soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at the latter half of the board, the upsets inside this entire group, and there's quite a lot of teams that I'm not able to see over here, man. Even No Mercy could have been the one to actually step inside the top 7. No Mercy was the one who got the chicken dinner in the previous game. This is definitely a big shocker for all of us, but yeah, here we go. No Mercy, they're barely on the 9th spot with 38 points, also tied up with Blue 82.
Yeah, I mean, 38 points was just not enough to actually make the cut. They barely miss out on this one as well. Team Brave, as a matter of fact, this team went on a tear. Look at that stat. 26 finishes as well, but just 4 position points. 4 position points from 6 matches. Me and Johnny, we were shouting, we were yelling at the fact that this team knows how to do their gun game. This team knows how to play their 4v4 fights, but it's just those placement points where they lack, and it just shows.
Team Brave, I genuinely thought Team Brave could be one of those teams to make it inside the top 7. They definitely did have the caliber, but as you mentioned, the positioning play not really on the point, and maybe that's one of those aspects that played against them inside this game or this time. And that's why Team Brave, unfortunately, are not going to be the team that move in forward inside the round 3 of the BGIS. Definitely quite a lot of upsets, Salty. What are your thoughts on the upsets that you've seen so far?
To be honest, a lot of these good underdog teams are not going to be progressing forward. Now, I kind of expected this sort of group to be extremely intense, extremely exciting, and that is exactly what we saw. I mean, CYBERTRONS army just missing out by 2 points, it's going to hurt them quite a lot. I mean, imagine this, one of the biggest tournaments in their life, they are playing for that big 2 crore prize pool, of course, a shot at stardom, in fact, to be honest, but just 2 points between them and the finish line, of course, is going to hold them back. Once again, they'll have to start their journey next tournament.
Hey, but you know what? Enough talks about the previous group. I know it's time for us to move on. I know there's quite a lot of stuff that's made us sad, but it's time for us to move on now, because we know now the upcoming group chiming inside the left 3 games. Of course, kicking things off on the map of Vikendi will be Group 23.
Yeah.
Godlike back inside the action. This is where the excitement will be amped up once again.
Exactly, and I am just pumped, to be honest, because the performance which Godlike displayed yesterday, I mean, if similar sorts can happen on the map of Vikendi, I will be absolutely just blowing the microphone off, because the map on Sanhok, the way Godlike went on a tear, that's massive. That is like a tier 1 team properly showing their reign of supremacy. It's not just Team Godlike, we've got X-Park as well, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. Even EXORCIST, we saw a little bit of heroic moments from this team as well. Even War Gods is one of those teams that does not shy away from any fights. And then how can we forget this relationship between Team Zan and X-Park? All the time, these guys just collide against each other, and I think so. Somewhere down line, it's those X's that's being added on inside the names.
Hey, what do you mean by X's being added on? I mean, that can be perceived in multiple different ways, but for the broadcast, we'll just keep it to X-Park and Zan. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of that, it seems like X-Park, they have the advantage. It's 2-1 versus Team Zan Esports. I'm going to be willing to find out how Team Zan can actually make a comeback. But another scorecard, which is going to be more important, Godlike, they top the group with 81 points.
Yeah, there's a chance they can also move on forward and pretty much get 150 points in total.
150 is way too much, to be honest, but if they can continue
domination,
proper domination, sure, they can actually do that. But if they have to break records, I think the last record inside of BGIS has been somewhere about 132, 133 set up by Team Insane. So Team Godlike, they certainly have a shot at that. 50 points from 3 games. Do you think it's possible?
Yeah, definitely it's possible. For especially a Team Godlike who's on a tear, I think so. It is more than possible. They can easily make it happen. But you know, let's move on forward and take a look at the second page and which teams do I personally want to take a bounce back inside the top 7. Now, I want to see War Gods. I want to see Team Zan as well, just sort of making a leap. In general, all these teams, they really haven't got a fair chance to showcase themselves yesterday because Team Godlike was on a tear. I hope today they're going to get a chance to showcase, because from what I know is that Godlike is sort of weak on the map of Vikendi.
Yeah, they certainly are, right? And that might just hurt them, might hurt their momentum as well. But considering the fact that this team has such a mechanical superiority over the rest of the lobby, that map advantage should not really be a big factor. But of course, we have to ask the audience as well, who do you think is going to make a comeback inside the top 7? In my opinion, Necro, this entire group is extremely dicey right now. We just saw from the overall standings that the 7th spot has 20 points, and up until the 13th spot, there are teams who are right about the 10-12 point marker. Not a lot of difference. 8 points, just cover up in one game, possibly the map of Vikendi, take it away from Godlike, take it away from the big names, and you're back on track.
That is true. Look, man, for Godlike, them being eliminated early inside the game, it's going to be like a good festival for all the other teams inside the lobby. As soon as Godlike gets eliminated, all the other teams can sort of settle down.
Yeah.
They can go back to their peace, try and get some more points accumulated inside the elimination aspect of the game. But yesterday, I liked the switch-up that came into play from the side of X-Park. They let the players of Godlike just wipe out the entire field. They went inside the circle, inside the prime spot, held the high ground down, and Team X-Park knew that, okay, now no one's going to be able to steal the chicken dinner away from us anyway, so we can just sit back, relax, and wait for that chicken dinner to be served on the plate.
Exactly, and to be honest, they did not really have to work that hard as well. I mean, they were just constantly witnessing it on the finish feed that multiple teams are being just exploded by one team itself. they knew, I'm pretty sure they knew it was Team Godlike who is actually going on a tear, and they had the central part of the circle as well. As long as you hold the nice little positions, they don't really go for finishes. They don't have to as well. They were playing for the chicken dinner, and just like the conversation we are having as well, right? This team, Team X-Park, they don't want to set up a statement. Team Godlike might want to set up a statement for round 3. X-Park, they just want to make the cut.
That is true. For X-Park, they just want to stay inside the top 7,
Yeah.
sort of keep on moving on forward inside the grind itself, because as we know, round 3 is going to be much more fierce. So it's better if you're preparing yourself for the round 3 that is going to be upcoming. For Team Godlike, they're sort of just chilling back right now. They know that they've pretty much just made it inside the top 7. We can just go all guns blazing without any strategies whatsoever. Just turn off our brains. Just try and take down all the foes that you see in front of you.
You know what? Like, this is one of the groups where it seems like both Godlike and X-Park, who are like the top tier teams that we talk about, their firepower is unmatched, right? Even X-Park, to be honest, Aditya, as well as Sarangbi, Dreams, as well as Pukar, to be honest, all of these fraggers, individually, I personally would actually compare them to the likes of Jonathan S. Power. For sure, Jonathan S. Power, they've been, at the very top for a pretty long time, but these lads are also working pretty hard. They're hardworking players as well, and they've got the sharp shooting aspect. I want to see Team X-Park actually go on that run, try and charge and get those points up, maybe try and match up against Godlike.
Hey, look, man, I would say for X-Park, it's okay. Just sit back, relax. If one person's doing all the hard work, you should sit back, relax, and reap all the benefits from that, right? Because at the end of the day, no matter who is going to be taking a lot of fights, things will be sort of eased out on you anyways, because the competition is getting narrowed down for you inside the games. So all you need to do is sort of just filter out the fights that you want to take out the team that might be a potential threat for you in the future lines, and then just try and position yourself in a better spot inside the circle.
Speaking of positioning yourself in a better spot, I just got a cue from production that a big name, a big change is happening inside Team X-Park, and the fact that Mr. Scout is coming back in the lineup. What does that make you feel like?
That means Team X-Park is going to be a little bit more passive. Let's be honest. Scout is one of those guys that brings a little bit more calm aura inside the team. That wants the team to play a bit more on the position-oriented instead of going all guns blazing. So one thing is for sure, X-Park is now going to hold back their horses. They're going to play completely on the rotation basis, and that too super safe.
Absolutely. You know what? One duel that I'm actually waiting out for, that's going to be Jonathan versus Scout. Maybe inside the final circle when Godlike and X-Park actually go duke it out, take all horns out. I'm pretty sure that is something which entirety of the audience would love to watch as well. But it's not just about X-Park and Godlike, isn't it? A lot of these underdog teams, they've shown great potential. And I'm actually looking forward to a couple of these names, to be honest. And one of them will be EXORCIST Esports that you talked about.
EXORCIST Esports is, of course, sort of like a weird mix of passive and aggression, too. Sometimes they can move on forward, take a little bit of aggressive fight. Sometimes they can stay back, relax, take a little bit of chill pill inside the lobby and let all the other teams sort of duke it out against each other. It sort of depends on what position they've got. So far, they've been struggling to position themselves inside the circle, but hopefully today they're going to get things back inside their court rolling once again. Another team, though, Ninetale Esports can be a really good hot topic.
Ninetale Esports, for sure, right? I mean, majority of these teams, they are in the mid-pack, for sure. I mean, X-Park and Godlike, they've just taken the competition out of the picture. They're just at the tippity top. But I'm really excited to find out if there are going to be some underdog names like Ninetales, like EXORCIST, as well as another team, which is going to be Team GWL. They have been performing really well as well. So I'm hoping for these teams to actually get a chicken dinner, just boost their confidence to a level where round 3 even becomes more interesting.
Yeah, speak about things getting interesting. I've also heard that soon enough the game will be loading up on our screens. And as I mentioned, for Godlike, the map of Vikendi isn't really that strong. Maybe X-Park can have a chance to hammer down Godlike and also start things off on a fantastic note inside today's day. Maybe start things off with a chicken dinner. That can be definitely quite a good one. I know you're feeling cold because Vikendi's on the horizon.
Yeah, Vikendi is on the horizon. I'm feeling cold. But definitely, you pointed out correctly, the heat which is being built up with the rivalry between Godlike and X-Park might just be a factor which just changed the entire course of the game, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird takes it to the skies once again. Vikendi is live, Necro.
Exactly, and the plane flat path starting all the way from Padavosto, or at least behind Padavosto, towards the side of Movatra. So this is going to be quite an interesting one, right, Salty?
Yeah.
Considering the plane flat path is just splitting the map equally in the two halves, no team's going to have any type of struggles.
Yeah, to be honest, there's one thing which I always expect from the map of Vikendi, that is the slow starts, of course, the podcast hours that you like to refer to. I would love to see some early collisions. I would love to see some early drop collisions as well. But if the teams do land in nice spots and they have those compounds to work with, I'm pretty sure there would be no motivation for them to just move out and find those finishes. Maybe Godlike can change that picture for us.
Oh, wait, there's 3 teams moving together towards Trevno. This is going to be spiced up. Let's see how things will be looking like on that side, and I think so Team X Park as well. They're right in that same vicinity. There's a big chance. There's a chance a big fight might just be erupting up and soon enough in front of us, and even Team Introverts is right there.
Oh wait, Necro, look at this circle. This is just like yesterday. This is basically the same circle that we witnessed. And we know, as a matter of fact, that it ends somewhere on the left-hand side of Mount Kresnik. So I'm pretty sure if the circle does follow the same pattern, maybe they are going to end up in similar spots. They are going to find those same rotations as well.
The circle ends on Goroka, inside the city. Exactly on the top of Goroka. So this is going to be quite an interesting one. If the same type of ending does happen once again, then this will definitely be an interesting affair in general. But speak about Trevno, we've got Team X Park. And as I mentioned, around Team X Park, there's a decent amount of foes just surrounding them.
Decent number of foes. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Scout is in front of our screens right now. He's actually replaced Dreams, in fact, from the lineup. So it's basically right now Scout, Aditya, Sarang, as well as Pukar. Now this gets pretty interesting because Scout brings in that much experience. He also brings in a little more aggression when it actually comes in, especially when it comes into the firefights. But just like you mentioned, the calm and composed manner, the experience that he has, of course, will enable them to judge between the good fights and the bad fights and just stay away from the bad fights in the process.
Yeah, no, so Team X Park, they're definitely going to be really safe. I don't think so they're going to be challenging any other fight unless some other team's going to force a battle against them. Then Team X Park would be left with no option than to take that fight. So let's see how the future line's going to look like, because right now Team X Park, they're really close to Godlike. A little bit more steps on the northern side and Godlike can be the one to duke it out against X Park. So let's see how things will be looking like over there. Before now, we've got Team Zan on our screens. Inside, quite a good spot.
Hey man, I'm actually a little heartbroken at this point because I wanted the duo between Zan and X Park to just duke it out once again, but they are quite separated. It seems like fate has other plans for them.
Ninetales moving out from that spot. They do not really want anything to be done against the players of Zan. It's better to start things off a little bit slow, safe, and sound, and that's what the players of Ninetale Esports are going to opt out for. It's understandable too, right? Vikendi, considering the first 2 stages, you do not even need to move a muscle inside the game whatsoever. You can just find a centric spot for yourself, situate yourself down in that same spot, and then just chill, relax, drink a cup of coffee.
A cup of coffee is definitely important on this map, to be honest, because it does get pretty cold.
Speak about getting cold, I mean, we've got Godlike in front of us. Yesterday, this team was on a tear. Right now, just still the early game situations where they're trying to settle themselves down, gather as much loot as possible. Look at his power. He's got no utilities and no first aids.
As of now, they're just on a shopping spree. They have a big compound to actually loot around. So I'm pretty sure Team Godlike will be more or less safe and sound. They're just looking for whichever grocery they want to pick up. And I'm pretty sure they are going to be stacked by the end of it all. And it's just the first stage of the game so far.
Did you just say shopping spree?
Yeah, I like to call
They're getting all that stuff for free, man. They're looting it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you do tend to shop things for free. I mean, with so many offers and sales on the line, I'm pretty sure like there are multiple places where you can find stuff not for free but for fairly cheap.
That's what you call shopping, though. Over there, these guys are not paying anything. I mean, if something's given to me for free, I would loot it.
They're paying the price with their lives.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they're dropping down. It's dangerous inside the battlegrounds.
You can say they're trying to shop for the chicken dinner, and that's what they're paying their life for. That's what makes a little bit more sense. But speaking about the game for now, though, we've got Deus Esports, one of those teams, actually, that had quite a good kickstart.
Let's just find out. You know, I want to figure out which team actually finds the central compound or the early rotation towards Goroka as well as Mount Kresnik, just like you pointed out. I think those are the 2 locations where the circle will have the highest chances. And we know, as a matter of fact, the circle shift on the map of Vikendi is mostly central, so nothing really surprising over there. It's just those early rotations which is going to be extremely important for the team.
Speaking about the early rotations, we've got the players at GWL on our screens, and Even they're starting to move away. As I mentioned, for every single team right now, the main goal is going to be just try and close on to the centric spot as much as possible and just situate yourself in that spot.
You know, GWL, they had a decent run yesterday. I love one thing for sure about this team is their team communication and this team synergy. The way they form themselves, basically the formation in their 4v4 fights is absolutely brilliant. And they have confidence in their lineup. When they engage in a particular fight, there is no hesitation. Every single player is in tandem with the other. And they're moving in a particular sync. They're moving in rhythm. And that is something which is extremely important.
Yeah.
Team GWL, if they carry forward that momentum, I'm pretty sure they're going to be pretty successful. But to be successful, you've always have to garner those points, which starts from the map of Vikendi.
I mean, look, man, another team that has been looking decently promising has to be Wargods. Yesterday, they were showcasing quite a decent amount of promises, so I just want to see how that's going to be carried on forward. Yeah, it's understandable for Wargods. The runs really hasn't been that smooth, but maybe today's day, this is where they can start amping things up, because so far the meta's been like that. On day 2, it's sort of like the day of comebacks.
Yeah, man. I mean, to be honest, Wargods, they've been inconsistent, to say the very least. You know, they've tried to show up good performances. At times, they even look like they can match Godlike. They can actually engage against them in a 4v4 battle. But then at times, they just fall apart. And I'm not really sure what is going wrong for them. I'm not even sure if you know what is going wrong for this team as well. But hoping that they can fix these things.
No, one thing is for sure, they've got really nice firepower. That they pack a punch.
Their name is Wargods.
Yeah. But let's hope, man. Maybe in the future lines, Wargod can definitely start getting things a little bit together. They can figure out what the problems are, or they've already figured out what the problems were and sort of patched up all the holes in their strategy. But speak about patching up all the holes, we've got another team in front of us, F2B Girls. What are your thoughts about this team?
You know, good performances from them right from the beginning. But one thing is for certain, right? They are pretty close to that 7th spot on the overall standings.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you smirking at me, Necro?
Not smirking at you, man. I mean, F2B Girls, in general, they have been playing quite nice so far inside the lobby. There has been a couple of games where they have been looking promising as well. So I just want to see a little bit more. I cannot really make like a confirmed statement about this team whatsoever. Like, I cannot say that this team is actually solid or not. I just need to see a little bit more of them to sort of know how they are actually going to be performing inside the future line. And the map of Vikendi has to be the start.
Yeah. You disguise your opinion in such sweet words, of course. But to be honest, you know, in my opinion as well, Team F2B Girls, they've been decent, to say the very least. They're very close to that threshold of making it to round 3, just like we discussed in the pre-game segment as well, the overall standings, right? They're right at the 10th spot, barely a couple of points, which just detaches themselves from the top 7. If they can push a little bit harder, maybe they will be able to get inside. But their aggression or their firepower in terms of their basic gunplay has been a little bit of a limiting factor for them.
That is true, yeah. They're not really relying heavily on those mechanics, right?
Yeah.
And they're not really an aggressive team, too, inside the lobby. They like to take their time inside the games, sort of start things off a little bit slow, and then work their way up towards the top.
Yeah. What is happening, man? First shot being fired after such a long time, and thankfully, this silence has been broken. It seems like youngsters esports, they strike as soon as they get an opportunity, and the first finish has been found.
Youngster Esports, a nice way to kick things off inside the fight, and considering one of the eliminations are already being racked up by them, Ninetail Esports, not a way to start things off. Even Team Zan actually lost out on one of their players a while ago. This is not a great start for Team Zan. We were having a conversation about this team, and Team Zan a little bit hurt inside this game.
To be honest, Team Zan, for them, every single game has been like this. They either face X-Spark or face somebody else, and they just keep on losing players in the initial stages, which just goes on to hurt them in the ending stages. But this has been like one of the most passive Vikendi that we've seen so far. Not one of the most, possibly it's just the usual passiveness of this map, which, I mean, I had a lot of hopes on Godlike, to be honest, to kind of change that trend. You know, I just wanted them to just go on a route, just try and hunt down teams, just ram in with the vehicles and try and clean them up one by one. But sadly, they're even thinking that the cold weather must have gotten to them as well.
Listen, man, to be like Godlike, you need to be Godlike.
That statement was so lame.
Listen, it's not lame. Godlike is an organization. As I said, if you want to be like Godlike, you need to be Godlike.
Okay.
And by that, I mean the Godlike performance.
Godlike. Okay.
This is where you do not understand, man. Look, I understand you're quite young, but still, it was a phrase that you should have understood.
Wait a second. You're basically the same age as me.
Yeah.
Right? Do not flex your age on me, all right? You must have had a beard, but it does not make you any more experienced.
Definitely makes me a little bit more mature, though. That's for sure. From what I've heard, guys with beard are a little bit more mature compared. Okay, I'm just soon enough. The next circle shift's gonna be on the way. Too salty. Let's focus on the game, yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, there is something which I'm focusing on right now. Mr. Johnny is just flexing his beard right from the back line. This man is just, caressing the fact that he's got a nice stubble on him as well. I just hope that I actually grow a few as well. Maybe.
A few? What do you mean a few, bro? What? Just a few hair on your face? That's it? You're going to be satisfied with that? Imagine like 4 faces on your chin. 4 hair on your chin. Just growing up. Individually. Feels so weird, huh?
At this point, it's self-depreciating humor, but I like the fact that you said that it is infertile land.
Okay, focusing back inside the game. 16 teams still alive, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't really seen a lot of things happen inside the game whatsoever. Only 2 players have been eliminated so far, and that's going to dial down the overall number to 62. 62 players remaining. Team X Park, as I mentioned, we're not going to see any aggressive start from their side. Even the same thing is going to be set for the likes of Godlike because, once again, it's the map of Vikendi. Why do you need to be extra aggressive when it's not even needed?
Yeah, I mean, the circuit shifts are just almost next to null, to be honest. I mean, the teams are going to be comfortable. They've got the real estate that they want. Team Godlike also, I mean, they've got a central part of the map as well, so even they have no extra motivation to move out. I kind of felt like if this team was actually fighting for that record or the top spot in terms of the overall standings, then maybe they could have gone in a little more aggressive. But I think it's the first game of the day. They also don't want any early game jitters, and that's one of the reasons why they are going for a default start.
And I like that, honestly. For now, we've got RIOT Esports on our screens. One of those teams, even this team actually yesterday, it's understandable their name is quite nice, but they're not really able to live up to their name.
I mean, I expect this team to be disruptive, but they haven't really been so far. They play according to the trend, and that does not really work out for them. I'm not even sure. We haven't seen much of this team, to be honest. Majority of the screen time has been on the rest of the lobby, of course, and RIOT Esports, in terms of the stats as well, they haven't really done something which is absolutely brilliant. So I'm just hoping that this team just comes up maybe with a good performance here and there. And you know, as a matter of fact, that the threshold is just 20 points. You need one good game and you're back on track.
That is true. But you know what, audience that are currently watching us from the home itself, let us know which team do you guys think will be winning this upcoming game. I think so. That's definitely an interesting question for all the people because considering it's the first game for Group 23, this can be an interesting question.
I think it should be an obvious answer for the audience, you know. I think, yeah, they have their fan favorite. There are very core X-Park fans as well, so I'm pretty sure they are going to be trying to, you know, battle it out.
Understandable.
There might be a lot of debates going on happening that they're going to say, nah, this is our favorite map. You know, for Godlike, this is their weak map, so they're not going to get a chicken dinner. So we'll find out, of course. We'll find out as the circle once again shrinks, forcing the players more inside towards it. And it seems like Mount Kresnik and Goroka once again are going to be the central parts of it.
That is true. And taking a look at the map once again, even NV, no value, a team that you like, on the southern side of the map, starting to make that rotation inside. And finally, as I mentioned, as soon as the stage 3 of the game hits up, this is where things will be a little bit unsettled. You even see the players of Godlike just getting inside their vehicle, trying to make it inside the central spot, inside the circle. This is where things are definitely going to be amped up and spiced up a little bit more. Team X Park gaining a bit of an information against the opponents. Pukar and Aditya are the 2 guys in the front line scouting out a lot of information.
You know, at this point, it feels like X-Park and Godlike, they're basically resonating with each other. They are on the same rotation path. They are coming down to the same point of the map as well. And it seems like some shots are being fired, but thankfully Pukar has Aditya alongside him as well. Look at this. Scout takes on the Honest on himself and sprays down Neo. Not a lot of damage being dealt, but it's still start of an early skirmish. I would want to see this fight break out, but at least not now, Necro. I want to see this happening inside the final circle.
Oh, shots taken, spray, magazine unloaded from Jonathan. He was able to find a couple of connections. Aditya, though, manages to move back to cover once again. The entirety of Team X Park now, they're going to be a massive state of discomfort. Scattered across the board for now. Team Godlike in front of us. Considering they've got the high ground inside the final few moments of the game towards Mount Kresnik. This circle is actually centering on up towards Mount Kresnik. This is going to be a nice one.
This is going to be a nice one. I mean, I told you, Mount Kresnik. That's what my prediction was, of course, but it might actually shift towards Goroka. I'm still waiting for that major hard shift. On the map of Vikendi, you get at least one hard shift in the final moments of the circle, of course. So that might be a potential chance. It might actually move towards Villa as well. You never really know. The hard shift can be anywhere, and that is one of the reasons why I think majority of the teams are at bay at this point. They have their own vehicles. They have their own exit strategies. Rotation is going to be extremely important. But, you know, Necro, one good thing about this initial peaceful thing about the map of Vikendi is that the ending circles are extremely chaotic. And who doesn't like chaos?
Exactly. We all love chaos, huh? Ninetale Esports in front of us. Notorious in the back lines. And considering these guys are moving together too, they're a little bit too exposed. I'm not a huge fan of the rotation they're trying to make. But if they do collide against a team, then things can definitely be a little bit of disadvantages for them.
Yeah.
And speak of Team Godlike, as I mentioned, they were on the high ground, but there's a team right above them. This is not a good sign for Godlike. As soon as you see, as soon as the Godlike knows the fact that there's a team above them, they're starting to move, starting to make some moves on the board, and they desperately need to do so.
Interesting, to be honest, because it seems like Team INT, they are sort of falling back, are they? Because Godlike, they are looking to actually capture this compound. They're still looking for more information as they progress towards the absolute center of the map. At least that is what it feels like. They've got this nice little double house near Mount Kresnik for themselves. But you mentioned that point correctly. INT Esports can really be a thorn in their existence, at least over there. But look at this, though. RIOT Esports, they're the ones who have got the compound control, but they are being challenged. And it seems like this piece of real estate, it has got potential buyers.
I mean, Introverts, they had the high ground. Before now, potential fight brewing up in front of us. EXORCIST wanting to challenge a fight against the foes. That's in the front. It's Team Zan. Considering they're going to be on the receiving line. It's not exactly Team Zan. It's going to be the players of RIOT Esports. A really good opening found by EXORCIST. A great way to kick things off inside the fight. Second nade's tossed in the second floor. But Team RIOT Esports, they're trying their best to sort of hold things together inside this fight.
I'm actually a little concerned because EXORCIST Esports have lost a player in the process. And that player who was knocked out, he's completely out in the open. A lot of smokes need to be deployed, but EXORCIST Esports, their priority is to try and infiltrate. Shots being dealt and Beast AB goes down, Necro.
This is not a good start. This is not a good opening for EXORCIST. Two players, two angles to take care at the same time. And EXORCIST, they lose out on the man number out and over. And now the table has been flipped against them. They started things off with an advantage inside the fight, but eventually they lost out on the patience because RIOT Esports, they did a fantastic job in defending that compound.
This was a panic situation for them. They did not plan this movement. It was a rush. And this was extremely disoriented. They had no planning whatsoever. Just one person, just one player from EXORCIST just pushes up. And of course, he just gets raided from multiple players. RIOT Esports, such a good hold inside that compound. And now they retain every single player, get 4 finishes. They just are well set for the next rotation, Necro.
Exactly. Great way to kick things off with 4 finishes already underneath your belt. And now another name in front of us, Nexus.
Yeah.
This team yesterday, they started things off on a fantastic note, but today as well, will the same storyline repeat for them? That's what we're here to find out. Utilities just traded from both the sides. Crazy Gaming, TeamVIP, not in that much of a good spot. And Nexus Gaming definitely looking to find this opening. They know Crazy Gaming's the only man in the front lines for now. As soon as they deal with this guy, things will be softened up, eased on up a little bit more. But even from the back lines, War Gods starting to close on up. They want a little bit of piece of this pie.
It's not just War Gods. I love what Nexus is doing so far. But the 2 players from the back line, just like you mentioned, they need to come up. They need to do this fight as well. Because otherwise, it's a massive man advantage for the other team.
Oh,
Nexus.
You mentioned you like what Nexus is doing, but right next to those two players to Nexus, there's War Gods. This is not a good position to be in. They can be third-partied over here. So Nexus, they need to at least try and find themselves in the same vicinity or the same compound. And right now, Nexus, as they've managed to breach inside this entire court, they're also finding a couple of openings. This is a great way to kick things off inside the fight. But now, Team VIP, they're left with a man disadvantage inside the fight. Nexus Esports, the DBS in the close lines is doing a lot of damage.
Nice.
What a good shot from Soldier. Shuts down another man, puts him back to sleep. But Nexus Esports, they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. And this is where VIP, they might just clutch things back.
I just don't understand. They had such a good positioning with the two players from Nexus Esports. Where are you? Why weren't you in this fight? And why did the two players charge it inside this compound, infiltrate? It just absolutely makes no sense, Necro. I mean, I did mention that I like what they were doing. The positioning was perfect. They could have encapsulated them from two different directions. War Gods were present, but it seems like Nexus, Maxima as well as Spy, they're just pinned down in that position in the backlines. They did not even care to come down and help their teammates.
The split, if you think about it as a tactical perspective, was good.
Yeah.
But then if you think about what exactly is going on the map,
The
it's not good.
execution.
No, it's not about the execution. The reason why that split came into play in the first place is because War Gods is pinning them down.
Yeah.
And that's why those two players were sort of separated out. But if you think about it tactically, that was a good positioning. But as I mentioned, just the positioning was good. But at the end of the day, things really did not pan out the way we wanted to.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Nexus Gaming, things just sort of crumbled down for them. But for now, we've got a couple of more teams in front of us. Chiming inside a fight, GWL, a team that you were rooting out for, this time against the players of F2B Girls. Princey in the close lines, and even Lova is over there right next to them. And Princey now is trying her best to sort of keep things together for the entire team, and she's also in the front lines.
The 4 Sentinels involving into this fight just makes things even more complicated for F2B Girls. It seems like they have to handle 2 different teams at once, and now problems are just compounded. From the backlines, of course, GWL are doing a good job. Princey has been knocked out. Roxy was almost down as well. But F2B, the smokes that they have laid out, that is going to buy them a little more time. Nick will be taken down with that beautiful nade, and now Team Xbox, they're here to capitalize.
F2B, too many angles to take care from, too many teams as well inside the vicinity. They don't exactly know who to prioritize. The target prioritization isn't really that good from F2B, and that's why another man loses out on the lifeline. Lava goes down as well, but Team Xbox from the back lines, they've done a fantastic job in capitalizing and pressing on the charges perfectly. One of the men from X-Park went down a while ago, but the resurrection's not going to be that tough. Even Scout's taking a lot of damage because of the blue.
Yeah, for sure, right? And he's bleeding out right now. He's going to get knocked out by the play zone. This is not good news. X-Park, once again, another player just goes down. It seems like they're constantly under pressure. But hopefully they will be able to come out of it. It seems like the nades are doing a lot of good job for them. Constantly trying to push up. This natural ridge will provide them a little bit of cover fire. But the fact that they need to push up and finish off this entire fight quickly is important for them.
X-Park, they're playing a little bit too held back. I do not like this. They should take the opportunity of what exactly is going on around them. They should push on up, and finally they're making that happen. The push happens. Sarang is going to be the one to push up close and personal, and even the last man gets dealt with. A blow to their face to seal the deal and put him down in the coffin. And now Team X-Park, they're going to be the one to rule the entirety of that left side of the circle.
Yeah, of course, the western line of the circle, it's completely empty. But there might be Team INT in the back line just waiting for X-Park. They also have to take care of 4 Sentinels. 2 players from them are still surviving. They're still trying to make their entry. And it seems like one of their players has been taken down. Sparrow is the one who's still on his knees. So 4 Sentinels, they're waiting for X-Park to pop out. As soon as they do, I'm pretty sure shots are going to be fired.
4 Sentinels in front of us. Considering now another team starting to pull on up against them, it's the players of Nexus wanting to chime inside the party, but they instantly get extinguished. They get evaporated into thin air. Nexus, what was that move from them? I'm just confused.
I'm confused as well. 4 Sentinels just blew up the vehicle, and that just resulted in the elimination of 2 players. I have absolutely no clue, but this is when Team Xbox, they actually push up, and Deadeye, he has a massive job in hand.
And he's going to be eliminated from the game without any issues, without any trouble. Team X-Park, they're going to have a smooth sailing inside the late game scenarios. Just breaching inside the final few moments of the game. Right underneath, there's another team in the name of Untitled Esports. They need to be aware about them as well. And that's why Team Xpark, they've got really a nice high ground to play with. But another team that's going to be the challenger inside this fight has to be Team GODLIKE. As Power found, pulls out the DBS for the close. Pukar wanting to push up close and personal. And Zegod's going to be the man in the front. He's softened up a bit too much. Zegod's barely alive on a sliver of HP. And one single bullet, one single cut from that bullet should just take Zegod down.
I can't even see that HP on that man. The bar was almost not there. But Jonathan, of course, from the backlines will try and provide some sort of cover fire. Team number 7, Team Introverts, will still try and cause some disturbances, maybe involve a third party into the picture. But this was the team, this was the fight we were waiting for. GODLIKE versus Xpark, and it is in front of our eyes. GODLIKE, of course, they've taken a massive hit. 2 players are the ones who are still alive. Neo and Jonathan, do you think they will be able to bring this back?
I'm not sure, man, but right behind the players of GODLIKE is also War Gods. And right now, War Gods, they're just keeping their position anonymous. They're keeping themselves pinned. Not chiming inside any of their fights. They're letting the nature take its roll. They're letting the things just roll out on its own. So let's see how GODLIKE can position themselves in a better way inside this fight. Team Xpark, they've backed down to that position that they had previously against Team GODLIKE. So at least for now, for GODLIKE, things are going to be a little bit laid back.
It is going to be laid back for sure. But War Gods, just being there in that picture. Of course, GODLIKE will have to always be aware of their backlines because they never really know when the shots are going to come across them. Apart from that, you have Team INT as well. They're just looking to try and strike when the iron is hot. It seems like GODLIKE, they have been supported by the circle yet again. But with the manpower that Xpark has,
yeah,
I think they will be able to breach forward. This terrain is very rough, Necro. I'm pretty sure that is going to play a part in this fight.
I told you, this is where things are going to be spiced up as soon as I saw that Mount Kresnik circle.
Yeah.
This entire terrain inside this vicinity is just really interesting. It's weird. And teams really need to take up this challenge with their chins up. So let's see how GODLIKE, they're going to be the one to face this one this time. Because even from the back lines, there's the players of Introverts just forcing themselves against him. And from the right side, from the sidelines, is Team Xpark. GODLIKE right now, they're in a really tricky spot. And they're also surrounded by a lot of foes. They need to fight back. They need to find at least one single opening frag that can sort of give them a big sigh of relief.
You know, one good thing about GODLIKE is that they found that revive on Zegod. Now, at least they are a 3-man team. This trio, they know how to bring back game for sure. S-Power and his firepower is definitely going to be missed. But that initial bit of silence which we got to see from that final circle actually helped them pull this off. Nades, of course, will be tossed in at multiple directions, but it seems like Team Xpark, they're having some trouble to try and get inside the circle.
Oh, nice!
It's completely out in the open.
One guy from Deus gets knocked out. Jonathan, nice game sense coming into play. Good map awareness. And now, still the players of Introvert, they're being a big concern for the entirety of GODLIKE. They need to take care of the backlines. And Neo loses out on his life, gets knocked out against Team Xpark, and now Team Xpark starting to close on up. This is where Xpark, they've got all the advantage they can ask for. Zegod Neo claimed. It's all down to Jonathan. A 1v4 situation loading up. Will he be able to clutch it?
God!
Nade finds the opening, but eventually he gets shut down and put to sleep.
Once again, Jonathan just tossed with too much. He was asked too much in that case. An entire team, an entire army of Team Xpark, they're charging on to Team GODLIKE. They were completely wiped off in a flash. That was it. GODLIKE for them, this game wasn't really the best in terms of their approaches, but it seems like Xpark will now reign supreme over the entire team.
Oh my god, Zoro!
They find the backlines.
He could have had the striking advantage, but he unfortunately gave it away. Team Xpark, that man turned around in the nick of time and also shut down the last guy from Introverts, even GODLIKE a while ago. Jonathan could have stand a chance inside that fight, but unfortunately the DBS, that one pump, that's all it takes in the point-blank range. And Team Xpark, with 16 elimination points wrapped up so far, they've been doing a phenomenal job in keeping themselves alive, and also all the 4 players up inside the game. Final few teams, and also the final few teams is going to be involving War Gods in it. And so far, War Gods, they've been trying their best to keep their position anonymous, but finally they will need to fight against the foes.
Exactly, and Team Xpark, of course, even if there are any teams or any players in the backline just waiting, they will go and hunt them down because that is the sort of momentum they're in. Nades being tossed in, they still want that advantage, though. They're paying respect to the opposition in spite of the fact that this team is an absolute chase.
War Gods, they need to break the silence. Wall of Death closing in from the back lines, and now even X-Spark from the front. Technically, it's Death approaching from both the sides. How can you deal with this? War Gods, they're so low. Even the guy who managed to make the run for the safety, even he's way too low inside the house. And Team X-Spark, this is going to be a natural pounce. This is going to be an easy pounce for them.
My God.
Another man gets taken down. Team X-Spark is over here like the demons, devouring every single one. That's going to stand against them. And the last guy from War Gods, even he gets eaten alive. Team X-Spark on an absolute roll inside the first game of Vikendi.
You know what? The funny thing about this game was Team X-Spark, they had just one approach, especially inside those final circles. I mean, once they found their rhythm, it was all about those wide swings and the DBS shots. They were like, we are always going to hit our shots. And this was the X-Spark that I wanted to see. This was the aggression that I wanted to see. Every single player on this lineup is an individual aim god. And this is the aggression which is going to take them forward. I'm pretty sure that GODLIKE, obviously they will have a lot of placement points to work with, but if X-Spark can keep up the ante, maybe there's going to be some fight for the #1 spot.
Hey, look, man, I want to see that fight for the #1 spot, right? But GODLIKE still, I'm pretty sure they've got a decent lead inside the #1 spot,
100%.
inside the top 3, pretty much wherever they are in the overall standings. Pretty much on the first spot because yesterday they had a nuclear performance. But ladies and gentlemen, a lot of speculations, a lot of questions, and those questions will be answered on the other side of the short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो,
Johnny, do you know that an Indian faction is actually getting added to Road to Valor? I have been talking about it to the audience a couple of times, but I think this is pretty exciting news, to be honest, because now the game has an even more varied list of Guardians, to be honest. So just go and check it out. Maybe you also try the game out as well, because it's pretty exciting. I've been completely hooked to it.
Man, there's a unit called Talwarbaz. What more reason do you need to be hooked to this game? It's like super entertaining to use, but this match was even more entertaining now.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, everybody wanted to witness that final circle battle between the Titans. You've got GODLIKE on one side, X-Park on the other side. But to be honest, it was an anticlimactic end. X-Park just completely whitewashed that fight.
That wasn't anticlimactic. I mean, GODLIKE had their day yesterday. Today, it feels like after this game, it is going to be Xbox's day. And especially when they have scouts stepping into the playing for, people expected this as well. People were hoping for this, praying for this to see Scout in action, and the man has delivered. First game in, secures a massive chicken, and I believe they had like, what, 21, 22 eliminations in total.
21, 22? We'll have to find that out actually if they cross the 20 marker as well, because I remember, as far as I remember, they had 17 finish points. In the final circle, of course, they still get 3 or more. So yeah, maybe 20 marker has been crossed, which means 35 plus points.
But I'm still let down, because that one fight that I wanted to see was Zan versus Xbox.
Yeah.
That is what I came here for. That is what I wanted to witness in front of my eyes. The tiebreaker needs to happen. I mean, it's not a tie. X-Park is leading.
Yeah, X-Park is leading actually, but it's an unfinished business, right? We want to see the end. We want to see the score at full time. Basically, what is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not aware of what we're talking about, yesterday every single fight which Zan took was against X-Park. It was 2-1 at the end of 3 games, and we were hoping that today Zan will find a revenge and maybe score the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for it, but that did not really happen. Zan were busy elsewhere in the map, chasing Ninetales apparently for some reason, but it's okay. We have Miramar coming up next. Hopefully in Miramar we'll get to see that happen again, or maybe in the last Erangel.
But the only point is, Zan and their fortunes just don't change, be it X-Park or be it any other team. They just keep getting wiped off or keep losing men right from the start of the game to the end whatsoever.
Go big or go home. Go big or go home. That's the mindset the team plays with, and I like that sort of mindset.
Brave, basically. Team Brave.
Team Brave. This is the second Team Brave that we have, but it's called Team Zan now. And along with that, I think this was that one moment that we all thought, all right, Jonathan, he might just take X-Park down, because all 4 players were just together behind that rock. But luckily, Pokar decided to check his position at the right nick of time, finishing him off before he could be a menace. And in fact, not finishing him off, he went down, and the rest of the players of X-Park sort of chimed in later, finishing Jonathan off, because it was a 1v3. Unfortunately, towards the end, we just saw them just hunt that last player inside that bathroom, pinned down in a corner. That was just brutal. Be nice to new players.
I mean, speaking of being nice, I think this lobby or this group specifically has kind of taken the onus on them that we're not going to be merciful to any of these teams, be it GODLIKE, be it X-Park. They just come up, they show up, and they're like, all right, this is what Tier 1 BGMI looks like. You take it. It's a tough pill to swallow for them.
This is why we are called legends. This is why every single person who plays this game knows our name. That is what these teams are putting on display. And in this particular match, talk about everyone knowing his name. Aditya will be known throughout as the MVP of this match. 8 finishes by this man. I mean, he was not a man, a monster in fact.
Absolutely. And you know what? I've been waiting for Aditya to actually get back to his peak once again, and it seems like he's been climbing those stairs and he's climbing in the right direction. 8 finishes, absolutely brilliant. He's taking the charge, he's trying to set things up. Of course, Sarang has been the one, he's been more consistent, but it seems like Aditya is also following the same footsteps as well. And if these 2 players, they come together alongside Pukar, who's like almost always consistent from the backline. He's always provide that little bit of finish points as well. So with all 3 players in tandem, Team X-Park, they might be a devastating team in this particular lobby. But Jonathan is still there with that 4 finishes. This man always finds himself in the top 5.
It's a ritual for him. If he's not in the top 5 players, his game is not complete. It is considered a bad game individually for him. But for this one, at least he's there with 4 eliminations, because his team's total tally is just 6. He's the reason they have double-digit points right now, because they were eliminated a little bit during the mid-game stages. 10 we see for Team GODLIKE, but of course, the conversation of this entire game is those 23 points that Team X-Park has in the bag. If I'm not wrong, and I think I'll get a confirmation on this soon, this match of theirs on Vikendi is a much bigger pop-off than GODLIKE had yesterday on Sanhok.
Possibly. And it seems like I was talking about this with Necro as well, that if Team Xbox they get another game like this, maybe they'll even catch up, and there is going to be that ultimate fight for that #1 as well. I mean, of course, it has got no extra brownie points for either of these teams, but it's sort of like an ego battle at the very top.
Let's have a look at the overall rankings, because apparently, alright, what do you think the difference between the top two is going to be like?
I think it's going to be 10 points.
I think it's going to be 1 or 2 points.
Nah, it has to be 10 points, ladies and gentlemen. I think the difference
I'm taking a gamble. Oh, it's 10 points. It's
Let's
exactly
go.
10 points.
Let's
Wow.
go.
For the first time, Salty, you're right.
I was right I was right the previous time as well. I predicted Mount Kresnik to be the final circle.
Yeah.
It was the final circle. I was predicting Elf Clan to get the chicken dinner yesterday. I was right there as well.
But hey, lads, I mean, for all the teams that are in the top 7 right now, welcome to TO1 BGMI. 91 points to GODLIKE, 81 for Xbox. And then we have the team on the 3rd position with 40 points.
Exactly. And Deus Esports, it seems like they haven't moved from the score.
9 finishes. They have 9 finishes in their 3rd.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little awkward, but again, when you actually get 31 position points, it's also a massive deal as well. GWL, they've got this nice little split. RIOT Esports as well. But that is when the drop-off happens. And F2B Girls as well as Team VIP and NexusEsports, these are the teams who are still trying to rally for that 7th spot and the 6th spot. It's going to be difficult, but I think it's doable.
I mean, it is completely doable because of what Xbox... We have had this conversation before a few days ago. Because of what Xbox and GODLIKE have done, now there's a vacuum of team. And earlier on, it was just one team creating this vacuum. Now there's 2 of these titans, 2 of these behemoths causing all of this chaos in the lobby. That makes the situation of qualification very, very easy for the teams, even for the team sitting at the extreme last position on that 16th spot on the ladder. They secure one game, they play well in one game, finish with like what, top 3 with 5 to 6 elimination. That will propel them all the way inside the top 8. And then last game of the day is Erangel. You will always put your best foot in that map. Hopefully they will jump in. But I think we are about to jump into the next game, right?
Yeah,
it's about to get sunny.
Obviously, it's about to get sunny. It's going to get hot as well. I mean, obviously, the lobby is heated up just because of GODLIKE and Xbox just doing their shenanigans. But I want to know from you, which team, apart from these 2 teams, do you think will be in the top 3? Let's just...
Why do I have to pick someone else? Why can't I pick one of these?
Because otherwise, it's so fun. You know, all right, let's just go with this. Right?
Let's do an easier prediction.
GODLIKE or Xbox?
No, I was going to say Zan or Xbox.
I'm actually not sure if Xbox and Zan are going to meet. It seems like they've gone their separate ways. It was just the love for one day, in fact. And after that, it just disintegrates, you know.
Yeah, I hope they meet.
I hope they cross paths once again, because that relationship was extremely beautiful.
See, it's about to get sunny, so I have to bring out my shades. But anyways, I mean, I have to be clear about my vision as well.
Yeah. I mean, I am not sure if you can see me. You're possibly looking over there.
Yeah.
And I need to have that eye contact.
There's this dark aura about you.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Necro was also talking about a negative aura around me and just not trying to hang around.
Teams are extremely unhappy with you saying that. Hey, it's happened to me in the previous game of Sanhok that me and Necro were in. We would take a team's name. They would instantly get wiped out in a matter of seconds. So I understand how you feel.
Yeah, I'm just at the corner just trying to, you know, roll down and wipe off my tears because nobody just
We should enjoy this chaos, right? I mean, we
love
should like... Alright, so since you are... What was your prediction? You didn't pick a team, right?
I didn't pick a team yet. I was
pick a team then. Stop dodging the question.
Well, I think it's going to be GODLIKE this time.
Alright, you're going to go for GODLIKE. I'll go for Team Zan. I hope they win this game.
Alright.
They're on that bottom 3, by the way. Zan is not doing well. They have 9 points from the 4 games that they've played. So I desperately hope, because I am enjoying the action. I'm enjoying the fact that at least someone has taken up the mantle. Alright, we will be the ones challenging the tier 1 teams. We'll be the ones challenging the biggest names of BGMI in the country in every single game. And if they get kicked out now, then that means the other teams are just going to go their merry way, play the standard fundamental games. But when these fundamental rules get broken, that is when we actually get to enjoy the action from the sideline as viewers and as commentators.
You know what? I love the fact that there was this stark difference of opinion. I just picked the team at the very top. You just picked the team at the very bottom. I like your approach. I think that if Team Zan can actually pull off what they did yesterday successfully, I mean, they did get their revenge on the map of Miramar itself. That is where they did so.
There's this saying, risk it to get the biscuit. And I hope Zan gets the biscuit in this game.
Yeah, right. At least it is the map to get the biscuit. I mean, they did it once, like I said.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they do it once again. Possibly take down Godlike or maybe take down X-Park. Nobody knows. But if one behemoth at least is outside the lobby, things are going to get much easier for the rest of the teams.
I was just thinking, what if Godlike again has a notorious plan to just run around the map again? I mean, yeah, I understand Miramar is a big map, so it's going to take them like a long time to
Yeah.
go the entire distance, but they can do it. I mean, they did it on Sanhok as well, and they were nowhere close to the zone back then.
I mean, I'm not really sure. On Miramar, making those quick rotations, it's actually a little more difficult. But at least if one team can do it, it has to be Team Godlike. So, I mean, you never really know what they have in mind. I mean, we were discussing with, I was discussing about this with Necro as well, that on the map of Vikendi, possibly they wanted to have a slow start, possibly wanted to have a default
Are
game.
you ready for the action? I'll just bring this back on.
Anyways, coming back to the topic, I felt like they were going to have a default game. That's what they did. On Miramar,
Yeah.
maybe as well, they might just have a default game. You know, I just don't know anything.
The
But
switch
your
up
shade-
needs
your,
to be
your,
there.
your shades look good, by the way.
The switch up needs to be there in the play style if you want to win. But as you mentioned, they've done it before. They can do it again, but it's a risky move to be this aggressive. It's a risky move to be this aggressive because the points did come in, but the chicken dinner was what was missing. And now at this point, with the competition closing in, it will be about that chicken dinner performance from both the big names and the undergods at the same time. Let's see how this map of Miramar is going to go for these teams. We have the flight path in front of us.
Exactly, and of course, just like you mentioned, it seems like a T-Rex is about to drop in on, not just one, but two T-Rexes are about to drop in on the land of Miramar. It's an absolute desert out there, and I'm pretty sure it's hot.
Yeah, it is quite hard.
But will the underdogs be the meteorite, though?
They can be. I mean, I'm hoping that at least for X-Park, the meteorite in the faces is Team Zan. I mean, I keep talking about this team because, again, the other teams have sort of decided, all right, this is a little too much for us. 4 Sentinels are not afraid as well. They just charge into fights willy-nilly, but that has backfired upon them. So hopefully in this game, they have had a reality check and won't be like running towards Team Godlike and X-Park just completely blinded. Zan, although, has like completely notorious plan. They drop Clash. They don't even give them time to loot. They just straight up drop on their drop spots. All right, guys, we start the game. We start fighting. But that's not the case. I am not seeing Zan take an early drop with X-Park or with Team Godlike. Unfortunate.
We have to find out where exactly they are. But apart from that, I mean, majority of these teams, they are trying to move towards the right-hand side of the... very deservedly so, because the flight path is skewed towards the left. I just want to find out where the circle pops up.
It's
Now,
a central one. Wow.
a central circle. Nothing interesting so far. And here we go.
Zan has a new target today. It's Team Introverts now.
Yeah, it seems like this fight is going to be interesting. But at least they have the man advantage, Johnny.
Hey, Ninetales made the wise choice because if a team is... if a team is gutsy enough to challenge a team like X-Park in drop fights, early game, you better avoid them. They have the confidence, and for sure they do it because they have the firepower to back up that confidence as well. Let's see what Introvert's reaction is going to be right now. We do see Gene and his teammates sort of try and position, getting prepared to take this early assault and deal with it. But Zan, they're holding on to that low ground, and this push towards that factory area is not an easy one to execute.
You know what? This is possibly the most difficult push, to be honest, because the two halves of Shumasera are one on the top. You know, going from this region and climbing up top, it's not that easy. Extremely out in the open and without any vehicles, without coordinated movement. I don't think it is possible even. Oh!
Wrong choice.
Yeah. The wrong choice of weapon. He basically thought that he had the VSS.
Yeah, VSS actually also wasn't that wise of a choice, but shotgun will literally do nothing at that distance.
I'm not even sure if the bullets will reach.
I think they're just going to be like, the pellets are just going to spread around the window, and it's going to be like a art piece, like a mural.
Team Zan at this point, they're just doing so many funny things. For sure, they've entertained us throughout the 2 games. If not, at least gathered a lot of points for themselves.
I mean, doesn't matter if they qualify or make it to the other side or not. This team has made an impact. I mean, you will always remember that one team which was after Xbox's life in 3 games back-to-back. But talking about X-Park, it seems like they have gone ahead and found themselves their first victim. Team No Value. Who can be of value to Team X-Park in terms of points? And Pukar. Oh! No, that is just brutal. He started shooting as well. He knew what he had to do. Pucar takes just a smidge of damage and still runs him over.
You know, I like that micro adjustment from Pucar. He was like, oh wait, this arc is not going to run him over. He makes it even bigger arc. So definitely a good driver out there. Sarang tries out that spray himself as well. But X-Park, as soon as they get the first finish, they're like, wait, our prey is just running away from us. This is the fear that they've instilled from the last game.
You know, in motor racing, there's this thing called racing lines. That wasn't a racing line, that was just like the opposite of that. And Sarang as well, just like a little bit of a maneuver with his buggy, but nothing to fear about. I mean, the competition, they've scared them away. They've scared them away from their position. And now this entire city is X-Park's for the taking. They're going to enjoy control of this major city. There's no one contesting them, apart from Team GODLIKE if they decide to move west for some reason. But
yeah,
I don't think there's any incentive to doing that. And as you mentioned a few moments ago, in fact, at the start of the game, we did see a lot of teams take an early exit from the flight. There's a massive cluster towards the southwestern part, and I'm actually going to be worried. And in fact, at the same time, hoping for an eastern zone now.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun if it happens. Minas Generalis, imagine that is where the game takes us now.
Yeah, at least at this point, it is completely open. There is no population in that region, so... But one good thing is that Team GWL, they actually got themselves that intermediate vehicle, found themselves that long rotation, and now are the only ones who are competing, or rather controlling, the eastern edge of the circle. This team will be benefiting from your cruel ideologies, Johnny.
Oh, talk about cruel ideologies, and Zan, their game plan is also simple. Just find their first target in the game. Don't think about the rest of the match. It's just that one fight that you have to win every single time. And as we talked about this earlier, and we saw this at the start of the match as well, the new targets are the introverts. They're still looking for them. Ares, the god of war, is not going to be fighting. Well, he is still fighting a few wars at least, and comes out on top as well. Finds the first pick. Tries to go for the second, but the lad closes the door in his face. Like, go away from here. Stay away from me, man.
I mean, what on earth was that Team Zan at this point? Their play might not be that good, but to be honest, this team knows to pull in some shenanigans. At least one player has been knocked out. They've been hit back massively. Team Zan, they've lost 2 players in the process. But one man being knocked out might as well, raise a little bit of hopes.
Stark, we see him tapping away with the M16 to his heart's content, but can't really accomplish anything from here on out. 2 players lost, no points secured. Better get in that Lamborghini and get away from this position as quickly as possible. And will Ali leave his teammate behind? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He's the last man behind. You take care of yourself, buddy. I'll see you in the next map. If you win, you win. If you're done, you're done.
There's a running meme that nobody's actually sad inside a Lamborghini. I think Team Zan as well. They're not going to be sad in spite of the fact that they've lost 2 players. They're just always happy, it seems.
Why not? Why not people?
Would you be sad inside a Lamborghini?
Yeah.
How?
Why don't I have a better car? I assume people who have Lamborghinis also want something else.
What can be a better car? A Rolls Royce?
There's a very old car. The McLaren F1.
Good choice. I mean, vintage choice.
Yeah.
And it seems like a choice from a very experienced person. You definitely
Yeah,
are.
you guys keep calling me old for something.
Yeah, I mean, you're the oldest person on the desk. You're the only one who is like above the 25-year-old threshold. So yeah, you are old. You're way past the Gen Z thing that we carry forward.
Too old to be called a prodigy now.
I don't even want to comment about that. But what I do want to comment about is the nade that was thrown at Fireboy. It seems like this man just laid a smoke upon himself to try and just protect himself from the nades, but that's not going to do anything.
Yeah, he's trying his level best to avoid everything. Shots coming in from Levi from the flank. The utility being lobbed by the 2 players right in front of his broken building. And luckily for him, at least the utility is all of it is going over his head.
Yeah.
Except that nade that just blew up in a little bit on top of his head. But he still did survive. Levi from the distance is an actual nuisance to him.
Yeah.
Because from the flank, the additional pressure will push him in a corner. And RIOT Esports over there, should be their fight to win. It's a 3v4 by the way, but now we have Nexus who are on the hunt. And Exorcist Demon, it seems he was caught completely dreaming in the map of Miramar and the entire team has been wiped.
This is brutal, to be honest. NexusEsports, they just come in, all 4 players, multiple directions. How many lads can just one guy hold back? It's almost next to impossible. But
where did his teammates get picked off? That should be the question. I mean, what happened to the Exorcist?
There's an even bigger question. What has happened to you, by the way, Johnny? I mean, your luck, whatever you're spewing out of your mouth, the entire opposite happens. We have a left-hand hard shift.
Oh yeah, I wanted it to go east. I don't know, today I guess it's just not my day. Just like it's not going to be Zan's day now. Look at that, last player left standing and... well, he's not going to be standing for long. Now he's going to be waiting for the next game to start.
Yeah, next game to start for sure. But it seems like Luffy will be very happy. Team Introverts, I like the fact that, you know, they've taken care of Team Zan. As a matter of fact, Team Zan at this point, they're basically like pillars for other teams. Not pillars, they're basically like staircases for other teams to just climb. Get themselves a platform, get themselves those finishes, confidence boost, and then just move on for the next fight.
Oh, but look at this. Xpark, they're finally moving, Godlike, they're finally moving out of their city, and so is Team Xpark. And there might be a mid-rotation fight between two behemoths now. And there it is, Neo spots out Scout. Scout should be the first man to go down, but it is Scout. So he does manage to figure out a way to walk away from this fiasco and also dish out a little bit of extra damage to S-Power before he's taken out. The trade does come in from the side of Xpark as Puka from the distance does find the opening for his team, but will it be enough? That is the real question. Jonathan just running circles out in the open. Does manage to dodge out the spray from Pukar and stay alive in this game.
You know, this has been a recurring occurrence, to be honest, because Xpark and Godlike, I mentioned it in the last game as well. It seems like these two teams, they are resonating with each other every single time. Their rotations are in sync, their movement is in sync, and the point of interest as well has been in sync. Good spray down from Aditya, almost a knock onto Jonathan, but it seems like right now he is outnumbered. Neo as well as Jonathan, two players from two different directions, and Aditya, he has been taken down as well.
That was a pretty horrible bait for Aditya, by the way. I mean, he saw Jonathan go behind that red. What did you think he was going to do? Sit there and put on a first aid? No, it's Jonathan. His teammate was there to bait out the opposition, and Jonathan was like, thank you, sir, so much for that. Takes down the opposition. Sarang is the last man left standing from the side of Xpark. And now it's down to Jonathan and his brother-in-arms, Neo, one of the best duos in BGMI of all time. That's just my personal opinion, but I feel like these two lads together are just phenomenal to watch. And now Sarang is going to experience that firsthand, or he might. If he outplays them, it's going to be an even better sight to witness.
Yep.
Because Sarang has Pukar backing him up.
But Pukar is quite far away, and I'm not sure if he will be able to kind of save him. He was there in scout situation as well, but he could not provide enough backup fire. Sightlines will be blocked through the smokes as well, and it seems like both the teams, they decide to disengage. Both Godlike and Xpark, they could hit each other with a little bit. Godlike definitely hit them much stronger as two players have been taken out. But I like this particular fight, and I like the tension in the air. For sure, the fight did not come to a conclusion, but I believe that they're going to meet again in the ending stages.
I mean, the replay was absolutely phenomenal. Kudos to the production for picking that up. He dodged two moving vehicles that were just charging at him, and he still managed to take down one player, Pukar, from the distance. In fact, finished that knock because Scout was good for just the damage. And as soon as Scout went down, Pukar secured the knock. Sarang was there to dish out additional damage to the other players, distract Jonathan and Neo and Z-God over in the distance. S-Power was brought back into the game. Just a lot of chaos between these two teams. But this is how you handle an unfavorable fight out in the open. And look at that, while all of that chaos has already happened and Xpark has taken a massive hit, these boys still feel confident enough to just stop their vehicles in the middle of nowhere and pick off extra points from the other teams, and there it is, no value also getting wiped out in this match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, it's like an open buffet for them. Team Xpark, they will just chip in and chime in and whatever they like, and it seems like, for now, they're just trying to go for positions. The circle, again, has actually moved southward, and now we incorporate a little bit more of Chumasera as well. But speaking of Chumasera, we have a team who is being approached right now. F2B girls, they are being charged on by the War Gods, and it seems like War Gods, they hit first.
Yeah, they have hit first, but is this hit going to be hard enough to secure all the points for the opposition? Closey, that was a clumsy nade, man. Loves it on towards that first floor, but it ends up falling upon himself. And now maybe the War Gods are going to try and bring themselves back in. Have a massive advantage. All 4 players still left standing. Pressure upon them can be brought at any time. F2B girls a little too close for comfort. And of course, we do see in the distance on the radar towards that top left corner of the map, there's another team in the distance. That's the 2 remaining players from X-Park who will listen to all of this chaos, keep an eye on it, and then look to chime in at the right nick of time.
Speaking of right nick of time, I'm just a little concerned about that one player from War Gods who is just caught out in the open. Not just caught out in the open, he's just isolated. Might just be double teamed by F2B girls, but it seems like F2B girls, they're just way too panicked. Pinned down in that one corner, they try to use the choke point as an advantage for them, but of course the DBS does not connect. I love the fact that they just open the door, but not enter.
Just being polite.
Yeah, just being polite.
You want to knock it down with a nade first. But Lara, I mean, you have to be afraid after the move she pulled off on Sanhok yesterday. We did witness that 1v4 where she just ran towards the competition, but now the competition is in a pace. Finds the first opening. The DBS is still good for a few more. Damage is down to the opposition. Secures the second. Gets the third, but that will be it. Lara knocked out, but still the job is done. F2B girls, they have the opening and they have the finishes as well. Finishing off the competition.
What?
They would stay alive for long as from the distance. It was the players of Untitled Esports. Eagle eyes pointed towards that compound, finishing off F2B girls in the nick of a second after they were done with that fight. But at least they did let them finish.
Oh no, as soon as there could be some little bit of a celebration, because that was an amazing clutch from F2B girls. Brilliant use of the DBS, 2 players being in tandem. But from the sidelines, but from the long distance, of course. Just like you mentioned, eagle eyes. It seems like the circle has also taken a drastic shift towards the right-hand side right now, and majority of these teams will be left in an uncomfortable spot. Godlike's Neo is all by himself.
Yeah, he was busy just chasing after the players of Team VIP, and his teammate Jonathan has been finished off in the distance. And Neo is still just out on his own mission, just completely zoned in. He's like, I will get you. I've come this far. These points are mine. Has 3 nades to work with. The first aid is going to be popped. That finish is secured now. Final 1v1 can result in the wipe of Team VIP. Sees the lad behind the buggy, but no, unable to connect the shots. And Neo is picked off because Crazy Gaming has the DBS.
Yeah. I mean, this gun definitely has a sort of a meta going around it right now. No matter how much you skill, no matter how much utility you have, the DBS can certainly change everything, and that is one of the reasons why you see everybody using it. Almost everyone has one in their arsenal.
It's like running into a truck face first, and this one hit pretty hard. But talk about hits, and it feels like 4 Sentinels have taken a pretty decent hit upon them. They've lost 1 player, and Deadeye's caught off guard out in the open. What's going to happen to him? At least half of his work was done by Neo before he left. And Deadeye should be able to capitalize on top of it, but now his back is exposed to the opposition. He needs to be careful.
The intention is good, to be honest, Johnny, to try and gatekeep the teams coming in, but with such an open area being around you, you don't really want to put yourself at risk. Try and get those finish points. At least getting those placement points would be more important, and it seems like this is where they changed their decision. A rescue vehicle has arrived. But coming back to the replay once again, this is where F2B girls and their hopes and dreams were just snatched away from them. Once again, still having the overarching picture in our minds. F2B girls, they're still in contention for that 7th spot.
Yeah, they are still there, and all thanks to just one person, Lara.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I mean, this woman is proving to be like a mechanical goddess herself. That performance on Sanhok yesterday, and this 1v3, a kind of a 1v4 on Miramar today, was just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, given the fact that, yeah, it was with the DVS, but still, I mean, to be able to control your nerves in a situation like that, and just punish every single mistake made by the opposition is pure genius.
Yeah, for sure. The nerves and the mental approach of it, the movement approach of it. The weapon, of course, yeah, it does give you the advantage. But
See,
at sometimes, you
today-
know, the opposition is also coming in with the
Today
DBS.
it's the DBS. Yesterday it was the Thompson that she worked with. She still made it happen. So again, consistency from this one individual is there. But what about the other 3 players of the lineup? What are they doing? That is the question. What are they up to?
I'm not really sure, but at least Lava came into the picture when it was needed the most. So
Came to
Lara,
get taken out.
Lara basically got those 3 knocks, and then Lava was the one who actually finally punished the last remaining survivor. But then, of course, from the distance, through the window, there was that sniper looking out.
They were just observing. All right.
Yeah.
What happens? All right. 3 down. Last player finished out. 1 team is out. 1 player knocked out. Yeah, that's the last lad. Just get 1 point and get out. That was it. Minimal effort and also minimum result because they just get 1 point now. Ninetale. And yeah.
Are you into sniper documentaries? Because I love what they do with the sniper rifle. The amount of...
Yeah.
Sometimes there is actually banter going on. These
Have you
things
heard
do
of the
have-
White Death? Look that up.
Okay. For sure, but what I'm looking...
Deadliest sniper. Unlike that Ninetale guy.
Hey,
This
no,
is
man,
the
the
map of
deadliest
Miramar.
sniper in history is the Arctic Warfare Magnum. Hey.
Oh, you're talking. Well, awkward moments on the desk and awkward moments for Pucar as well as he misses every shot that he takes, no matter how many oppositions are there in front of him.
But look at this though, Team Youngsters. This is one of the teams whom I actually had a lot of expectations from. This man ramps a vehicle into a knocked out person, just showing absolutely no mercy. He did not even have to do that.
That was the slowest vehicle slam I've ever seen in this game. It felt like it was just rolling on its own and then it eventually just came to a stop because of friction.
Yeah, I mean, that vehicle is pretty big enough on itself, so obviously the speed will be limited. But look at this, though, Team X-Pac, in spite of being a 2-man squad, they are pinning down RIOT Esports to their knees.
Yeah, Pucar was struggling in taking down players, so he eventually decides to just start shooting at the vehicles, blows up the bus, blows up the buggy, gains an advantage against the players of RIOT Esports, and they have knocked out the flanking player from the side of RIOT as well. So now Team X-Pac, all they have to do is just deal with this fight up front. If they can do it, all of these points are theirs. If they can't, then they are also getting taken out because they are outside the circle.
Yeah. But look at this Team X-Pac, the amount of confidence on these lads. They just push up, but it seems like it has backfired. From the backlines, of course, Pucar is there. And there it is. I'm not even sure how does wipeout actually happen, but did... Oh, it's actually Deus Esports from the backlines. Wow, X-Pac.
Deus is still there in this game? What? I completely forgot about Deus. I mean, they just won the first game yesterday, and after that they were taken out in the next 2 today. The first game of theirs, the map of Vikendi, did not work out quite well for Deus. So quite surprised they are good at turning things around. And Miramar, if they can convert this, Deus can also bring themselves back into that podium finish, by the way. So it is an important game for them.
You know, Deus Esports is like that one friend in your family picture or the school pictures who is just there in every single photo, who is just always there, but you don't really remember much about him.
Yeah. Only the important, only the highlights.
Yeah.
Only the highlight plays are going to be showed for Deus. But talking about highlights, Ninetale Esports, they have an opportunity for creating a highlight for themselves as they go up against the players from the side of Nexus.
Yeah, for sure. But the NexusEsports, what are they trying out here? Because I think this fight just does not make any sense. They could have easily backfired. And it seems like it is starting to backfire because Soldier has been taken down and the entire responsibility is on Maxima and Spy, Johnny.
Yeah, Spy was quite phenomenal with his performance yesterday, but today lacking the numbers. Can they bring themselves back? Ninetales today have been quite phenomenal, specifically in this map of Miramar. They've done a brilliant job securing those points for themselves, and now they're looking for a few more. If they can finish off Nexus Esports now, their job is done. Also, if they do not win this fight, their entry into the zone is going to be in trouble. So now Ninetales spread out all over the place, and it feels like Nexus are turning up the heat. They've secured 2 knocks. Maxima looking to go for a push. YouTube Evil is stuck in a corner. Jart, he's hiding, and in fact going for a revive for his teammate. Jart Notorious finds the pick, and all of a sudden turning things around. Not in the favor of Nexus. Ninetales, they find their way out of this tough position.
That was an extremely ambitious push from the other player, Maxima, with the vehicle trying to go in for a 1v2 over there. But Notorious was always present. Now things are so much more difficult for Spy. Beautiful pre-fire coming in. As soon as the door opens, the trigger was pulled. And it seems like NexusEsports, they will still try and make it work. But from the back lines, the DBS, just so much hurt. He's like, surprise!
Spy's not a good spy at all because he forgot there were two players from the side of Ninetales. The other lad was in there. God went in, got a revive, and because of that revive is why Ninetale Esports is still left standing. Otherwise, Jart really did not have a lot of HP to work with. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is pretty much safe to say that Deus is going to walk away with a win in this game because they are the only ones there with the man advantage. They're there with all 4 players in the top 4 of this matchup. 4 strangers, they're down to 3 strangers now.
Yeah. 4 Sentinels.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to charge up against Deus Esports. Now, they've got the nice little ridge to actually play across. They've got the compounds for themselves as well. Now, Deus Esports, will they be able to kind of make it their fortress? I'm not really sure. 4 Sentinels, they know how to invade, and they're split up in 3 different angles. It's a 2-1 split. Maybe if they can try and distract Deus Esports, maybe if youngsters or the lads from Ninetale Esports as well push up, they have to work in tandem to take down Deus Esports from the throne.
All three of these teams need to work together if they want to pick off Deus. Because they have the zone, they have the concrete cover available. All the other teams will be forced to fight it out in the open. But if I remember correctly, yesterday in Miramar itself, there was another team who was in a similar position, GWL. They lost the game to Team Godlike. So anything can happen. Even if the final zone is out in the open, then the exit from that compound for Deus will be a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, true that. Of course, look at this little replay, a slow motion.
Oh, both of them jumped together. Wow.
It's just that the UMP was just a little more accurate,
It's like
even when you are up in the air.
It was like one of those shots from Man of Steel when Zod and Superman just start fighting midair. Or even a better reference, Neo and Agent Smith. Not Neo from Godlike, Neo from
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm a little less into pop culture that way, but I'm a little more into BGMI. But that helps, at least when I'm on the desk. It seems like Deadeye has found the first knock for himself, and 4 Sentinels, they're making moves. And Deus Esports, are they taking some damage? It seems like it so.
They've taken a lot of damage. One of their players is knocked out. Their position is compromised now. And Deus, they might be in a world of hurt. They're looking to protect their zone, looking to protect their compounds. Garuda has made his way quite close to their position, but he can use the advantage. Deus has a distraction to protect himself. And even as I say that, I realize, like, 4 Sentinels, they're not going to allow that to happen. They finish that individual off. Now they have to pick off Notorious. If they do that, it's going to be down between them and Deus. But what was that? Why is Deus out in the open like that? They're getting punished from every single direction. It was the players from the back lines, the players from the side of Ninetales who find that opening. And Deus in a world of trouble now. They've lost a few individuals. 360 is barely there with any HP on him. 4 Sentinels, they have the perfect opportunity to secure this win. Deus put the pressure while they're feeling the pressure, but Sentinels unfortunately did get knocked out. One of their players got knocked out. They were slowed in the process of the push.
Yeah, 4 Sentinels just taking a breather in that final fight. Just allowed Deus Esports to reset once again, but the knock and the nade coming in tandem was just absolutely brilliant. And now I think 4 Sentinels, they can try and invade the compound. Beautiful movement with the weekend, and it seems like the numbers advantage is stacked up against Deus Esports.
Yeah, they have no point of going for a revive. Even before the nade goes through, the players from the side of Deus are going to fall down, and it's going to be 4 Sentinels securing an impressive win on this map of Miramar. To be fair, actually, as you said, I also agreed. I mean, we all thought Deus was going to walk away with this win, but Sentinels bringing it back right in the nick of time was actually quite phenomenal to witness.
You know, you mentioned it correctly that all 3 teams had to work in tandem to
And they
actually
did, kind of, yeah.
and they kind of did, right? As soon as one team pushed up, they knew that this was their opportunity. Everyone else used their buggies and their vehicles to try and close up.
Primarily, I think it is Ninetale Esports who were the reason that Deus wasn't winning this game, and also Deus themselves, because there was absolutely no reason for them to get out of that building so quick and expose their backs to the players of Ninetales. That did not need to happen. It happened. Deus lost the game. That's the result.
It's just about keeping your calm, keeping your nerves in those final moments as well. They had so much pressure from multiple directions, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we'll have to find out how much points did they score, because Deus Esports, they haven't really been troubling the scorers ever since the first chicken dinner on the first day itself. But all of this will come on the other side of a very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकी तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हैं ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an excited and unexpected win over there for Team Ninetales in the map of Miramar. But also another unexpected thing. We have Ranveer Singh becoming the brand ambassador of BGMI now. Hashtag play pure for you guys as well. Enjoying the action of BGMI at home. But Necro, what about you? What do you have to think about that final fiasco that happened? Deus dropping just a massive win.
And look, man, Deus, they were trying their best to drop that win, considering 4 Sentinels just in the end scooped everything up away from them. It's like Deus had the place ready. They were just waiting for the chicken dinner to be served. But then, in the end, Sentinel just comes and steals it away. And they're like, all right, yoink, it's ours now. You're not going to be able to get that chicken dinner anyways.
Yeah, Sentinels actually stole it away. Ninetales was the team that caused the trouble for Deus, as Deus stepped out into the open from that compound, and I don't remember which individual it was from the side of Ninetales who was there just waiting for them right next to the broken wall, and all he had to do was just take down one player. As soon as that first man was dropped, it was done.
Yeah, and Johnny, all the teams that desperately needed to perform actually ended up performing in that previous game. We're talking about FTB Girls. They had a fantastic game. But then you speak about 4 Sentinels, another team that was actually struggling. Even they performed. Yeah. They got the chicken dinner, a nuclear game from their side. But then you shift on over to Deus. Even this team was deactivated since yesterday. And today they finally showcased themselves.
You said all of them, but I say one of them failed to show up. Team Zan. Team Zan, I was hoping to see Zan finally pop off, but even in this game, they just get wiped out early. And they just stick to their guns. They always are going for those drop clash fights.
That is true, man. But can you really blame Zan when even team like GODLIKE got eliminated quite early inside the game, right? So even some of the top teams are getting eliminated, and this clutch, not exactly clutch, but almost could be in the clutch. I watched this 1v3 scenario in front of me, and Lara, what a perfect game she showcased. That was like perfection personified. In the end, unfortunately for her, the last guy peeked out. It was sort of like a double peek that was being made by the opponents, and that's why she got caught off guard. But still, I would say a decent performance, a decent try from her. Maybe a 1v4 could have been even better, but still, that was quite impressive.
One of the strongest female characters I've heard of, and in fact in the comic books,
Lara Croft.
Lara Croft, I was going to say Wonder Woman.
Oh, okay. Wonder Woman is sort of like fictional.
Yeah.
But Lara Croft
is also fictional.
Yeah, but at least she doesn't have magics.
Yeah, she has weapons. Yeah, so
yeah, exactly. So it's just like Batman and Iron Man, right? You're comparing these two guys. Batman has equipments. Iron Man has some future tech that is not even invented yet.
It's also equipment, kind of.
Yeah, technically, if you think about it. You know what? That was not a fair point. Scratch that. We take it away. But yeah, focusing on these highlights, right, from the previous game, things were quite nice. And as I mentioned, the teams that needed to perform, they sort of showcased themselves. And considering they've got one more game left over in their hands, they can definitely try and get things back in their hands once again.
I want to discuss with you that one fight we saw between Ninetales and Nexus. What are your thoughts on that? Because I felt Nexus was in an advantageous position, but for some reason that willy-nilly push from Spy, without even realizing, all right, the other lad might have actually gotten a revive, just completely ruined the game plan for Nexus.
I mean, look, man, this is what happens. It's like a prime example of an undergod lobby, right? As you mentioned, a random push happening. Sometimes things can actually work out if you try to pan them out in a random way. Sometimes it cannot work out. Most of the times it does not really work out, considering it's, of course, random, out of the bat. No one expects it, but sometimes it can also catch the opponent off guard, and that was the moment that just happened. Ninetale Esports, though, this team, they are definitely trying their best to perform well inside every single game so far. And finally, I'm happy for them that they got in a top 3 position.
And of course, I mean, if we are talking about Ninetales this much, the MVP of the game is going to be from their side as well. It's going to be God OG from the side of Ninetale Esports, finishing with 6 finishes total in this game. And I'm pretty sure one of his other teammates is going to show up here. Oh, no, it's just him with 6 eliminations. The other 2 players are going to be from Xpark and 4 Sentinels, in fact. Xpark, we have Pokar and Sarang with 7 eliminations on these 2. And from 4 Sentinels, we have Rasesh and Sky with 7 eliminations on these 2 players.
Yo, look, one thing is for sure, Team Xpark, they're keeping that consistency rolling inside the game so far. Even in Vikendi, they had quite a good start. Now, even inside this game, Team Xpark had quite a good start. And speaking about things over here, look at 4 Sentinels, Rakesh. As I said, 4 Sentinels desperately needed that game. Now that they've got a little bit of amp up inside the overall standings, I want to see, have they made it inside the top 7 or not? It's going to be a tough journey for them. 24 points packed up in total. Let's see.
Oh, but look at this, 24 points for Sentinels. Ninetale Esports finishing with 18, Deus with 17, and Nexus with 14. This will create a lot of chaos in the overall rankings next, because as you mentioned, these 4 teams desperately needed to bring a lot of points from this map of Miramar, and all of them have done it together. We have Xpark finishing with 12, GODLIKE with 4. The difference before this between these 2 was 10 points. What's the difference now, Necro? Quick math.
Listen, man, I'm not too good. I'm not going to even try to break it down. At least I would take 15 seconds if you're down to give me that.
Yeah, take 15.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use extra of my brain power, man. Listen, the overall standings will be in front of us anyways after the last game. So why work hard when you can just work smart?
It's not working smart. We'll just have to wait and go through the entirety of the last game before we know where they are.
But as they say, patience is the key to success.
Not
Just
patient,
have
man.
patience.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting coming from you.
But anyways, man, hey, look, jokes apart, the upcoming game of Erangel, it's going to be now even spiced up and interesting because even the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, they're starting to make that climb. Which team do you think can barely cut the mark?
Oh, that is a difficult question to answer, especially with what has happened in this previous map with Ninetales, with the team of Deus. I think Nexus, although, might be on the verge of just like that 7th, 8th position, but if they pop off of an Erangel, maybe they can just be in the top 5.
I genuinely think even the qualification is going to be on the line for Deus Esports. So I don't know, man. Yeah, it can be. So even for Deus Esports, the qualification is definitely going to be on the line. But as we move on forward, ladies and gentlemen, and take a look at the matchup, once again, these teams will be duking it out, and this will be their last game, and also the last game of the entire broadcast today. And also, one more thing to add on, the last game of round 2.
I was just about to say that. This is also the last game on broadcast of round 2. After this, we will be back again next week with round 3, which is going to be extremely intense because, again, the competition will be cut down in half. Right now, there's 512 teams in total. There it will be 256, and that includes the 32 teams from round 5. The top 32 teams from the round 5 of BGIS The Grind. They'll be playing next week.
Exactly. Total 64 teams moved on forward from the grind itself. And, I mean, so far we've seen the bottom 32, but soon enough we'll be able to take a look at the top 32 as well. And just to let the audience know, there are a lot of games that are being also conducted offline. So if you guys are not really able to see your favorite team inside the round 2 so far, to have some patience. There's also results going to be rolling in the future on the Craft in India, of course, social. So make sure to go and follow all the social. You guys will be able to find out all the results over there.
Yeah, exactly. They will be updated as soon as the batches are done. So by the end of today or maybe tomorrow, you're going to have the results. And you will be able to figure out if your team, your favorite team has made it through to the next round of BGIS. But before we start talking about the next round, I mean, we've already talked about it quite a while, Necro. Let's come back towards this last game. X-Park versus Godlike. It seems like that has been the trend right now in the previous 2 games. What do you think is going to happen in the next one?
I don't think so. It's going to be happening anymore.
Zan versus X-Park. Do you think
that
will
will happen? It will happen. There's a chance because even Zan likes to go towards No Repnoy. X-Park as well likes to go towards No Repnoy. So there's a chance the drop collision might just come into play. And I highly doubt Zan will be switching it away because they're quite stubborn so far. And you might as well just try to go with the flow at this point in time because you've even lost the chance to even qualify. So you might as well just go and try to duke it out against one of the most known teams that can give you a bit of a fame. What do you say?
I do agree with you completely. I mean, before this match, before the map of Miramar, Zan was there on the, I think, the second last or the third last position with 9 points to their name in total. And that was from them winning like 2 fights yesterday, 2 fights out of 3 matches that they played entirely. Today, this is their last game. Today hasn't been too great for them. And if they can somehow, at least, if they get the chicken, they make it through. If they don't get the chicken, I think their qualification is done.
And one more thing, right? When in the previous game, when I was taking a look at Team X-Part taking that rotation, and Godlike just stops, and first man that they take out was Scout. And I was like, I just had a little smirk in the back in the back when I was watching. I was like, okay, if Godlike they actually do find out who that guy is, even they are gonna have a lot of laughs because this is sort of like the old rivalry that's going on inside the entire Battlegrounds.
Yeah, it is quite an old rivalry. It's like Titans of BGMI just clashing against each other, and this actually happens quite a lot. I mean, they have their drop locations in Miramar specifically quite close to each other, and because of it, sometimes mid-rotation clashes do happen. Unfortunately for X-Park, it happened as soon as Godlike decided to move. They also were in the middle of their rotation.
Yeah.
But even Godlike made a lot of blunders. I mean, talk about Jonathan, the way he was taken out, while Neo was just completely distracted by the players of Ninetales for some reason.
And not just that, right? I mean, Godlike was in general taken down earlier compared to X-Park. X-Park, as I mentioned, they're just having that consistent approach inside the game. And as long as you're going to keep yourself consistent, that's all that matters.
I think, and Pucar has been quite phenomenal as the man leading the charge for this team, X-Park. But again, last game of the day, one last opportunity for these 2 teams to settle their scores and for Zan to be a nuisance to both of them.
Look, man, for Zan, I just want them to drop Collide once again against Team X-Park. I just want to see how things are going to be looking like inside No Repnoy. And also add a military circle on top of it. Oh, that's like a chef's kiss.
You know, either a military circle or the Yasnaya Hill.
You mean
Stalber Hill.
Hill? Yeah. Yeah, that can be an interesting one too, or maybe a circle that we've never seen before towards Zarki.
Zarki is also going to be amazing. Zarki is one of the rarest circles in the zone, so that is going to be super exciting to witness if that actually happens. But prediction for the winner of the game, last game of the day, Necro.
Exactly, but you know what? I will give my prediction after this. Plane's gonna be hitting the skies. Now, as we have got the plane in front of us, hitting the skies once again for the one last time inside round 2, Johnny. It's your time with me inside the plane together, and we're taking these players aboard on the map. We're gonna drop them out.
Yeah, for the one last time, as you mentioned, in round 2, we're going to drop these players on this map, starting all the way from just a little bit west of shooting range, going through the, through school, close to Pachinki. We head towards that Novorapnoi containers area, southeast of Military Base Island. But look at the massive cluster that has taken an early exit on this map. A lot of teams looking to head towards that Georgiapol City, northern Georgia in containers position. Just one team looking to take control of Severny so far.
Godlike as usual, dropping out towards Georgiapol. That's like not their main spot. Or would you call it a main spot or the secondary spot at this point? Because Godlike, they switched on over to Georgiapol completely once, but then last time when we saw them play yesterday, they dropped towards Yasna Poliana.
I mean, every team usually has 2 drop spots in the game, so I think this is like the second main drop, an alternative drop. That's what we'll call it now. But the main question is, where are my favorite team? Where's my favorite team? Where's Team Zan?
Are they actually going to go ahead and drop Collide against Team X-Park? And yes, they are going to, Johnny. Team X-Park and Zan just ejecting out from the plane towards Novorapnoi. And there's a chance we might see the drop collision come into play. Dropping all the way towards that Novorapnoi side. And the circle's going to be quite standard, though.
Yeah, it's a standard circle towards the eastern side of the map. But let's see what's going to happen, how this game is going to play out. But talking about playing out, I think GWL, they're not going to be playing this game for long as they land towards that Georgiapol City area. But after the players of Godlike have had their sweet time to drop and loot around these apartments, GWL, they might just be facing a lot of pressure if the players from the side of Godlike have spotted out those parachutes dropping. But it's not even going to matter. Team No Value from the distance is actually the one starting off the engagement.
Yeah, I mean, Team Value, for now, they've got no chance of qualifying. So they should just change their name to No Chance. But yeah, speaking about Team No Value, considering they've got no chance to qualify inside the top 7, they can try and play the spoil sport inside the game as well. Maybe they can go and try and target a couple of teams that are desperately wanting to get in there.
I agree with you. I think that should be the mission. That can be the mission for this team. But look at this. Zan versus X-Park towards Novorapnoi containers. Team X-Park thought, all right, we're going to start things off slow. We're going to take control of Novorapnoi. But Zan, they had different plans. They're looking for them. So X-Park, they need to be a little bit careful about this.
Oh, this is going to be interesting, Johnny. X-Park approaching this entire vicinity slowly and steadily. Zan's in the front lines. And for Zan, all they need to do is just keep hidden, man. Just stay hidden. X-Park is the one who's looking quite confident inside this vicinity. As soon as one of the players actually caught out in the open, Zan can have a really good striking advantage. Oh, no.
The shots fired and God, in fact, does manage to jump out of the line of fire, dodge a few extra bullets that were headed in this direction. Stark looking to hook up nade, but does find out the 10 the distance. Damage dished out, but no knock secured.
Yeah, the Badger in that range is definitely going to be a little bit tougher to control. Stark, though, he tried his best to create that stark difference when it comes to the man advantage inside the game, but not able to do so, not able to execute that perfectly. Even God was there from the side of Team Zan. Things looking a little bit too difficult for both these guys so far. Even Team X-Park, they've caught a bit of a damage onto themselves. So both of them, they need to be a little bit patient and also safe.
Pick a winner of this fight, Necro.
Zan.
Yeah, let's go. You and I agree are on the same page.
Okay, then X-Park.
Why?
Because we need to be on the opposite side, Johnny. We can't be on the same side. We need to spice things up.
I mean, it's already quite spicy, this early fight. Zan against X-Park. Is that not enough for you?
No. You know, I always like to spice things up even more. I'm someone who likes a lot of action.
I think we'll get you red chili powder for lunch from tomorrow.
Listen, man, for now, though, speak about the chili powder. And X-Park looking to pepper some of that against the opponents.
Oh, I just realized, no matter who wins this fight, their rotation towards the main island is also not looking good. There are 2 teams, one towards Farm, one towards Milta, that can block their way. And if they actually decide to use that military bridge, even there they won't be able to avoid a fight.
Not just that, look at the left side on your map towards Georgia Pole.
Oh, no.
Godlike as well, starting to make that rotation. All the 4 players in this same vehicle. Johnny, I'm not a huge fan of this rotation from the side of Godlike. They at least need a couple of more vehicles to back him up, but this rotation is quite exposed.
It's not about the rotation. This is what they did on the map of Sanhok as well. Team Godlike, they're out for blood again. I think we're going to witness the similar run of Sanhok today in this map of Erangel. And look, things are getting heated up already.
All the 4 players just entering this vicinity like a boss in that golden Urus. And finally, now they've managed to close on up against the entirety of No Value. No Value in the front lines. They've already lost out on them. One of the players a while ago, he was knocked out. But now Z-God and the entire team of Godlike, they're here to get more advantage inside the fight. Molotov tossed in from the side of No Value. They're trying their best to at least neutralize things out inside the fight. But No Value right now, they're in a big disadvantage.
Look at Z-God, he's ready to just jump down from that window. The Molotov is going to burn Neo alive, but Gojo, his HP is also very low, and it's not going to matter how much pressure you put on Godlike. They will find a way to secure those knocks. Z-God goes down, but the rest of his teammates, they're going for the push inside the building.
I like the positioning of Lecter on top of the house, on top of the roof. No Value. You gotta give it to them, though. They're trying their best to fight back. S-Power is the only man who's up and alive inside the fight. Good Molotov might just catch Levi on fire, and that's what exactly happens. Godlike, they barely make it out alive from this situation, but a second lifeline is always sort of like a reality check, and Godlike will now approach things a little bit safer.
I don't think they're going to take this as a reality check. I think they will just loot up those crates, get those first aids back up, heal up, get ammo back in, and just look for the next team to take down. But look at this talk about getting taken out. And X-Pac, they might be in a world of trouble as Zan has found the opening.
Yeah, getting Sarang back up on his feet is going to be next to impossible inside this fight, Johnny.
Yeah, he's on top of that.
Yeah, he's way too far away. He's way too exposed as well. So getting that man back on his feet, it's going to be way too tough. Pucar in the back lines, though, spots out a bit of a glimmer of the opponents. And now the rest of the Team X-Spark as well is going to be in a massive state of discomfort. For them, the big target is to get the fallen man back up. But even Pucar goes down inside the fight. Scout now is going to be left all by himself with a 2-on-4 scenario in which Team Zan clearly have got a really big advantage. And Team Zan starting to accumulate the pieces of candies that are scattered all across the board.
Oh, yesterday's record between X-Spark and Zan was a 2-1. Now, this will just bring it to a 2-2 overall between these two teams, and we won't be able to have a tiebreaker because Zan, I think they're low enough in the rankings that they might just get eliminated and not be able to make it to round 3.
Oh my god, utility was so close to Scout. That Molotov that was tossed in, Scout moved away at the nick of time, and that's why he did not really catch on fire. But he's way too softened up. Look at this. The players of Team Zan are pushing up way too up close and personal against Scout, and they're also pushing up close. And now Scout pulls out the S12, getting the close lines. The shotguns, of course, do it damage, but Stark from the side of Zan does a fantastic job in capitalizing against the opponent. The last guy from Team X-Spark, which is Aditya, is barely alive on 1 HP, but even Noah cannot approach this fight just yet because he himself is dropped down way too low.
It's down to a 1v1 between these two players because Scout, Stark, his leg slipped and he fell in the water, so he can't really bring himself back to help out his teammate, and Aditya is looking for the opposition to finish him off before Stark re-enters this fight. Scout is still there, he's getting a revive from Aditya, but he needs to be careful. The opposition is still around him, the panic mode has stepped in.
Johnny, both of them do not have any meds whatsoever. This is such a big problem. Team Zan, they're stuck inside the water lines, and as you mentioned, they cannot even move up. What is going on? One of the most awkward situations that we've witnessed so far inside the map of Erangel. This fight is panning out to be quite an interesting one, but as I mentioned, both of these teams do not have any type of utilities, any type of first aids available, so they cannot even patch themselves up.
Noah just ran in the opposite direction. He is like, all right, lads, I think we can't really finish them off. We can't finish X-Pac off right now. They have the upper hand. Since you two messed up and fell inside the water, we have to try and escape now. We have to try and hide ourselves. And that is what Zan is focused in on. Scout, he's going to look for those first aids. At least even an energy drink would do him, well, quite a lot, in fact. He does not have any HP to work with. Aditya is basically the last man left standing for X-Pac at this point.
Yeah, he's managed to patch himself up, get his hands on at least one first aid that he used a while ago. So for Team Zan, once again, to find themselves in an advantageous spot, it's going to be a little tough. And look at this guy. He's the only guy from Team Zan actually inside the Nova Rupnoy containers.
Finally.
And now, yeah, finally, the rest of his teammates too starting to close on up towards that guy. And this is where, once again, the fight might just resume. This is one of the most awkward engagements that I've witnessed so far.
True. Oh no, Stark is still in the, just like he's out for a swim. Does not really have a lot to do, but it was quite an impressive movement and moment, in fact. My apologies, from Team Zan with how they took this engagement, because I thought X-Pac had the upper hand, but Sarang falling first to fall. I don't know why the call was made to send him up and be the first man to start things off, because he was in an isolated position. He should have just been the man following things up. And Zan just took that first opening knock as all they needed to finish off 3 more players.
I mean, I like that push that was being made from the side of Zan, right? Together, they were just pushing in tandem, took down the last guy. Yeah. They did a fantastic job. So Team Zan in general, that team play, that unity coming into play, just pushing against the player in tandem. But now let's see how Team Zan can try to just navigate the future lines. It's going to be a little bit tough considering they lost out on one of the players, and also they do not really have a lot of loot to back themselves up. But maybe in the future they can try and take things a little bit more slow and sort of just play a position-oriented game.
Oh, come on, Deus. They see RIOT Esports get to do those houses, and they are like, all right, back inside our tunnel, boys. They walk back into the shelter position, try and protect themselves, not even willing to take at least a few shots on the opposition. But to be fair, with qualification right on the edge, I mean, it's better to protect yourself, so nothing taken away. I mean, they're playing for points. It's understandable. This move from Espa was actually phenomenal, and again, this is what made it happen. It was the fact that, as you said, Leicester actually had the upper hand till the time he was on the rooftop. As soon as he chose to drop down and give S-Power that individual 1v1, it was all done. Because Levi did not have any HP. The Molotov was enough to finish him off.
I told you, there are 3 things that can drag a human down a hell. And 2 of those is anger and greed, Johnny. And that was clear greedy moment for Leicester. This man knew that he can be the Lord and Savior for his team, but he just got too greedy in that scenario because he thought S-Power is going to be low.
Well, now, the players of X-Pac are extremely low, though. But look at what's happened. They are already inside the circle. Well, Team Zan is still at nowhere up. Now, X-Pac somehow did figure out a way to outsmart their competition. Quite impressive. But it is X-Pac with Scout. They have a lot of experience under their belt. I mean, Scout and Pucar alone are enough to just like outstat the entire lobby combined. Apart from Godlike, of course.
Let's see, man. Considering Scout's one of those players that's sort of like on and off inside the roster, I would say Team X-Pac, they're well matched with Dreams inside the roster as well. And Scout, this is his first day inside the game once again. Let's see how the coordination, the team play, the synergy is going to be played up. But getting back to conversation to Team Deus, right, Johnny? Now, speaking about Team Deus over here, Deus is one of those teams that likes to play passive, defensive, and also a position-oriented game. And right now, Deus too, they found themselves in quite a decent spot.
Yeah, their spot is decent, but what do you have to say about the circle? Like, the entire eastern side was completely empty. You see this massive wave of teams dropping in from the west. It's going to be so difficult to survive. And even rotations are going to be so tricky to pull off.
Yeah, it's a splash of colors, but one team that is still not over there, that is still down south in the name of Team Zan, Johnny.
I think they still assume that X-Pac is going to be there. That's why they're just like trying to look for them. But unfortunately, X-Pac is already on its merry way towards the zone.
No, I think so. They're just searching for the loot because they did not really have a lot of utilities to back him up, and also med. Yeah, they're just searching for loot. X-Pac, they left that vicinity with vehicles. So there's no way they did not hear those vehicles just sort of take an exit from Nova Rupnoy.
I don't know. I mean, I think we'll find out in a few short moments, because no matter what happens from this point on, one thing is for sure, that Zan has pretty much blown their chances of winning this game.
That is true. One factor to be added on and noted down. NexusEsports in front of us. Maxima. Considering with how things are looking like for this team, even Nexus, for them, the qualification's on the line. They need to be quite safe. And look at all the vehicle colors.
Yeah,
black color. It's like a corporate squad.
Corporate squad? Why would you call it a corporate squad?
Listen, man, like, You know, one of
What
the top
corporates-
companies. They've got like suits, black suits, and all that stuff. And then they drive in the same vehicle as well.
Black Lamborghinis.
Yeah, black Lamborghinis, black Aston Martins, whatever it is. But they drive with the same colored vehicles. Maybe like a security team.
I mean, it can be, but still corporate squad.
That's a good one, right?
It is a good one. I'm going to give you that. But let's see if this corporate squad will be able to protect their company, in fact, from the opposition, as RIOT Esports is looking to cause a riot right in front of their office.
Yeah, competitor brewing up inside the lobby. Let's see which one will be the better company inside this entire vicinity. Speaking about the company right now, I mean, Aditya, he's got the company of Scout. These two guys alive inside the game. Also playing quite spread out, right, from each other. I like that 1-1 split that's coming into play, but hopefully inside the late game situation, this split's not going to be there as well. The next circle shift actually pans out a little bit to the northern side. GODLIKE's going to be the one to find themselves in the advantageous spot.
Well, GODLIKE is in an advantageous position, and I think at this point their main focus is just to secure as many finishes as possible. But as we were talking about Zan, the players of Zan have started to fall, and well, not even in the zone. Still not in the zone. Look at them. Stark fell, got knocked, and finished in the blue zone. And that was despite the fact that X-Spark wasn't even there to bother them for the last 3 minutes.
True that. Look at Deus Esports instantly just booking it to the centric spot of the circle.
This is going to be tough for them.
Yeah, that's how they like to play, and they've already started to lose out on the man number. Johnny, this is not too good for Deus Esports. They need this game desperately. All the points that they can get.
It's not going to be easy for them to move forward, but look at this, War Gods. They find themselves mid-rotation colliding against the players of GWL. It's not going to be an easy fight to win.
That's what happens when you step in an unknown territory. War Gods now being challenged by the opponents that are in the front lines. This is not really that good of a position they wanted to find themselves in, but hey, at the end of the day, you got to face whatever challenge you're put up against. GWL's going to be the challenge against the players of War Gods.
Oh. Looking at the feed, and man, Dreams has just dropped 3 players from the side of Nexus, but before he gets taken out, his teammate just chimes in, and Nexus, they are going to be finished off. The competition necro has prevailed, and the corporate squad has lost, but Esports has time to celebrate. Untitled Esports show up.
Yeah, EXORCIST, the last guy, is barely alive inside the entire vicinity, inside the house, and that too is inside the washroom, Johnny. There's no way this man's going to be able to stay alive. He's being suffocated to death. Also, there's a lot of smoke in the front of him. He can't see for anything. And now he's soon enough going to be pushed on by 3 players inside one single bathroom. This man can't do anything. One little room, add 4 players on top of that. How can you survive that?
And that's not how you're supposed to treat people. He was just trying to sit there, patch himself up in the bathroom. They just ran in, didn't even knock.
Oh, but speaking about not knocking, GODLIKE too not knocking exactly politely on the players of F2B's doors, and F2B in a big world of trouble. Now they're also in the receiving line inside the entire fray, and Jonathan and his power. This duo is doing a fantastic job, and they wipe out the entire team of F2B. Not even any struggle shown.
Yeah, just one man from the side of GODLIKE has been picked off. That was Neo, but it is F2B girls, a team armed with Lara, one of the most impressive individuals we have seen in this particular lobby. But still, Team GODLIKE, I have a feeling they're not done yet.
Indeed, they're not. War Gods in front of us. Team X-Spark is quite close to them. For War Gods, now they're just trying to play from edge to edge. Let's see how well that strategy is going to work out for them. If the circle takes a drastic shift away from War Gods, though, this is where the real problems will start to brew up for them. GWL in front of us. So far, they've got 0 finishes wrapped up.
And GWL, they're up against Deus in this fight. It looks good, but there's no one there. It goes through the window. Quite precise with his utility, Nick, but not really being able to connect. Doesn't matter. Teammates are looking for a push. And if they actually end up executing this perfectly, it's just Team Deus. We know for a fact Deus struggling to build up momentum throughout the day, feeling the lack of confidence, and now there's the opening they were looking for.
Deus versus GWL. The fight comes into play finally, and GWL, they spring back to life as they managed to find the first guy, but even a return knock that came into play a while ago was pretty good from Deus. Asur, he's going to be the last glimmer of hope alive for Deus, and considering he's also the last man, he's gonna get bounced by soon enough from those stairsways, so he's better watching out the stairs, pulls out the S12K, but not able to connect those shots. A lot of shots missed, Johnny.
Yeah, a lot of shots missed, and the fact that the players from the side of GWL just pushed one after the other. First lad went and dished out some damage. He realized there's a shotgun. He stepped back. The other player charged in with the AKM, dished out more damage, and the third player was there to just go for the finish. But look at Jonathan committing an entire spray on the players of RIOT Esports in the distance, and he does manage to connect.
Wow.
One knock secured. There's another player right there, but look who shows up to steal all those elimination points. It's Ninetail Esports.
Ninetail Esports, they're the one to chime inside the action as well. But what are these laser beams that are coming into play from Godlike? This far away, this team is not even missing any shots. Jonathan and the entire team Godlike, I like the fact that all the 4 players are just designated, focusing on that single team because they're out in the open, and for them, it's like a piece of pie.
While Jonathan is busy providing the suppressing fire, Z-God and S-Power, they just go slam in right next to the players of Ninetail Esports, who are going to feel a lot of pressure just fall upon them in a few short moments. The nade from Z-God was quite good. Notorious has been knocked out, and Obito in the backlines. Can he protect the position of his team in this game?
Sounds a little bit too tough. The last guy's position's no too because he saw the smoke bloom up. Z-God tosses another nade, and that's it. Z-God's been on fire so far. This man's nade been on point, and even Jonathan to sort of close things off in the end. And that's going to be it for the players of Ninetail Esports. Valiant effort. A lot of teams just getting eliminated at the same time. Even Team X-Park is still there inside the vicinity.
Necro? It's stage 5. We are down to 6 teams.
Yeah, this is just interesting. Another fight. Johnny, what's going on? It's fights after fights after fights. Now another fight brewed up. It's the players of Team Introvert in the receiving lines. And Team X-Park, with only this 2-man squad, they're still going for some aggressive plays.
Oh man, they're refusing to give up. They've made it to the top 6 already. Scout going for a revive on 2 Aditya, returning the favor of what happened in no Repnoy containers earlier. Introverts though, they're gonna have to turn themselves into introverts if they want to make it to the top 3 at least of this match.
Johnny, 15 finishes in the hands of Godlike. This team is just devouring the competition alive. Eating anyone that stands against them or even dares to stand against them. Team Godlike living up to their name. What a Godlike performance they've showcased so far.
At this point, they don't even have to see the competition. They just hear those shots and they instantly start shooting in that direction. Just relying on passive information at this point. Team Godlike, they are hungry for a few more finishes. Introverts might just be their next target. Look at that nade. It looks quite decent.
I mean, all the guys from Godlike, they've been precise as hell, Johnny. Every single person is just beaming down the competition easily.
Let's go X-Park versus Godlike. Another big fight breaking out.
Yeah, but X-Park, they've got a clear man disadvantage inside this one.
True.
Aditya, he did spot out the players of Godlike before him. They're not going to be the main priority. For now, his main priority is going to be to clear the back lines. If they get backstabbed, that's going to be even more worse than getting eliminated by Godlike.
The backs are quite exposed right now. We do see the players from the side of War Gods right behind that ridge, but what's going on over here? Youngsters Esports just hiding. Did not even try to do something or try and take the Sentinels down. Just laid there, accepted his fate.
What is going on? For Sentinels, once again, making it alive inside the late game scenario. I like the split that's came into play. A 2-1 split inside the game. And they're also trying their best to cover as much as landmass as possible. For Sentinels, also having the high ground inside this entire fray. S-Power closes on up. A really good shot to the chest of the opposition. Shuts him down. S-Power gets knocked out himself, but then the cavalry is arriving slowly and steadily. The real Godlike is now loading up on his screens, ladies and gentlemen. Z-God and Jonathan, the old duo, they make an heroic presence inside the lobby as they shut down the competition once again, evaporating them in thin air.
Bringing the young IGL back into the fight, back into the game. But Youngster Esports from the backlines do have an unpleasant surprise prepared. Aditya with a nade is looking to cause a lot of trouble for the players of Introverts. But Introverts, they've protected themselves inside this ridge all this time, but not for long. From the flank, it's going to be the Sentinels causing them a lot of hurt. And the nade from Aditya, the second one, in fact, was quite good. Zora was knocked out. Let's see. Who do you think is going to win this game? I think it's going to be Godlike.
Tough call, man. X-Park, they've been on a tear as well, and look at that, just this 2-man squad. Even they put a nail in the coffin for the team that was in the front easily, just scooping away those scoops of ice creams. And X-Park, they're calling it quite delicious. And now, Team X Park, in the end, the top 3 teams alive. Also, a trifecta of death. Considering War Gods, they've done a fantastic job keeping their position safe and anonymous up till now. But as the next circle comes into play, Team X Park, they're also blessed by its presence.
2 teams in the top 3. One has been impressive because they've been surviving with just 2 players and have secured 6 eliminations. The other team has just been on a tear this entire time. Jonathan is there with 10 eliminations to his name, 19 for the entire team. And then there's War Gods. They have had phenomenal positioning, 3 different playstyles, Necro, and all of them meet together in this last game of round 2.
And already, Godlike, they've started to take a dig against the players of War Gods. One of the knock was found a while ago. S-Power still trying to scout the players out in the front. One little glimmer is all he's asking for. Jonathan from the top, he spots that pixel, goes for the shots, not able to find the connections, but this Molotov's going to be the icing on top of the cake. Perfectly tossed, both the players on fire. There's no way the man in the front from the side of War Gods is going to be able to stay alive for any more longer. He gets knocked out, and that's why now War Gods, they're on the verge of crumbling down.
And while Jonathan is dealing with the players of War God, look at what S-Power is doing. He's going after that player from the side of X-Park. He's going after Aditya. Is that push actually going to work out? Jonathan is out of utility, Necro. Does not have anything to work with but the weapons in his hands.
Just push against him. Just make the push happen. That's what Godlike's known for. But they also need to worry about the players of Team X-Park. Because X-Park, they're just waiting for an opportunity. A silver opportunity to pounce on top of this chicken dinner. Let's see. Team Godlike, they want to make this push happen. They want to be the one to devour all the competition in the front. But is that going to be possible or not?
Well, as soon as Jonathan takes a few shots onto that smoke out in the open, he's going to be peppered by Aditya from the distance, and now using the tree as a phenomenal cover.
Oh my god, how's he alive?
Aditya with a sliver of HP is going to try and take S-Power down, but it does not work out. And finally, Team Godlike looking to finish up the game.
S-Power looking to claim that last elimination point, pushes up against the players of War God. But the last guy from War God is just going to get eliminated in the end. That's it. War God's fairy tale does not come true, but for Godlike, this was indeed a Godlike run. Such a nuclear performance, and Godlike proven why they're one of the best teams inside the entire region.
23 eliminations from this match, 23 eliminations, again on a rundown, looking to just finish out the competition by themselves, not waiting for the other teams or the blue zone in fact. But kudos to X-Park, man. That run in this game was impressive. Zan, they tried their level best to ruin the day for Team X-Park, but this is what experience is all about. This is how you deal with a tough situation.
No matter what I say, no matter how much I try to praise Godlike, this time it's going to be less. Because the performance that they've had, it's like 1 in a million performance. You do not really get to see these type of performances often. But Godlike, they've shown us back-to-back. Even yesterday, even today.
Both these teams were absolutely phenomenal. Even yesterday it happened, but today at least Godlike did walk away with the win. But now all that remains to be seen is what the overall rankings look like, and that is going to happen after this break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
ब्रो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा.
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने.
अरे तकिल तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो चमकने खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, before we start the post-game segment, just to let you guys know, there's an Indian faction being added on inside Road to Valor, so make sure to go and check that out. But you know what? Getting back inside the entire post-game segment, Johnny, still that moment I remember, one guy inside the bathroom, three guys pushing in together. What can that guy do? I just felt bad for him.
Say sorry. That's what he can do. Just like apologize to the three people in front of him. I'm sorry for my team. Trying to engage against you. I mean, it was just brutal the way they just ran over them, just tumbling them down. And apart from that, I mean, this game was something else. It felt like everyone had their own different agendas, and everyone was just trying to like they had their own little mini missions in the game. Zan's objective: destroy Team X-Spark. X-Spark's objective: make sure Zan fails in their objective.
You know what? Yeah. Speaking about Zan, where did they go, man?
They didn't even cross Nova Repnoi.
Exactly. After the initial fight, I did not even see Team Zan inside the game. I don't even know where they went.
Two players from Zan just gave up and they got finished. They literally went down to the second blue zone, just outside of Nova Repnoi Bridge. They didn't even cross to the main island. They just gave up in this match. Don't know what's up with that, but yes, that happened.
Who knows what the hell exactly happened with Team Zan. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights. Of course, there's going to be a couple of highlights from Team Zan and Team X-Spark fight that brewed up initially.
I think that's how we start off the game with. I mean, no, we start off with this early engagement, Godlike against the players of no value. And well, no value proved to be of some value, at least to Team Godlike. Value worth 4 points.
Oh, wow, that is actually quite salty.
Salty's not here.
Yeah, but you're the one being salty, man. You're Johnny Salty. I don't know. I don't know what to call you, but yeah, that was quite salty, man. That was quite toxic. But you know what? Speaking about this no-value team, in general, they really haven't had any value for themselves inside the game so far, inside the entire group that we've seen them play.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the case for them so far, and even qualification is going to be now in question for them. Or at least, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. But this fight, it should not have gone this way. Zan actually clearly had the upper hand. It was just that one thing. The fact that Stark failed to control his movement and fell inside the water. The man over there in the washroom just trying to heal himself and bring his HP back up. And three players from the side of Ninetail just were like, they weren't having it. They were like, nah, bro.
And not just that, what just happened with F2B? They just got ripped apart in a couple of seconds by Godlike.
Again, welcome to Tier 1.
I guess, well, Johnny, that is true. It's understandable that you just said that, considering these Tier 1 teams have been clearly showcasing a lot of dominance inside these lobbies, right? Considering first team, insane. It was one of those Tier 1 teams that have been performing so well. Now even Godlike on a complete tear. Team X-Spark as well, just with a two-man squad, still being able to make it out alive inside the top 5. That is impressive.
Again, as you mentioned, we haven't seen performances like this ever. This is such a rare sight to witness. And even in amongst all of this chaos, let's not forget, War Gods were able to protect themselves for so long and still survive in the midst of all of this with 3 players still alive till the very end. And that also is quite phenomenal. But still, I mean, two things that are extremely rare to witness, but we witnessed both of them in the same game. A team with 2 players go on to secure 6 eliminations and make it to the top 2. And along with that, a team just running around on Erangel, mowing down the competition, did not care who it was that stepped in front of them. Their mission was quite simple. Total annihilation.
War Gods were like the sneaky assassins inside the game. They did such a phenomenal job keeping themselves anonymous till the end. And then in the end, it was the players of Team Xbox sort of taking the fight against Godlike, and even they got just eliminated from the game. At the end, it was one last cat from War Gods, if I'm not wrong, who was left over. And yeah, even he got eliminated right here by the blue zone. Slowly and steadily, he tried to move in. But yeah, just a shotgun shot to his face to seal the deal and also claim that chicken dinner in the hands of Godlike. Now, I just want to move on forward and take a look at the overall standings to find out. But of course, production's not going to let that happen.
I mean, before that, we have a lot of stats to look at. Starting off with the MVP of the game, I guess.
You know what? So let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. Has to be Jonathan without a doubt. Yeah, he had a double digit already in the late game scenario. Has to be Jonathan from the side of Godlike. 11 finishes from this one single individual. What am I seeing?
Has he done this the second time today?
Today?
No, it was Admin who started off the day with 11 eliminations, and now Jonathan ends the day with 11 eliminations.
It's been an absolute tear down by these known teams inside the lobbies. And this is what happens when a known team steps inside a lobby that is not really that experienced. They just rip apart the entire competition, and the entirety of Godlike is almost here, other than if you count out one player from Godlike. Unfortunately, that guy's not going to be able to make it, which is Neo. I mean, it's completely fine.
Yeah, Neo got eliminated super early in the match. They lost him, I think, in the second fight that they took, and in that fight also Neo had just 1 elimination, so the total number of Godlike, I think, is like 23 eliminations on all of these players. Oh no, Neo had none, actually. It's just on these 3 players. So had he been there, this game would have been worse for the other teams. I mean, imagine that. All 4. Godlike at 100%. This put them at 75.
Godlike almost wiped out the quarter of the lobby, if you think about it.
Yes.
All by themselves. They wiped out a quarter of the lobby. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings of that previous game. Godlike, of course, on a domination without a doubt. But we're going to see which is that team that's going to be on the second spot in the overall standings. Probably Team Xpark.
Oh, I mean, it is going to be second position with 16 points. In fact, 10 placement, 6 finishes secured.
38 points.
But look at the difference. That is what I was coming down to. 38 to 16. That's a massive drop.
Yeah, that's a big drop. That's not even a drop. It's like a distance between hell and heaven. Yeah. That's how big of a difference. That's how big of a distance that is. And then War Gods, 1 finish point and 12 positioning points that they've managed to accumulate. That's going to give them 13 points in total. For Sentinels as well, 5 finish points and 8 positioning points in total. That's going to give them 13 points. But you know what, Johnny? This only spices makes things even more interesting to find out how the overall standings are going to look like. Exactly. Top 7's the way to go. Top 7's the goal. And I'm pretty sure a lot of things are going to be way too close.
After game number 1, Xpark and Godlike were separated by just 10 points. Now I have no idea what the difference is going to be, just because you did not give me the numbers for Miramar.
I don't know, man. Look, speaking about the numbers for Miramar, we'll be able to take a look at that in a couple of more seconds, because as I mentioned, right, in the overall standings, things are probably going to be way too close. One thing I can say for sure, Johnny, is that the mid-pack is going to be really close, as usual, so I'm just going to make a generic statement.
We haven't had a tiebreaker qualification yet, right?
Not exactly a tiebreaker, but 1 point difference.
1 point was there, but we haven't had like teams on the 7th and they just died.
I mean, there's a lot of matches happening even off broadcast, so maybe over there already these tiebreakers have happened.
We don't know about off broadcast. We'll find that out later. I want it to happen now.
That is true. But you know what? We'll be able to take a look at the overall standings soon enough, Johnny.
Because
the production has given me the call out just yet. In 10 seconds, overall standings are going to be in front of us. Now 5 seconds, and here we go. Overall standings in front of us, and the top 7 in front of us as well. RIOT Esports not making the cut only because they were 2 points short.
And ladies and gentlemen, Godlike, look at that. 6 matches played, 133 points secured.
Record.
That is a record match, not beaten yet.
No.
Yeah.
So Team Insane in offline games, they managed to get 132 points.
132 yesterday,
so Godlike inside BGIS, they've set a record.
Yes, for BGIS, this is a new record that's been set by Godlike. I mean, thank you for correcting me, Necro. And yes, you are in fact correct. Godlike, this is a new record for BGIS, 133 points in 6 matches. And then there's Xpark on the second with 109. This is the first group where 2 teams have managed to cross the 100-point marker. But along with that,
I feel so bad for Riot Esports. Imagine this, you do your level best, secure 40 points in a lobby like this, where two teams are just on a teardown, and you still fail to make it through.
If you remember, Johnny, I always say this. The team that barely did not manage to qualify will always be more mad than the team that's all the way at the bottom of the board.
War Gods made it through with just 12 eliminations.
War God, dude, this is one of the most prime example of a passive and a position-oriented team. That's what War God is. I don't know how War God managed to find themselves all the time in a safe spot, and also they keep their position anonymous. They're like, you know what? Shh, be quiet. Let all of them fight, and then in the end we try to take the chicken dinner.
Their name is War God.
Yeah, they're completely opposite.
Also, I have to say this now. I mean, a huge round of applause to Team Zan from my side. I mean, I like this team. They were quite ballsy with their approach
Are
to
you
the
trying
game.
to rub salt on their wounds considering
No,
they're on the
man.
bottom
I mean, it was
spot?
quite entertaining watching them. How many of the other underdog teams have you seen drop clash the biggest names in BGMI?
Oh yeah, one thing is for sure. This team definitely does have balls to steal.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
They have the guts, and I think if they can just improve, I mean, if they have the experience as well over time, maybe we're going to see them in the future, and maybe the next BGIS, they're going to be there at the top.
I mentioned this as well yesterday too, right? Team Zan, their fighting stance is quite good. The way they approach the fights is quite good. The problem is the positioning gameplay. And even today, the same thing happened. The positioning is sort of lacking. They need to work a little bit more when it comes to the team play and also positioning themselves better inside the game.
And since we are pointing out performances that were outstanding, extraordinary, out of the norm, just like Team Zan, F2B girls Lara. I want to see. I hope. I mean, we get to see more from that individual in the future, because the performance we saw yesterday on Sanhok and the performance we saw today in Miramar was exceptional. That was brilliant individual performance.
Yeah, that was some good performance indeed, especially today, as you mentioned, that 1v3 almost being pulled off, almost that entire clutch as well. So nice to witness. But you know what? I've also heard one more stat in my ears. A little bird whispered it in my ears. Jonathan managed to get 30 eliminations in total inside round 2 itself.
Wow. And he's only played round 2, because this team came from the bottom 32 of BGIS The Grind.
Impressive,
It is impressive. But I want to know one thing. Has anyone crossed the 50-point marker yet? I mean, the players that have been playing since round 1. Has anyone done that? Not yet, I think.
That is a big question. That is definitely a massive question. Maybe not, I would say. But you
not
never
yet.
know.
I think it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen in round 3.
I mean, if Jonathan, if a guy like this, if this guy was on a tear, and if he's not able to cross the 50 points marker just yet.
He has played 6 games, Necro. What do you want him? 6 games, 30 points. That's 5 eliminations every single match.
I mean, technically, I understand what you're trying to say. Also, there are offline matches being conducted as well, so maybe there's a chance someone over there has sort of managed to accumulate that many points. But let's be honest, I highly doubt 50 points from round 1 to round 2, from which, 8 days have been total in general?
Yeah, round 1 you played 3 matches, round 2 you played 6, so it's like 9 matches that these teams have played so far. The teams that have been playing since round 1, by the way, those are the teams we are focusing on right now in this conversation. So, yeah, I do agree with you. It's going to be quite difficult for anyone to cross the 50 finish marker for any individual, but I think it's going to happen in round 3 for sure. It might be Jonathan, since he is already at 30, but I want to see if an undergod player can actually pull this off.
And one more thing, just to remind you guys once again, from round 3, only the top 4 teams will move forward. Johnny, once again, time to make it a little bit too tight. It's time to tighten up the ropes, because it's that round 2 was let loose a little bit, but now it's time to buckle up once again. Teams will need to go for the best performance they've ever seen, and probably inside one lobby we might see a lot of T1 teams, so this is going to get even more spiced up. A lot of T1 teams will be filtered out as well.
Exactly, because now in round 3, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, next week when we come back, the top 32 from BGIS, the grind round 5, will be waiting. And in fact, they won't have to wait anymore, because next week it's their turn to step into the battleground and be a part of this action.
So far, round 2 has been phenomenal, Johnny. Any last words you want to mention about round 2, considering the journey was like a roller coaster of emotions? Some teams just absolutely tearing through the competition, some teams not being able to perform, some teams having those cool names but still not having that cool gameplay.
I mean, all of that was good and fine. I mean, we did expect a few of these undergods to crumble under pressure as well, because lack of experience will play a big hand in your performances. I mean, in fact, being right on the verge of qualifying and not qualifying, if you can't deal with that inside of the game, you will fail. And these experiences, they have that edge of realizing, all right, now if we panic, we are done. So let's just stay calm, focus on the show, and focus on what we have to do. But in round 3, that might not happen because, as we keep mentioning, a lot of those big names are waiting. I mean, names that will just like you saw the run from Godlike, like that is going to look happen every single game.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go ahead and follow all the Krafton India Esports socials, because over there, all the results will be announced soon enough. And speaking of that, ladies and gentlemen, that's also going to be the end for the round 2 of the BGIS. As I mentioned, a lot of the matches were also conducted offline. But for now, it's time for me, Necro, and Johnny to take leave. We'll see you guys in the next week.